other side. Hex has the angle. Yes.
Down two. He's gonna find himself a third pistol now. Alpha just with it.
Let's go! Can I get a
Yeah, good timing. This is the first shot that will connect the second. However,
the Molotov they will have to bring. The Swisher goes on through. They're playing again. Sanders first. Get a ball.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second and final day of Fragadelphia here at the block at 401 localhost. I'm still Dak alongside my man Los for some more regional qualifier action. Los, you ready to get into this one?
Of course. I couldn't wait to get back here since the moment I stopped casting yesterday. The action has not stopped, and my excitement hasn't either. So I'm ready to get rocking and rolling, but we had so much to check out yesterday. And in case you weren't around for that, we have a quick little refresher for you here right now.
Oh, yeah.
And we got some koalas on deck. Ooh.
We do have a... Oh, wow.
That's no... Breeze, however, Twitchy is making things happen over on ramp. It's not even giving Breeze enough time to react. Much damage output, but it's going to be enough. Shooting through. That's going to be a wall bang. It's going to be a second wall bang. And it's going to be a third wall bang for STX. That we've seen do some serious work, but hanging out on the high, it's going to be Nick. Getting this angle on to David. No, what are you doing?
Oh, bro. Are you serious? STX is statuesque here. Refuses to move at the minute mark. And no, they're not. The trigger discipline. He's going to find two. They both go down after one.
But it won't be good. Now they have some utility. The flash is good. Nick has an opportunity. Finds two.
What a shot.
Might be able to find three, and he
third.
does.
Nick swinging out, doesn't get that kill. STX steals it from them. Another shot finds Gertz. Nick gets a third.
There's still some more players coming out from the hut.
No way.
The
No way.
He's going to pick up two for a All players are flooding out from apartments. Gertz finds one by hanging out by bench. Swings around, finds a second. Looks up towards the apartment, finds another one. And it's all up to STX to jump down. But you know that Gertz
uses in control's opportunity to shut down. And a 4K eco spray. That'll be a great way to get it in, but he won't let it happen. Hyena takes two. And Malenko comes in just in time with the position already given.
Andrew misses out on the shot, and out goes the spray!
How's he alive?
Oh, the top's going for fatality. He still has 6 bullets. Boom! Right in the corner, and Grotomo goes down! In control.
There's util to make it work with Sanity. He has to
With
go now, finds
Sanity!
the first.
Oh my
the
God!
side it's perfect. Andrew trades, and he's got the second.
Can't find him jumping over!
No way!
The no-scope from So Dream hits!
That is so good.
Discipline.
No!
Turn it off.
Isaac holding it down, and there you go.
There you go
Tech9s
again.
are falling. Isaac, keep going, my friend.
Man finally hits. Sluggy now waiting up for the opportunity. Big flashbang going in. They're going to check that left corner. Sluggy spraying in. Going to be able to get one, make it two, make it a third. Sluggy was full flash.
Concerned with the flank. No astral commitment. And
Yes.
Shots. Still no utility coming out. No need for utility. Sluggy can just keep spraying, and he gets a third, making a fourth. Oh, and this has to be the checkmate, right? Out goes one. Andrew peeking around the corner, waiting up for a second.
No way!
Andrew! What a play! Oh my God, that nade! Oh, that nade was perfect. Back on sight. Tatum wins out his battle, and that should just be it for the round. And Andrew trying to play it, and the knife goes into the back. Tomo just delaying time. 30 seconds left. More players back over towards tunnels. All 3 players back over towards tunnels. Yet to go through. Out goes the flash. Spray from Crotomo is so good. And out goes Arcade to close the book on the winners brackets. In control of a grand final spot.
that they are.
Wow. Well, honestly, that got me excited for day 2. I don't know about you.
Yeah, those casters were pretty good. Who were they?
I think every clip of us was you commenting and me like, no way, oh my God. That's all I could say. So much crazy action. And we're not even done because we still have the rest of this bracket. We still got to figure out who's going to be on top, who's taking that huge prize at the end of the day, and we already have players getting set up on the stage.
Yeah, we're going into our first set of losers semifinals, and losers is a bit of a harsh word because I feel like everyone here is a really strong competitor. We have New Threat going up against Dry Peak today, so let's see who's going to be able to make their way further and get into that losers finals to try and make their way into these grand finals later today.
Yeah, definitely New Threat wants a little bit of redemption here. They fell to In Control yesterday, so now they're looking for an opportunity to not only get a little bit of revenge if they can, but stay alive in the bracket, because we're not even at loser semis just yet. There's still a little bit more for these players to do to actually get to the final session here on day 2, and really this is where the rubber meets the road, right? There are no more room for error, right? You have to make this happen, and I can't wait to see what these teams pull out.
Of course, yeah. Speaking of no room for error, this is it. We're no longer in the double elimination area. There isn't a second place or a third place for these teams to go if they take another loss. So it's do or die here at Fragadelphia, right here, of course, in the block. You know, one of the best esports arenas and venues in, I would say, the region or even the country, Dak.
Absolutely. And we are going to get a little bit of a taste of that remaining bracket to see which teams are still alive and what matches still need to be played. You can see right there, In Control waiting in grand finals. You can see they took out New Threat 2-0. So New Threat versus Dry Peak. That's going to be a continuation of that. In Control waiting in the wings for whoever can come in through the losers bracket. They're looking strong. They got a nice 2-1 victory to get themselves into that grand finals position.
Yeah, but now we still have to see who is going to be trying to make their way through the losers bracket, because that's what we're talking about. That's what we're looking at this point. And it's New Threat versus Dry Peak. And Yenny Cherry, a squad that we looked over yesterday, one that really had some great redemption against All Gas, No Brakes, a team that Dry Peak actually took out. And it seems they halted the brakes once and for all on that squad. So if Dry Peak is able to make their way against New Threat, they do have quite a match ahead of them if they're looking at Yenny Cherry in the losers finals.
Yenny Cherry was looking really good, my dude. Like, honestly, All Gas, No Brakes, I thought they were going to make it all the way to the end. And Yenny Cherry made them look like they just started playing, right? Like, they were so dominant in that series, especially towards the end. Even though we did go to a third map, like, I feel like they had control of the series most of the time there. So I can't wait to see what they have to offer. We have 2 awesome sets coming our way. And then, of course, the continuation of the bracket later tonight. We have to find a winner for these regional qualifiers.
Of course, you know, when it comes to Yenny Cherry, it's the jersey diff. They came through,
That's
dripped
true.
up.
They had the jersey. All Gas, No Brakes just had the mask. They needed the jersey. They needed the matching apparel. That's what it is.
Well, I mean, I guess the hype doesn't make the player. Not yet, at least. There's still plenty of time to check out and see if Yenny Cherry will go the distance. But right now, we're not talking about that. We're talking about Dry Peak and New Threat. So who is going to be coming through this matchup? And, you know, I'm excited to see what maps we're going to see. You know, there may be a little bit of education, a little bit of research, and overlooking at what you did wrong or what maps you misplayed throughout the first day.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what to expect from either of these 2 teams. We got a little bit of a taste of New Threat last night on stream, thanks to Upmine and Evil Cat. But now we got to see what they have to offer here in the lower bracket, because, yeah, it's do or die. And not only that, like, the players are here early to get ready to go. Like the people here are competitors, you know, like they're ready to play, and that's all they're here to do. And especially if you're in lower bracket, you only have this one shot, of course. I love this again. So I love that double elimination, because you can have these teams that drop into the lower bracket, make that run back. Can someone actually usurp In Control in grand finals when they have that map advantage? That's what I can't wait to see.
Yeah, I mean, when you have such a strong single map, is very big in a best of 5. You know, that is a major advantage going out for In Control when you only have to win 2 more maps. And just that extra pressure or that extra comfort that you have when you're in control of a situation.
This guy.
When you're in control of that, it's going to be a little more relaxation at the end. But, you know, there's no time to relax now, as we see Dry Peak and New Threat getting ready to rock and roll in these lower semifinals, you know. And you were saying, you know, this is your only chance. you only get one shot, so if you're new threat or dry peak, do not miss this chance to blow. This opportunity
I was
comes
like, is he
once
really gonna do this, Eminem?
in a
Like, please
lifetime.
don't. Oh. All right. Well, who's paying you for these puns? Who's doing it?
I get my own satisfaction out of these
Okay.
puns.
Okay. Paying
It's
your own
me.
salary. Yeah, you can see these players getting lined up, ready to go here. L1, One Piece, Ganks, Kens, and Chippy, and then Blanco, Fatality, Sodream, Clip Sanity, Hyena. I'm glad I can read. Got all these players ready to go on stage, and can't wait to see what they have to offer.
You know, that's actually one of the prerequisites for being able to cast these events. They show you a reading chart of team names. Like,
The
can you read
rosters.
these? Can
Yeah.
you read this? And then you're given the.
Well, my
the
math
go.
was good yesterday. I was able to count rounds. Now I can read names today, so I'm honestly, American education, paying off.
Yo, big
Public
shout
school.
out to. That's NA. That's NACS for real.
NA education right there, man. Yeah, absolutely. This is, I mean, I'm sure these players will want a map 3. I want a map 3. I'm always down for a map 3. Hopefully we get some more map diversity. I feel like we've seen nuke every single series this past weekend. There's always been a nuke map, so I'm curious to see. We got an ancient pick last night, actually. Unfortunately, we didn't get it, but it did get picked. I mean, Dust 2 finally got played. Mirage. I don't think we've seen any Inferno yet, so I'm looking forward to see if we'll finally see all 7 maps in the map pool. And it seems like Mirage is a pretty common, tiebreaker map. Nuke seems very popular for all of these teams, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see that again.
Yeah, specifically for map 2. It's always a map 2 pick.
It's a map 2 pick, yeah.
I mean, we need to have Inferno just so we can have that chicken satisfaction. I mean, all the
thing. We're at
logos here, it's all
Fragadelphia,
chickens.
and
Like,
we
where
haven't
are
seen
they
any
at?
Chickens. That's what I'm saying. We haven't seen any chickens yet, so I'm kind of curious if someone will help us out there, because we're at Fragadelphia, so you kind of need that representation there.
Exactly. I mean, but it's all about what the players want.
No, it's about what we want, man.
You're right. No,
That's
that
what
was
I
a
want.
fake out. That was a fake out. That was
I
a
want
test.
I want
It's about what we
Fragadelphia.
want.
No koala this time. Which,
well, would that have been considered a good luck charm? I forget which team came up with the koala, but I don't think that they are here on the stage today. So was
Bad
it
luck
as
koala.
lucky? Was it as lucky as we remember? I don't know.
yeah, I'll have to keep that in mind next time I think of my spirit animal for competing. No koalas.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Just keeping that in mind. Yeah, and once again, reminder here, bunch of cash on the line. First place, 5,500 smackaroos out of a 10K prize pool. Of course, you're also getting that Fragadelphia regional qualifying points. We still have a long way to go. The journey to the end of this full circuit for Fragadelphia. Of course, it's also part of the Nerd Street Winter Championship. So, ready?
Nice shoulder
There we go.
massage we got going on over there.
Get
For
a minute. Let's go. Yes. I mean, this is what it's all about, right? And again, this is one of the things that is really important, I think, about playing in person, right? Like, of course, you can compete online for a lot of games, especially CS, but when you're there with your teammates, your coach, with your friends and family, you can get, actually real energy from one another. Like, that makes all the difference.
Yeah, and when you do, you can't do a virtual fist bump after a round. It doesn't
You
work
can
like
try,
that.
right at the webcam.
At the no, you got to do it to the side so it looks like
Oh, right, yeah,
we're
yeah.
side by side. Yeah.
There you go. Living in a digital age. And I'm excited to see we get into this. Of course, got our mic necks right here. We cleaned up after yesterday.
Yeah, some of them got on the table, some of them got on the rug here. I won't be afraid to admit that I ate some that came on the rug because this is a new rug, it's a new venue, so it's relatively clean, it's relatively sterile. You're not buying that? No one's buying that.
Anything of what you're saying, bro. All I know is that I picked them up and I threw them out.
Okay.
Because they were
Well,
on the floor.
okay.
But I certainly wouldn't when they're right out of the box because my favorite, aside from original fruit, I'm a big Mega Mix
Mega
guy.
Mix.
I'm a big Mega Mix guy. I know Bach back there is not a big Mega Mix guy, but I'm a Mega Mixer. So, nice. There we go. I mean, this right out the box, that's what it's all about. I actually love Mega Mix, so I'm really happy that we have some here. But yeah. I'm excited to get into this. Teams are getting ready. We have a couple other teams on the side as well. The PC Pit. So yeah, it's going to be good. How are those Mike and Ike's?
Talk for a little longer.
How are those Mike and Ike's, man? Got a little chewy, little fruity, little delicious flavors there to power up your games to the next level.
Yes, exactly. But
Looks
just,
like your game's getting leveled up here.
I'm feeling leveled up, but the power up isn't complete. I'm still, going through that evolving.
Mike and Ike breakfast. Breakfast of champions right there.
I'm sure there's some vitamin C in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, gotta look it up. You got a little bit got a little calories, you gotta burn there. I don't know if there's vitamin C in here. I'm not gonna lie. Is there? There we go. Not a significant source of vitamin D, calcium, iron, and potassium, but I don't see vitamin C. So as far as I know, it could be.
Yeah, you know, if it's not said, then it
all right, so we're getting into the map here. It looks like we might be getting some map picks as well, hopefully soon.
Well, yeah, I mean, just a little bit of warm-ups for the squads right now. They're getting the hands hot, the guns ready. It is a chilly day here. I mean, this is
Dude, it is brick in Philly.
the local or the qualifiers for the winter champs. So it's getting cold out here, and I'm a little chilly. I got need some hand warmers to keep me up. I do have the goosebumps. But I mean, you know, the goosebumps are coming up because I'm excited to see all these great players.
Yes, absolutely. Woo. I mean, honestly, like I was telling you, like, oh, I'm going south. I don't need to wear a winter jacket. It's going to be warmer down here. Even though I live an hour and a half south or north, so it's the same temperature. It's still cold. I wish I brought a winter jacket, but these great matches are warming me up inside, fueling the fire in my heart. So I think I'll survive.
I think you will. I mean, you know, Philly, not really known as a southern city for sure. Not known for its
south of New York, as far as I'm concerned.
It's warm winters. It's south. Yeah, everywhere south is somewhere, I guess.
Honestly, you know, talking about yesterday again. Honestly, day one was so awesome. It was great seeing everybody show up and game. We had some awesome side tournaments as well. We got to schmooze a little bit with the Smashers on the side who were getting into it in Melee and Ultimate, which was awesome to see. It's great seeing some familiar faces from the Smash scene here, and they're like, oh, you're a cast of Counter-Strike. Like, yeah, I'm here for Counter-Strike, but I'm also always down for some Smash. Of course, the free play, I've seen a lot of people playing some Valorant, some Minecraft, of course, getting ready for Counter-Strike as well. But today, it's all about wins and losses, all about competition. Everyone here is really ready to actually play in the tournament.
Of course, yeah, it's more than just competition. It's the community that are formed with the different levels of competition, the amateurs, the friendlies, the competitives that we have on our stage today. But just meeting all these people and being gamers, you know?
Gamers.
It's all about gaming,
Gamers
isn't it,
gaming, with an E. Strong E there, yeah, absolutely. Getting still set up here in the server. Players are warmed up, and I do see 5 players per team in the server here, so it looks like we should be getting ready hopefully soon. But they're warming up, and of course, I mean, not only on a cold morning, but you want to make sure you're at 100%. We've been talking about that all throughout the weekend. You want to be 100% on your equipment, 100% on your hands, on your feet, in your head, in your mental, and there's really no room for error here, especially for these two teams. Whoever loses those 2 maps, they're done.
Yeah, no, I already made my my Eminem reference. I'll try and make another reference later. It won't be Eminem, but not Eminem, okay. But it'll be a good one. You know what? If you want to make it to the end of this event, you have to have some great inner fortitude, that strength of heart. You know, it's not just about your mechanics. It's about drive. It's about power. Staying hungry and devouring, putting in the work and the hours, and taking what's yours. That's really what it's about.
Oh man, you've left me speechless, my friend, with your amazing references. This will be an absolutely incredible show here. I can't wait to jump into it. Looks like we're getting closer and closer to that start point here, as we're seeing some readies in the server. Seems like we should hopefully get some map picks here soon. And yeah, I mean, at this point, these two teams have already played a bunch. They've obviously, you know, the download in terms of playing on LAN together and that experience that they need, it's, you know, different from when you're playing the first set of the tournament on day one, right? Like, you've already got some action with your team in person, likely discussing things last night into this morning to figure out what you got to do. That really changes the playing field, right? Because it's a completely different environment, completely different mindset. You have some games under your belt already. So that changes how you think going into this next few sets. Not just, you know, despite the fact that you only have 1 set to lose, but at the same time, you can't really think of it that way, because that's going to, you know, constantly kind of put you in the back of your head like, oh, can't lose, we'll be done. You got to think of it as anything goes, and it's just like the beginning of the tournament.
Well, I think a good mindset would be not to think about not losing, but only winning.
You might be onto something there. I mean, no, that is actually a thing, though, right? Like, you don't want to play to not lose. You want to play to win. And I think a lot of the time some teams might be hesitant to take opportunities, but what separates good from great teams is not missing those opportunities, forcing those opportunities, creating opportunities for yourself. While we did see a lot of good teams, you know, forcing mistakes or allowing teams to come to them and make their own mistakes, at this point, you're not going to get teams that are constantly making those kind of mistakes, constantly giving you rounds away. So in that regard, you really do have to have your game plan down. You got to be able to condition. You got to be able to bait. And in those, facets of the game, that's where the stronger teams are going to come out on top.
Yeah, we're talking about, or we've spoken a lot about the adaptability within a game, short-term reaction, short-term understanding of a squad. But when you have a day to think it over, this is about long-term adaptability, looking at yourselves and seeing what you could do better. Having both of those abilities, having both of the capabilities to learn from yourself and your enemies is going to be what it takes to bring it all the way to the grand finals and beyond.
Yeah, I really cannot wait for that grand final set there. Of course, it will be a best of 5 with a map 1 advantage for In Control. So they only have to take 2 maps. For them, it could very well be just an easy best of 3, quote unquote, essentially. But for the other team, they have a long road through losers, and then they have to make up that map disadvantage in grands. So that's a lot, right? And that's the thing about a tournament too, especially in double elimination, but even other formats as well. It's not just your ability to perform, it's your ability to perform over time. Being able to have that endurance. And a lot of what separates good from great players is being able to constantly play at your high level through a long tournament, especially a multi-day tournament. That endurance test is very much about, or that's very integral to doing well. It's not just, okay, I can perform, but can I continually do well throughout multiple sets, throughout multiple days? So, that comes from playing in tournaments a lot. It's not something that you can just learn, it comes from experience.
That's what's great about having these local events. It's where you can cut your teeth and get your real experience here to try and make your way beyond just the local or the regional level.
Absolutely.
Like I said yesterday, championships and high tiers where champions are, I guess trained or made better, but locals are where champions are born.
Oh, absolutely, and I feel like that goes for so many different games. Almost every top player started, you start somewhere, right? You got to start from those smaller tournaments and work your way up. And like we were saying yesterday, this could be a tournament where we might see a future champion, a future championship team growing and starting to, figure out what they got to do to get to the next level. This could be the start of that journey.
Yeah, and that is, again,
it's exciting.
Why I like to be here, because it's
That's
just
esports,
a look into the future, dude. It's a look into the future to see who of these people, who of these gamers, these teams can bring it all the way to the top. Who's going to make it to Winter Champs and compete with some of the best teams out there?
Absolutely. And of course, this is a game that's been around for a while now, to see new players come through, being passionate about the game, looking to better themselves as players, even as this game has a history, has a lot of players already ingrained in the scene. It's great to still see new players, and even players who might not be new but still not playing at a top level, still competing, still trying to do their best. But honestly, at this point, we have really great teams here and are looking to establish themselves as well, and this is the perfect place to do it.
Yeah, at this point, it's hard to come by LAN Arena, so many players at this point would just be out there hugging, doing pickup games, trying to find squads within ESE or just high-tier ranked online Counter-Strike. So now it's a better opportunity for you to realize and actualize team strategies and learn what you're really all about.
I mean, this is the place to do it, right? No other better time than getting real experience against real teams in person, feeling that energy. And honestly, I can't wait to get into it because we still have these players getting set up in the server, and hopefully we'll be able to get into that real soon. So yeah, I mean, this has been awesome. Again, this is regional qualifiers here for Fragadelphia. It's not just the money that's on the line. You got those points. You have the ability to continue to move forward through the circuit. And so that's something that has to be in the back of your mind as well. Like, okay, you have that short-term immediate payout potentially, but where does this take you through the coming months?
Yeah, and it'll give you the confidence to pursue it. Realize, yes, we are good. This is a good team. What we're doing is working, at least for now, because obviously teams evolve, players evolve as time goes on, and you face even greater opponents. And I think the best way that you can become better is by playing against people who are better than you, learning how the top players got there and trying to adapt to their skills and maybe increase your own.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is also a portion of the tournament where like you couldn't really fluke your way to get here, especially in a game like Counter-Strike where there's a lot of time to come back and get adapted on. Like a good team will bring it back, even if you get a few lucky rounds. But now, I mean, this has required multiple rounds to get here. If you're here, you're meant to be here.
Without a doubt. And finally, we are about to jump into the game.
Yes.
Get ready, ladies and gentlemen, because Fragadelphia Day 2 is starting now here on Dust 2.
Not a bad way to start things off here for New Threat versus Dry Peak. So this is going to be absolutely awesome to kick things off. We have New Threat in the blue, Dry Peak in the red. And it looks like Dry Peak can be starting on that T side here and already have a really solid B side stack until we already have an immediate kill here because Gank goes down in the first few moments of this round.
Lienko hiding in the back of sight, but we have another player by the card. Not even necessary at this point until it comes through. So Dream does manage to pick off one, looking for a second one. Can't get behind that box. I'm Useless Trash just trying to be useful there, but they will not be. As New Threat takes the first round and the pistols.
A far from flawless round. One player going down, a bunch getting chunked as well, losing their HP, losing that armor, but not a solid start to king things off on the pistol round. And now that should afford them a little bit of time and maybe another round or two going into the series.
Yeah, that was definitely just a testing the waters round, trying to figure out what is what in terms of their defense. A little bit of a attack pause we have here now.
The classic, couldn't, you know, it wouldn't be a real series if we didn't get the tactical pause, I think.
Or a tech pause.
Tech pause, got it. Well, I mean, I think what I said still applies. You gotta have some kind of pause. You gotta really, you know, I guess you play that one round like, oh, you gotta make sure things are actually 100%.
Yeah, it is what it is. How many times have we said it before? Nice keyboard, by the way. Got the little Sakura tree spacebar. Nice
Keyboard, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know, sometimes it's not about the jerseys. It's about your peripherals, right?
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, you got to have some kind of representation somewhere. And honestly, if you have something that you're really passionate about, like trees, you put them on your keyboard. I mean, hey, whatever works.
It goes beyond just a tree deck. It's an aesthetic. Okay.
It's an aesthetic. You're right. Yes. Absolutely. Looks like we should be getting back into the aesthetic of Dust 2 momentarily here as the teams get situated. I'm hearing some butterfly knives flipping around. New Threat going to be jumping in with that 1-0 lead.
Dry Peak looking to make their way either through Cat or toward A, but at this point it's looking like a major Cat rush. We do have one player hanging out there. It's going to be Clip Sanity with the MP9. Looking around this corner, they're going to find one, but the spray is going to be a total miss. And Gank88 picks up the first one, but we got an M4 here to spray them all down. Hyena pulling out the USP to try and get the quick flip. Looking away, Useless Trash saves themselves from the flash, but they don't last for too much longer after that, do they?
No, absolutely not. That really aggressive MP9 off angle, getting in there. The spray, not perfect, but doing a solid amount of damage and ends up getting a nice cleanup after. We're going to see the replay here, and this is Hyena. After that, a huge cleanup. 3-4 kills in a row right there. They stacked up in a line. They fell like dominoes. Yeah,
a great feeling when you're able to just gun them down in a line to get that, that kill feed. But now things are going to be a little more spread out here. We do have one at the top of mid, one hanging out by car toward A, and they're just waiting. L1 with the AK, straight through that smoke, making sure nobody is going to make a little investigative poke into Duns.
And Ken's looking for a potential angle here. You can see Gank now moving up towards double doors. Looking for some more information, but a lot of this map has been taken over thanks to this mid push here. And I think that should be able to potentially push, but there's so much utility kind of cutting things off. They're going to wait that out and potentially rotate back over towards A long, but that is being held here by Clip Sanity. If they do push out, they can get that kill, but it will be first contact for him. Hyena will have to follow through if that push comes in from A long.
Gank jumping up onto Cat. Looking to make a bit of an entrance there. No one's really holding it, but it's going to be Clip Sanity who's here again with the M4 spraying down Useless Trash. And another one looking to follow up, but Kens will survive and pick up two with the help of that flash from Chippy. And now Fatality all alone with the MP9. Gang spotted them, but they aren't going to overcommit into that fight. Bomb's got to go down. The site has to be taken control of. Now we're looking at a retake situation here from New Threat.
Fatality jumping and bumping, gets one. Hiding in the smoke. Still down low. We're going to go back. Oh, turns their back, though, instead to Gank. And now more shots coming in. Gank gets the second one and continues to follow through here. Some more shots put down, and Dry Peak will take their first round of the map. And it looked like they might be able to get some leverage from lower street. Dry Peak holds strong on the site.
Yeah, good use of that buy round to take back this guess a little momentum here, you know, get themselves on the board. It
little
is
bit,
round
just a
3.
little
You know,
bit.
you got to hold on to those AKs as much as you can when you're going into that bonus round. But now we do have the op here for So Dream. Looking to pick up anyone by suicide, but Useless Trash on the other side of the map with that MAC-10, putting in the work, and Ken's with the wall bang onto that upper is going to make him feel a little more insecure about their position. One player, though, at bottom mid by the double doors, Blienko, waiting for anybody to make a mistake, going out with the dig, but he just goes out without a bang.
I was going to say that the map was really opened up by that early kill, but it really just came down to those individual shots and the gunplay towards A site. And particularly, I thought there might be a push through double doors after that player holding that position went down, but Blienko holding that close, short angle might have, and I'm not sure how much it would have really been able to stop had they gone through double doors. So it really just came down to the individual 1v1s.
Yeah, oh, wait a minute. Look at this. They're rushing it down mid with the USPs. We're seeing Gank trying to get some shots in. Only does damage, but doesn't take out anyone officially. Blienko swinging around into T-spawn, hoping to get one, but it's going to be Ken's holding it down for a little while before eventually dropped by So Dream. But in that moment, they're actually on the opposite side of the map over on B with the bomb now planted.
3-on-3 situation here, but so many players on CT are so low. Clipsanity's at 4 HP with just a pistol. They have got some rifles in their hands now, but it's going to be so hard to commit to any angle because they're going to die instantly. Clipsanity might be the first one just to sacrifice themselves. They don't have a rifle, so it might be a good opportunity to grab some information here. A peek out, and it will be an immediate kill there. And now a 3-on-2 situation. So Dream and Fatality likely going to get out of, or just hang it back as the hunt for the T side continues as they get away from that bomb. Bomb's going to go off. They look for this shot down a long. Dry Peak takes the round. They can't finish up the kill down and lower near garage. It'll be a 3-2 lead here for Dry Peak.
Yeah, Dry Peak coming on back 3 in a row, looking pretty solid, and it did force out a save there for New Threat, so they're still unable to have a great buy at this point. They will be able to pick up some rifles for the whole squad, but if this is another loss, they're going to be back in the hole where they started on an eco, but we're actually looking at a stronger B take potentially here in the Tons.
Yeah, Gank looking towards A long, cut off by the molly, has that op. But instead, it's going to be a push towards B site. The utility comes out, immediately pushing out here is Gank, looking for trouble, but it's L1 who steals the kill away. Meanwhile, Gank still holding this mid angle here for anyone who pushes in past double doors to rotate over from CT spawn. Shot comes in and Gank finds it easily. No one else is going to try to stride through that particular part of the map as this site is completely held down here by the T's.
And it's another potential save round. Yeah, looks like they're looking to back off and just let Dry Peak have another round, a 4th round, 2 saves in a row. And they realize it's not worth it. In this 3v5 where the maximum potential here is for you to just lose all of your weapons and all of your money. Hold on a second. Gank going in for the off kill, but he might be flanked on, and there it is. Hyena coming from the back to make it a little bit of a more expensive round for them. However, I think if anyone took a bigger hit here, it's gonna be New Threat.
Playing around a little too much with their toys and getting punished for it as a result. Getting caught red-handed with that silencer, getting screwed off. So Dry Peak now taking a 2-round lead here. They're going to full buyout rifles. Well, it looks like New Threat is going to again save in order to try and get back into this. Their money's not looking too bad. I mean, So Dream has a little bit, just over 4K before they bought a little bit of utility, but otherwise they do need a save unless they want to let this run away for Dry Peak.
And this time they aren't going to rush it down mid with the pistols.
No.
Looking to hold those angles, potentially earn themselves a free rifle with the off angle. No. Lenko, does get the 1D, looking for a second, can't find it. Now we have Clipsanity trying to make up that loss, but it won't be done. Fatality looking to swing through that smoke, gets caught out. I'm Useless Trash, hanging by the car, waiting for someone to try that cheeky push.
Yeah, great coverage. The T's pushing through with that angle, with pretty much every angle covered there. And now we're going to have Car being held there until eventually Gank gets that quick kill up through mid. Dry Peak taking yet another round, 5-2. It's expected after that eco from New Threat, and now they're going to buy out.
Yeah, we're having an op, actually 2 ops on the side of New Threat. 2 ops on the side of New Threat. That's double the threat. If we're looking at
Extra strength.
Yeah, extra an extra strength threat, a mega mix, if you will, of threats.
Okay, okay. A nice mega mixture. Here's a full push here all the way through B. They run through tunnels. They've got the smokes and flashes covering them, but immediately peeked out and killed that first entry fragger.
Oh, so Dream hanging out on the site with the AUG, but it doesn't matter to anything. Blenko jumping through window takes a ton of damage from that instant, and will have to just back off. This is looking like another scenario that it could potentially be a save, but this can't be lost. They can't afford to lose another round, a 6th round in a row, especially not to a save. And only 3 players holding down on this site. It's looking to be a big pinch, potentially. No.
Yeah, they're going to back off. They want to lose the op. They don't want to lose those rifles. And considering that they're going to have no money going into this next round, I mean, Dry Peak is looking pretty happy about that. New Threat really has no money to work with, so they have to eco, try to save these rifles if they can. The hunt isn't really going to come through. They're mostly just securing that position back towards CT spawn. Dry Peak picks up the round as a result, making it a 4-round lead here. And those rifles being kept in the hands of New Threat certainly going to help a little bit because they can't go for a full buy entirely. Actually, they can, but they can't. They should be able to get everything. Yep, actually, So Dream will be able to buy out utility. So having those rifles still in their hands certainly helpful. Nice little discount.
Especially when you're working with 2 ops. Losing both of those is going to be a big hit. However, they will hold on to them. At this point, no serious push. It's a great split coming out from Dry Peak. They are working well to just keep their map control. They don't look toward mid, however. And it's potentially going to be a B hit.
Looks like Gank might have thrown a molly over towards Car to open that up. And it's really this site's only being held by Hyena, who immediately takes some damage. Still will be able to peek with the op, but at 14 HP, won't be able to return fire much after that. 2 players moving up A long. Gank pushes all the way up onto site. Molly comes out looking for that op. Hyena is just trying to stay alive, and the shots come through. Gank goes down to clip Sanity. Hyena's still alive, and now the rotation all the way towards B. They're pushing in on the 3-on-2, but Fatality clips Ken's at the knees. Some more L1 gets the revenge, but now it's a 1-on-1 on the site. Full push through towards lower tunnels here by Clip Sanity as they try to rejoin to force the 2v1 before the remaining player, the T side, will be able to rotate back over.
Yeah, I'm useless Trash looking to make away, and now this is actually going to be a pincer attack if So Dream wins, but now they know coming through the double doors it's going to be Trash, but Trash wins the duel.
That's massive. That late player, the last one to enter onto the site, and after that kill towards tunnel, right, that completely opened things up for that retake. Immediately you don't have to worry about that angle, and then the push over from spawn. Perfectly working out. Too many angles to cover. And now it's a 7-2 scoreline here for Dry Peak as they continue to run away with this one.
Still, the money is... Oh my god, Ken's with a headshot right out through double doors.
Wow,
However,
where were you going?
Fatality hanging out in tunnels, making sure they won't retain too much control, but if they decide to turn back, Fatality picks up a second one, looking for a third. They do have the help of their teammate up on Cat. The off shot misses, and it leads to their death. Ken's picking up 2, and Useless Trash pushes their team through the rest of the site. Now they have total control. Hyena moving through tunnels, looking to try and get some angle they won't expect, but they're swinging around. Trash is there waiting for him, but Trash doesn't win it. However, Ken's with the op finishes them off. 8th round in a row here for Dry Peak.
You know, both players so low. A great job to send the non-opper out to get some information. You can afford to sacrifice that body as long as you can hit the op shot, and eventually it does come through. Dry Peak picks up yet another round, 8-2 here. They are stocked up on cash. Ken's is at 5 figures right now and buys that op and has no problem holding on to the rest of that cash. Shots through the smoke, not going to find Pater. A great ripper there, and that's a huge shot coming through for Belenko before they're put down by L1. Now it's a 4-on-3 situation as Gank finds Hyena. And this rotation all the way towards A long might be sniffed out here by the CTs, and that rotation's coming through. But look at this, all the way up. Fatality pressing up mid and gets the kill on L1, making it look easy. Now the full rotation on the lurk. Another one, Clip Sanity, spraying and praying. Gank gets the better of him, but now in a 2-on-2 situation, it comes down to these last two fights. And both coming out on top for New Threat. Huge shots there by SoDream to get those last two kills.
And Clip Sanity holding on to their lives, taking down one and damaging to such a low point. Those other players with the MP9, great way to set up your squad, and some very good picks out here from New Threat. And that was a save round. That was a great way to recover.
Absolutely. And it does force out some buys. L1 picks up Belenko. Gets another as Hyuna and Gank both go down to trade 4-4. We have the rotation back over towards A long. It's not being held on the site. There's no AWPer looking down this lane, so now they can just easily mosey on up with Chippy leading the way, but they do give enough time for the CTs to rotate back over towards the site. Clip Sanity's now sitting over past Catwalk and a walk onto the site itself. Down on lower streets, Belenko, who's looking for the cross, but the smokes cut them up. Push up onto the site. Hens gets one, pushing through, and now they have site control, but these lower streets angles are going to be eventually revealed once the smoke clears. They boost themselves up. Fatality gets two. Chippy returns fire, and now is a 2-on-2 situation as this flank is coming in really slowly here from the remaining player, SoDream. A cut down there from L1 to make it a 2-on-1 situation, and they should be able to get this bomb down as a result.
The flank is coming in. It has been a long time that Dry Peak had control of that site, and finally they are getting the bomb down. They have been physically on the site, but, you know, they weren't completely secure, and now that op shot from L1 is going to completely negate any hope that flank was looking for.
Just not having a single player on the site itself, relying on those lower street angles, a little bit of catwalk pressure, but without that op, looking down A long just allowed Dry Peak to walk all the way up, smoke off lower street there, and take control of the site.
There's a flash on off action. Neither player could get this shot in, and they're both going to back off. Three players still on A, covering it down. Clip Sanity holding it back behind double doors. They're waiting for another player. The flash is going to go through, but it doesn't blind him. He's going in for a second peek, and he finds his second shot. Clip Sanity holding it down for the squad down on double doors, but here's L1 with the op. Are they going to be able to make the commitment? Are they going to be able to get that shot? Sends out the molly and goes in for a jump peek, but after the secondary look, they will fall down to that op. Fatality hanging out by the car, waiting for the players to come through tunnels. One comes out, two, and the third is L1 back again with the op. Now it's still a 1-on-3. Bomb is yet to go down, and they are looking to be in a tough situation. As long as you check your corners with SoDream, even blinded, even looking in the wrong direction, is able to win that one out.
Yeah, that spray just off the mark, and that all started with Clip Sanity again, those two kills at double doors. Got the first kill, and then the second player was throwing utility, so the timing just perfect for Clip Sanity, opening up the middle of the map there, forcing a 5-on-3, and then even though L1 with some solid hero op shots still wasn't enough in that last 3v1 situation on the site.
A lot of utility being expended over here by A doors, sending out the smoke just to lessen that pressure. Flash comes out, and now the swing is good. SoDream and Belenko are the first ones to fall, but they do take one down with them. Chippy and Kens looking to make a commitment here, but not exactly sure. Oh, the muscle's been spotted. You've been outed. Fatality, they know exactly where you are, and the second you make that
the
move.
backpack too, and they kind of have to go for it because they lost L1 over towards B site, so they know there's at least one player hanging on the site. There's no point in forcing that. They have an advantage on this one, and Kens and Trash going to push that advantage. They get control of the site. Utility's going to go down, smokes as well, and the bomb will be planted. Clip Sanity now having to rotate through CT spawn and really barely able to do so. Has little to no angle to hold, and two players who can trade off each other if needed. On the other side, one comes in, Clip Sanity finds one off that jump peak, and now will they be able to continue to push on? But they have to be careful because, I mean, the bomb's down and there's really no time to push. There's so many angles to hold, and those are long angles too. You don't have the time to lurk back in or try to rotate through catwalk, and if you go in, you have two players holding separate angles, long ones as well. If needed, Kens would be able to cover. So this should be another secured round, and indeed it is. Dry Peak again with a 6-round lead, making it 10-4.
Yeah, have to save for last there at this point, you know. Clip Sanity holding on to the rifle, holding on just to be able to give them a little bit more firepower going into this last round of the half, and they're hoping to get that final 5th round, make it an even 5-10. Not hoping, or really trying to make sure that Dry Peak doesn't walk out with an 11th round here on the attacking side. But Blanco coming out strong with the aggression. Takes down Kenz and moving through Suicide. There will be a player there waiting for him. Are they going to notice it? They just crouched underneath that position. Useless Trash.
Wow.
Finds the headshot. Now they have to deal with Clip Sanity, who's also moved up, jumping away, picking up the up and trading it out. And they're going to burn that potential follow-up. No, they're going to drop the molly, make sure you are not following me down here. Get the bomb down, and now Dry Peak has the advantage here. It's a 2v4 scenario. Hyena looking to make it a little bit easier. The nade's going to cut them down just a bit. Half their health gone. And they have to do something here, but with little utility, it's going to be very difficult for them to flush out Dry Peak's players who are dug into that site. Neither Clip Sanity or Hyena are able to make anything work with that round, and this first half is ending 11-4. Dry Peak in the advantage.
And that was a really solid adaptation there by Dry Peak, right? They lost that first player because nobody was looking mid. So it allowed someone to immediately push all the way up. But after that death, everyone stopped, they held their ground, they fell back a little bit and created some room for more players to push up. They got an additional kill, and they allowed them to continue to move on through A long. Instead of just scrambling, like, oh, we lost the player, let's keep going and kind of rush it and then get pinched from behind, they stood back, they got a couple kills, they got the advantage just by sitting in their own spawn, and then once they had that player advantage, they moved in through A long. And the pistols coming out now for the second half, both teams trading, but it looks like we are going to have a 2-on-1 situation remaining here towards B, and they're going to get pinched on either side. No! Chippy gets one. Now a 1-on-1 situation. So Dream with the low ground. Will they be able to get an angle on these stairs? They can't! And a little bit of a jiggle comes with a headshot. That's a huge round there. Dry Peak continues to push their advantage, making it 12-4.
Yeah, just 4 more rounds until we're moving on to our second map. And New Threat finds themselves in a threatening position, potentially losing this first map quite quickly. I'll add, Dak.
You know, it's still early in the morning. Might have to, you know, wake up a little bit here on the side of New Threat, but Dry Peak certainly well awake and alert. And they are pushed pretty long up A long. Like, they have a really aggressive push. They've opened up, I mean, immediately look at this full stack all the way in, but the CTs are ready to go. Chippy and L1 picking up 3 in combination, and then the pinch from behind, thanks to that aggressive A-long push, Gang gets all the way back on the other side of the map, gets that push through mid, opens up the middle of the map, and now it's a 4-on-1 situation with So Dream with a whim and a prayer.
And with the
and not much
Tech
else.
9, you won't be able to win too much there, especially with Useless Trash, just running through, getting him with the wallbang headshot.
Not too bad at all. Dry Peak with such a massive advantage, and they're starting to stack up a little bit. They've got cash to burn. And this is a force buy here by New Threat. They really can't afford to give up many more rounds, even though they probably would like to save if they can. Conserve a little bit of money, but they're going to force buy it. And an aggressive push here.
Oh no, it's Kenz. Kenz, through the blind, is able to pick up 2. Just absolutely halts this push, and they're trying to make it their own. Hyena turning around at the worst time, pulling out the knife. You can't be doing that. You can't do that when it's so close to losing this map. And Fatality, the last one alive, they will be spotted out by Useless Trash, and they're stuck in this corner, but they don't even need to push onto this player. But you know what? They will.
Dry Peak, they are setting the pace. They have no problem moving around. It's their map. That's how they're feeling, right? Like, any part of the map is theirs. They just have to go and take it. And that's how you're seeing these aggressive pushes up mid, up through A long, to create a scenario where the attacking team, the T's, have to not only try to establish position on a site, but they have to constantly keep their head on a swivel because there are players coming from behind. And you can see, again, Dry Peak with a very aggressive up through A long push. Utility's going to keep them at bay, but once they can move in, they're only going to have Fatality to worry about on the other side.
L1 looking away from the flash and waiting for anyone to try and push on through. It's going to be an AWP waiting for him on the other side, but L1 wins the duel. Fatality and Ken's just in a standoff right there, waiting for whoever will peek first. Chippy hanging out by CT, doesn't know Hyena's right above him. And these two players still in a death match of nothing, waiting, and Fatality's going to be the first one to move. Ken's spots them out, clips in, and hanging out over onto Catwalk, finds a way to lower the team count, or the player count there for Dry Peak, but they aren't going to be able to do too much as Ken's right now might find them in a tough situation, but they're expecting Clip Sanity, but Clip gets the kill.
That's a very important kill, but they got to worry about Useless Trash moving up through mid and might be able to find SoDream before they can even scout it out. SoDream's now pushing in, and instead Chippy gets the better of him first. They force that 1v2. And Dry Peak takes another one as Gang finally combines, rejoins the team, 15-4, and now just like that, Dry Peak is on map point.
Yeah, and it's looking that way. We will head over to map 2 based off of the big commitment. There isn't too much utility going on the side of New Threat. Fatality, however, only just a smoke, I believe. It's looking a little rough. Looking a little rough here. They have to try and make a real commitment, and it's going to be a rush down B. The flashes are out. The instant is out, but it misses a little bit. Hyena working to force themselves out into that B position, and they've taken sight just like that.
Bit messy, but it works out. A bit bloody, but they're able to make their way on, and now CT spawn pushes Ken, just trying to get some kind of damage in. Meanwhile, Chippy does find Hater, and now they have the advantage. Despite the bomb going down, they have the health advantage, and they do have an op still if they want to use it. There's a little bit of utility frags that come out there by Chippy, looking to try and open up the outside of the doors, but both players on the T side are hanging on the right side of the map, looking towards bomb, and a great shot there by Kent. Finds one. Now they're going to push this 2v1. 2 angles to hold. Can you do it? And Chippy gets the better of him. Clip Sanity, no clip for you. There's another defuse there, or at least a defuse, the first defuse, but another round here for Dry Peak, and of course, the most important one, because they get the map as a result.
And Dry Peak kicks off Frag Day 2 with a very strong victory here, 16-4 there on Dust 2. That was a very big margin, a big difference in those rounds, and
that's an understatement, my friend.
Yeah.
that was Dry Peak's map pick as well. So not surprised that they're looking absolutely super comfortable on that map. And now they have the motivation, they have the momentum going into map 2, which is going to be crazy, really important, because you got to maintain the momentum going into the next rounds as well. You can hear the other teams also yelling too, the other loser side match going off, and these teams will be combining in the next set, the winner of this versus the winner of that. We already see Dry Peak trying to establish themselves later in the bracket. Yeah, definitely so, and New Threat is going to have to come up with something on their map. And if they want to stay in this series, they really have to step up. I mentioned earlier that neither of these, or you mentioned that neither of these teams are looking to go to a map 3. They're trying to end it right here and now. But now New Threat is having map 3 on their minds. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll head to map 2 in just a few moments, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back after this break.
And we're back here for Fragadelphia Day 2. Of course, we just went through that fantastic first map. Quite decisive, quite tone-setting here for this first series, 16-4. Of course, how could you forget your handsome casters here today? I'm Los, he's Dak, and we want everyone here to feel comfortable and grab a seat. And if you're going to grab a seat, make sure it's Mavik's chair here, the official chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and a local host featuring the future 9 functions of critical ergonomics, folks. That is a lot of functions we have here, and you can get your own chair for as little as $24.69 a month, and you can save $55 using code NSG at mavics.com/nerdstreetgamers.
That's pretty gaming.
That's quite gaming. That's quite gaming indeed.
Comfy chairs, and I'm glad that we have them because we've been standing up here on a long weekend. It's nice to relax in a very comfortable chair, so we're very happy to have them as our partners here, and I'm sure that all the gamers here are happy as well as they continue to compete through this regional qualifier here at Fragadelphia, of course, at 401 local host at the Block. This is the grand opening weekend. It's an awesome venue. It's been an awesome tournament, and we still have much more to show you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, we do. We are just getting started here, ladies and gentlemen. It's only the first map of the first series of the first event happening here at the Block, which there will be many more to come because this is Philadelphia's and the Philadelphia region. Pennsylvania in general, I would like to say, the premier esports center. But now let's take a look back to that first map where Hyena, for the first time, that with that M4 was having some serious control of that catwalk, but as time went on, Dry Peak, they just ran away with it.
Dry Peak certainly established themselves a very strong contender here in this bracket. Could go the distance, but there's still more to go. They still have one more map to do it. Dust 2, though, it was their map pick, and they were all over it. Really solid plays. You could see the aggression that they had through on both sides, right? They're willing to push through A long strong, willing to push all the way up through mid. They're willing to take those 2v1s when they could and force flank positions to have the other team heads on a swivel, constantly looking in every direction, and you can't check every single angle. So really just full control, full conditioning from Dry Peak, and hopefully they're going to be able to maintain that, at least on their side, as they go into the second map.
Yeah, I want to speak to that aggression a little bit. How many times have we seen New Threat being forced to check Suicide when they were on the attack? When you have to check one of your starting positions for the enemy, you're not in a good position. You don't have a lot of control of the map, and that's exactly what you need if you want to try and take either site. You have to have map control, and this is something that we're going to need to see a change from New Threat.
Speaking of changes here, it looks like we might be getting Ancient for our second map of this series. I really hope that is the case because I am excited to finally see some Ancient for us. We saw some last night, but now we get to experience some Ancient. It's a new map in the map pool. It's one that we saw played a little bit, the PGL Major. It's a map that teams are starting to get more accustomed to, and I think it's a pretty exciting map.
A bit of a wild card pick, I'd say, out
wild
here
card.
for yeah, wild card.
We're in Philly for it, yeah.
For
Always sunny here at the Block, of course, and this is going to be potentially a deciding map here. We might not go to that map 3, considering how we saw that first map go. It was such a definitive win. I'm not sure if we'll go the distance on this, but it is New Threat's map pick. And if you're picking Ancient, I have to think they might have something prepared for it.
Of course, yeah. If you're going into this, it must be a map you're comfortable with, a map that you know in and out, and many of these teams here today, or here in this weekend, have banned it out. They don't want anything to do with it. If New Threat here decides this is what they want, this is what they can do, maybe this is what we've been waiting for from this squad, for them to come through and redeem themselves after a stark loss of 16-4.
Yeah, Ancient can definitely be a volatile map as far as I'm concerned. A lot of the time teams will just, on T side, just go towards A because like the far B site is so far away from T spawn, right? You really have to commit all the way through long or go through donut. So a lot of the time teams will just go through A, and that's kind of where the action mostly stands. So it's really important to get that mid control because look how quickly you can rotate over towards either site once you have that. Even B site still is a little far away, and you can have players kind of hold those pocket positions on donut. So those, the action naturally kind of coalesces towards A side on this map a lot of the time when you're playing on T, and the CTs usually have that in mind as well. So I'm interested to see how the teams play with that. Will they go into that expectation of, okay, we're going to really hit A site pretty strong, and that's the expectation the other team's going to have, so we have to play with that? Or are we going to try to change it up a little bit and try to get B control when we can, because that might throw a little bit of a wrench into the plans of the CTs?
I think if we're expecting Dry Peak to have that aggression, have the rushes planned, as we've seen them on Dust, it'll be an A hit most times. Maybe 9 times out of 10, they're going to be rushing toward A if that is their game plan. But, you know, we haven't seen them do a slow play, and if anyone was going to do a slow play, it would either be up mid or through to B via Donut, but you know, anything is expected here, or nothing is expected. Everything is unexpected here.
Yes.
Moving on to Ancient.
Yeah, you know, this map I think can even be a little claustrophobic. A lot of tight corners to check, small rooms, long corridors, and even even a lot of short, like 90-degree angles as well. I mean, a lot of angles you have to check on this. You really got to be you got to be cognizant of the fact that you literally have to clear as much as you possibly get on this map. It feels less open than others, certainly less open than Dust 2. You're not able to, wide swing a lot of these angles, and you're going to be a lot of off angles on these sites, especially on A site, are going to be held commonly. So it's really hard to, execute really consistently on this map, I think, because of all those factors.
Yeah, I think this would be a great opportunity for any MP9 superstars that we've seen on Clip Sanity before, holding it down on A site. This is a good angle for those close range fights, those skirmishes, just any picks that can be lined up very nicely to catch a squad off guard, and that's exactly what I'm expecting Dry Peak to be able to pull off.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how the Oppers will handle this map. I mean, there are some long sight lines, but a lot of them are really short, especially on the site. Like on both sites, you have really close angles and not really long sight lines. So if you're a really strong Opper, your position is even more important, because a lot of the time you're closer to the action than you would be on other maps. You can hold back and hold those longer angles. So if you're gonna play that op style, you might even be giving up that op because you're so close to the action. If you die, you could easily get picked up. So that might play a factor in this, depending on the maps, or depending on these players decide to even go for that investment.
Well, let's find out what exactly we have in store here, because we're making our move to Ancient for map 2. Let's see if Dry Peak is able to hold on to that momentum and force themselves through this lower bracket.
Yes, sir. New threat. They are down a map. This is it for them. Do or die. While Dry Peak looking to establish themselves and get into the next round here. And that is that mid control being taken by the T's here. They are cut off by the smoke. And I'm certain that they're aware that there are a couple players, at least one over in Donut. So they're not going to try it. They're going to instead go through connector and potentially go for this A-side push. I'm pretty surprised that the CTs are so heavily holding towards B, especially on pistol round, where players would pretty normally just rush in towards A side because it's so close. And here finally comes the rush. The only player here waiting is L1. Puts some shots down, gets one, gets two, and they'll finally go down. But they've even they put the odds in their favor to make it a 4-on-3 for this. Even before the bomb goes down, they're going to take the site here, 4-on-2. And there are too many angles to hold. You get a nice pick from by Hyena, but now it's all down to one. Chippy finally finds Clip Sanity, and as that bomb does go down, the retake comes through, and so does the defuse.
And a pretty costly, or I wouldn't say costly, because not much money has been invested into this one, but it was a formidable fight coming out from New Threat, able to penny stocks?
Penny stocks, yeah.
A little bit of a penny stock investment there. Hold on, did I just see a Zeus? Did I just see a Zeus from I'm Useless Trash? Well, what does that say about Dry Peak's confidence here? He's really
that is a Zeus, my friend. That is a Zeus. And here we go. There's going to be a 3-2 split here. Immediately pushed up here is Gang. A little bit of information gathered. They are going to put some shots down. Gang actually gets the kill before they go down. So much information gathered there. There's so much presence in mid. You can see immediately there's the push coming in from the CTs. They get aggressive. They lose a couple buys, but Chippy comes out on top. It's a 3-on-3 situation as Fatality is somewhat separated from the rest of the crew. A site is held completely here by CT, and now a push all the way up through mid by SoDream, who is at 2 HP. A little bit of information might be able to get gathered there, but the chance to win a 1v1, unless they get that one tap, are very low.
SoDream hanging out in Sniper's Nest, just waiting for anybody to try and peek their head out, but they will be alone for quite some time. The closest one, Chippy, is way far away, and this is going to be time for them to make their way over to B site, being held by Useless Trash, but off on an angle that he isn't checking, but now he's going to take a look to his right, finds Fatality, might not know there's a second one. If he goes in for a double peek, or a second peek, they might find Hyena. So Dream hanging out on mid, looking to find another player, but no. Chippy wins that gun battle. Hyena, now all alone, sends out the nade, looking for a secondary shot, finds one onto Chippy. The nade doesn't take him out, but through the smoke, Useless Trash goes down. It's all up to Kens to try and clutch it out, but they can't, as Hyena makes their mark here on round 2.
And that almost could have been the way of Dry Peak, right? I mean, New Threat had the push up mid, but So Dream wasn't all the way up mid, and in that particular nest area, you can't actually see the CT spawn rotation from there. You do have to commit around that angle towards the right, and So Dream wasn't able to do that, and of course, once they did peek, they got taken down. So Hyena clutching that out without too much information to work with. It's pretty well done.
Clip Sanity looking through mid. Might not know someone is up there, but Gang, through that first peek, will be taken down, and there is another player surrounded by Connector. It's going to be Chippy, but Belenko hanging out over here, finds two with the MAC-10, takes him down. Now Chippy is all alone. Turning the corner, they will
50-50.
encounter another player, but they win the duel. The bomb now is down. Chippy still has a little while to go. They have to face off against Belenko. 1v1, both of these players. Incredibly hurt.
Literally 7 HP between the two of them. This is going to come down to inches right here, and both of them are starting to rotate on each other, complete other side of A site. But it's opened up now here for Chippy, who's going to be able to walk in on this off angle a little bit. You have Belenko, who's now going to mosey their way in through mid. That's going to be a lot of time spent to get through, but they will use that time to run all the way over towards B site, because Chippy has absolutely no idea where Belenko is. And that's because Belenko didn't have that cross angle earlier, which actually would have led to a death from Chippy, but instead they went for the lurk back in towards spawn. But that cross angle, the 50-50 that could have happened, did not happen because Belenko continued to push through. As a result, though, they've stayed alive long enough to get that bomb down over on B site, and now here comes Chippy. 3 HP to work with as they move in through Donut.
Belenko just hanging in the back. Not looking to take any sort of engagement in Chippy. Actually going for the save. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know how I feel about that one.
Both have rifles here, both at low HP. Essentially, that comes down to like chance, right? Like it's hard to really have the gunfight come down to pure shot and skill when both players have less than 10 HP in total between the both of them. A lot of the time it just comes down to who sees who first. And I think that's a risk that wasn't worth taking. So New Threat with the lead here, 2-1, and this is what we saw in the previous map. We had a little bit of a close game. It wasn't until a few rounds in when Dry Peak got at full power when they started to run through it. And now we're going to go for a full push towards B. A full stack here. A little bit of mid-control trying to be established by Belenko, but otherwise the rest of the T's are going to, and in fact, he's even going to give that up, and they're going to move right in. And off that pick, I mean, that might be the cue to go right in. They are going to take a little bit of time to get some information and not rush this, but that does give time for Gank and L1 to get in position on this site.
Gank just with the USP trying to tap them down, doesn't find anything. A little bit of damage put out. However, Fatality swing will put them in the ground. Multiple players hanging by Donut. They are potentially looking for a retake, but they have no angle here. They're smoked off. If they want to make it their way through, all they're going to face off is Clip Sanity shots through the smoke. Bomb does go down on A. Last player here is Chippy, who's going to, again, opt for the save.
Yeah, that donut position can be really crucial at times. It's a nice place to hold angles at, but when you're trying to hold the site itself, I mean, you can only have that one angle you can funnel in. It's one of the longer angles that you can take, and it's not a guarantee. You saw 2 players in that hallway between donut and site end up going down as a result. Chippy going to hold on to this rifle, a little bit of utility to boot. They don't want to rebuy. And that's the smart play here as the T's will pick up a round. A New Threat now at the 3-1 lead here on Ancient.
Yeah, they are definitely feeling themselves here on this map pick, and rightfully so. They did decide to choose it, forcing out 2 saves in a row there for Dry Peak. Will be interesting if they're able to keep that momentum. Finally, we're having an up battle. Well, actually, Trash only able to scrounge up for the scout. Let's see what Hyena is able to do here with that up as they make their way toward B, and they're actually just gonna potentially force up to ramp, but that Molly's going to keep them away. However, shots coming out from Dig. L1 holding that angle for now, at least. It won't allow anyone to make their way through. Players by one on top of this box. It's Hyena with the op. They don't want to re-peek because that will result in death potentially. One more head pops through. That could be a decider here. Whether or not this site is taken. No, another flash forces them back. L1 still holding this angle and Dig. They don't win the fight. Kenz goes down as well and running through this side room. It's going to be Chippy and they fall as well.
Gank on that low and slow lurk, gets one, looking for more, has 2 targets to take out on the other side, and does so very cleanly. I mean, this round, I would not have expected it to have gone this way, just coming down to these individual fights. Now it's a 2-on-1 situation. Gank going to be able to make their way onto the site. The bomb has gone down, and way back in the shotgun pocket, it's going to be SoDream and Belenko looking to engage. Will they be able to trade off of each other? Because Gank's in the pocket, gets one, and they do. They do trade, and SoDream will clean up to get that and confirm and keep that bomb down for the 4-1 lead.
Yeah, another round loss here for Dry Peak, but at least they went down swinging. There was a much better chance of them having that retake, but it was just too good of a way to play with your teammates there. It was a great take out there by New Threat, you know, working well. However, even if you are sprayed down through the wall, unfortunately, they still scrounge out that win and still keep themselves here and in control on Ancient.
Wow, look at this aggressive connector push all the way through, and Fatality gets the better of them. L1 goes down immediately. And that's going to have the T's thinking a little twice about immediately pushing them onto the site. They know how many players are already sitting there. There's another one from SoDream. Gank goes down. That mid player losing control. Fatality for 2 more. And just like that is a 5-on-1 situation. New Threat looking dominant on this map so far. And Belenko will find that final kill to make it 5-1. Whew. Not a bad run so far from New Threat.
Certainly not. It's a different squad than we saw on Dust 2.
And their map pick as well.
It's showing. It's showing absolutely. The New Threat is here to win over on Ancient. And Dry Peak, they got to figure out a new strategy. What they're doing just isn't working out. The defense isn't working, especially. They're losing control over by Dig. They can't hold on to it. They may have been able to get a pick here or there, but as we can see, Chippy already moving into the smoke through Dig. And
wow,
it doesn't even matter. They have no presence there. Ken swinging out from bottom B. It doesn't even matter at this point.
Now a 4-on-3 situation as the CT are going to back off here from Dry Peak. Now mid-control somewhat established by a Chippy as they're going to move in towards Donut. But do they know that SoDream is already on B site and is checking these corners? Chippy might get the better of them as they turn in, and yes, Chippy does. Finds them on the other side of Donut. Now it's Hyena who's looking down with this op. Meanwhile, moving in through CT, Kenz at 44 HP, going to be rejoining Chippy, who's at 19. In this fight against Belenko, they're going to need as much firepower as they possibly can. The smoke's going to come out, and now you see the T side rotating over towards B.
Kenz and Chippy holding themselves down here by triple, and they're stuck in a corner. They want to have a rotation. It will be through Alien. Yes, one player is. It's Kenz going through Temple, looking for a new angle there. Actually finding one. L1 and Kenz doing quite a nice job of keeping themselves in control of this site. Hyena with the op though. One bad peek and that could be it. Turning this into a 1v1 and isolating the fight. The first shot doesn't connect, but L1 gets payback.
That is a shot you wish you could have back. The whiff is unfortunate, and Dry Peak get on the board for the first time in a few rounds here. You can see that both teams now are kind of more willing to give up that mid control, because this really goes to show how just because you have information, you have to be able to capitalize on it as well. That's just part of the game. Gank a lot of the time is pushing up. You can see him again pushing up through mid and trying to get that control, but they're not really gathering a lot of information because the splits are really coming to the sites themselves. The T side is really not pushing through mid a lot of the time, and even if you do get that kill, they can still rotate back over. So The T's are willingly giving up mid, and Gank is, as a result, not getting any information to start this round off.
Yeah, they're hanging out in Dig, multiple players waiting for that entry. Only Kens is on site proper, but now potential flank from Gank here. Going in through Cat, but So Dream is already there waiting for him with a different angle. JP hoping to pick up 2 more. They find 1, they find 2! And it works out. Finally, that Dig hold is profitable. And it's all up to Hyena here with the op if they want to make a commitment onto B site. Now looking to the left, looking to the right. Who will they find in their sights, Dak? That's a question, but it will be Kens who wins that duel. Another op lost on the side of New Threat. Finally, Dry Peak is finding their stride.
Yes. And Gank going down so low, I mean, they actually opened this up for Chippy a little bit, because once that kill from Gank came through, the T's were like, all right, we can start to move around a little bit more. And they weren't ready to trade off each other. And then Chippy just showing off that skill, getting a lot of great pull downs, maintaining that spray control. And once again, Gank pushing up mid, not seeing anything, no idea where they are. And that's going to go for an connector push instead by the rest of those CTs. And they're going to find some pay dirt. Gank gets 1, and the T's just immediately filter in towards mid, and they're running into a slaughterhouse because so many angles are being held. And now just the remaining member clip Sanity by themselves between a rock and a hard place. They're going to go down with, I believe, a pretty solid round there for Dry Peak, as they're now trying to bring this back, and they have. It's 5-4, Los.
They're looking quite confident at this point, and, you know, it was an eco round. It is what it is. They're going to try and run it down with those pistols, pick up whatever they can.
Yep.
However, what are they able to do this time around with the AKs on deck? Just a little bit of utility in hand, but Kens has that up. And once they got control of that piece of hardware, hold on a second, Gank running down B ramp, and it's not working this time, as New Threat really is showing their dominance in that, it was a bit of a mad dash trying to take out that squad, and a bit of a misstep.
Kens with the op is going to take this very slowly here. Only really knows that there was action happening outside A site, but no one really committed onto the site itself, so they have to think, okay, rotation is very possible, and in fact you can see Kens looking behind themselves to see if they might even be getting flanked. Meanwhile, So Dream has made their way onto the other site. You can see Belenko is hanging back to see if anyone's lurking. No one is, so now they're going to start running back over towards the site as the bomb is going to go down. And even now, with so much time has passed, Kens is like, all right, they're not coming this way. Now it's time for me to rotate. Oh, and So Dream could have continued to hold that angle, but no, instead, Ken's going to go the other way towards that left lane and see if they can get a pick here on Belenko. Do they know that Belenko's so low? They might be able to just pistol him down and not have to go and force this op, but they're going to keep the op out. Will they be able to get first contact here on Kens, who is just staying somehow out of their sight lane? No, whips the shot. Gets crouched on by So Dream, who stays alive, holds on to the round for New Threat to make it 6-4.
Yeah, New Threat needed to come on back, and they recovered that op over for Hyena. This could be exactly what they needed to revitalize themselves after a little bit of a loss streak, but they're reaffirming that they are still in this game. Let's see what their new plan of attack is. They're going for a split here. The players making their way toward B, sending a flash out.
Fast, having a good time. Fatality gets 2 or gets 1. So Dream joins them with that 3-3 trade. Ooh, make it 3-2. They're playing. I mean, that's the thing about this. Like, even with information gathered, like, it still comes down to these individual plays. And it really is, as these teams are kind of just hanging out outside the site. Bomb has to get picked up, and I think Kens realized that because they're going to push the envelope there. And as the T's are trying to swing back, get the bomb, and go to B site, Kens finds them first and gets the kill.
I liked that that song reference you made. Making my way up, driving. Yeah.
Thank you.
The brawls that are just happening at B ramp, I feel they're just absolutely unnecessary, because there are so many players throwing their lives away in that initial encounter where they could just wait it out. They know that Dry Peak enjoys pushing that area. They know that they could just wait for them and filter in and have a crossfire going on there. And it seems that countless lives are being wasted there, but Clipsanity potentially wasting someone else. But Useless Trash wins that one out with the M4, and multiple players going up through Donut. However, Hyena hanging out by lower ramp just with the Deagle. If he runs around, the big jump, that's huge because he had bomb. Hyena completely, I guess, drops the ball there because you needed that bomb on the other side unless you were going for a sneaky ninja plant. I don't even know what the long-term plan on that one was.
Well, Dry Peak now looking more long-term here as they've tied things up. The eco round from New Threat does not net them a single kill on Dry Peak, which I'm sure the Dry Peak squad is happy about. And now New Threat will be able to buy out here. They have rifles, a little bit of utility, not as much as Dry Peak going into this next one, but they should have enough to cut off mid if they need to, especially with ganks running right up through mid. Not seeing anyone just yet, but does establish control at Donut. Gets flashed, shots down, and gets killed by Blanco.
Multiple players, 3 players in bottom of mid, waiting for anybody to show their face from house or sniper's nest. Hyena hanging out in B main, waiting. Ken's looking to get up a bit onto Catwalk. They have to clear all their angles, but looking to the left, it's going to be a bad move. Blanco picking up 2 as the rest of them maintain control there on mid. And it is going to, in fact, be an A plant.
Oof, just way too dangerous over at Cubby outside Donut. 3 bodies going down. And look at this, another fight potentially in the mix is Blanco. Will they see the muzzle? They do. Shots come down. And L1 has no idea where to look before they go down. New Threat at 7-6. They win that. Not cleanly, but good enough.
Clean or dirty, a win is a win.
You
know, Dominic Toretto once said it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning.
Wow, that's your best one so far this weekend, my friend.
Yeah. And it looks like Dry Peak is playing fast and furious, sending multiple players down mid, but they will smoke themselves off or face smokes coming out from New Threat and pull it back a little bit. One player in Cubby, one in top of mid. And they will play it slow. Split players coming through, trying to get into mid. 3 of them looking toward that.
Look at those smokes. I mean, it just completely cut off the entire map here. And the T's have no way to see anything in front of them now. They have no idea where the CTs are. Not even sure if they see Ken sitting all the way up mid, and they need to because Ken's is blind firing through the smoke, puts some shots down, but continuing through mid is Blanco all the way up in their grill. Ken's needs to be able to react in time, and they're just spraying and praying through the smoke. Blanco gets the better of him.
That was just a absolutely a spray and pray. Both of them not knowing where the other one was, hoping that the shots connected. But I think Blanco's flash wore off a little earlier than their counterpart, and Ken's is going to take the L in that fight. A slower play. They're going to back out at mid and potentially look toward A, but that's where the rotation is headed on the side of Dry Peak. They're sending more players in that direction because nobody's making any presence felt on B. However, Hyena loves to hang out by that door in lower B. They enjoy hanging out, and there might be a little bit of a lurk and flank there.
Yeah, going all the way towards A. 4 players on A site now. Completely mollied out in that back corner here, so spot's going to be completely cleaned up. Sorry, Gank finds one. Now through that CT spawn rotation, finding another. Bomb goes down. Here's an opportunity to open things up, but it's still a 2-on-3 situation. I'm Trash has to show themselves that they're more than their name lives up to it.
Trash, he might not even need to clear out this one because the flank from L1 is going to be there. Now there's only one place left to clear. It's going to be by A main. If they swing this one together, it could work out. Hyena finds the first one, but they know exactly where their counterpart is. The second fake goes through, but it's not going to be good. The peaks are continuing, but I don't know if there's enough time for this defusal. There isn't. And that stall works out. New Threat wins the round.
Not a bad round win at all. And a lot of that pressure going over towards A. The longer sight, not B. New Threat up 2-0 now. Hyena going to go back on that op. fully buying out some utility here, at least as much as they can. Hyena won't be able to get everything they need, and neither will Clip Sanity. They are low on cash here and really just kind of want to get this lead rolling, this ball rolling here, and maybe try to save money later. Spend now, save later.
Is that like a motto of a store or something? Spend now, save later? Who knows? Who knows? You know, Christmas time is coming up. Spend now, you gotta buy gifts, save later. But now it's time to save the day. Chippy hoping to pick up something and become a Deagle hero there. They get nothing. Kens finding themselves all alone in house, waiting for someone to come up to mid, maybe look in the wrong direction, and they do, in fact, take down Clip Sanity with a nice one, Deag, from downrange.
4-on-1 situation.
No way!
Sorry. 3-on-1. Kens all the way downtown with the Deagle, gets 2 in a row. It's still going to be a hard fight here with Kens at 14 HP, and the bomb is down. Time is against the God! No, Kens! No way. Can they get the 4th and get the bomb down? They pick up a rifle, tap the bomb, but they are looking the right way. No! New threat, barely by the skin of their teeth, as Kens was looking to terminate the entire squad. Can't find him at the end.
A great effort by Kens right there.
Absolutely.
Oh my God. I saw that. I thought that was going to be an attempt on Hyena's life by Kens there. I didn't think it was going to come through. Kens picking up 4 Deagle headshots in that round. That was, even if it didn't win, a phenomenal play.
Well, you know what's stronger than Deagle? Family. That's what's stronger. So that's why Kens wasn't able to do it. That's just how it goes. That's the way of the world.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yes, absolutely. And we got that push over towards B, the closer site here for the T's. We've expected, more action towards B site, but it's been pretty even between B and A, all the way on the top left. So on pistol round, though, you want to get into the action as quickly as possible, and New Threat has no problem doing so as they come out on top without losing a single player on that pistol round in the second half.
Great crossfire by those players in Ruins. They just ran through only checking one corner. I believe it was Clip Sanity in the right side. They didn't even know there was a second player in there.
And you know why they didn't know they were there?
Something about family? I don't know.
Yes, something about it. There's another T side push over towards B. They get mollied out a little bit. That's actually going to separate Useless Trash here. And even Gank taking a bunch of damage.
Oh yeah, Gank on death's door. Feeling the heat, but now Hyena jumping into Cat, picks up 2. Clip Sanity looking to clear out B site, ensure nobody is there. Most of those players are running over onto A. It's going to be a long play as they head over into Runes. It's going to be Gank sending out some utility potentially onto A site, and now returning back onto B, forcing out a rotation. The same play that happened on them. Make them think they're going in for a rotation, but it's going to be a feint. And now Sight is completely cleared. B will be the move here.
Yeah, this is going to be a retake as necessary. And very important that they keep Clip Sanity alive, because Clip Sanity is the only one with a rifle. And now that they know the bomb's down, they're still checking it. Actually, SoDream is still over on the wrong side here, still over towards A, but once they're finally sure, here comes the rotation.
Clip Sanity looking toward Runes, spots one. Can't get the shot though. Fatality checking the left side, will be flashed out. They have the crossfire, they have the angles to try and clear it out. Fatality gets the first one, Clip with the second, and now with the MP9, spraying like a madman. It isn't going to be Trash who saves the day, but Clip Sanity actually takes out one of his teammates in the action, but whatever it takes to get the job done.
Sacrifices have to be made, my friend. That's what happened. And again, so important that they had Clip Sanity there on the off angle to get that kill, or rather get the kill on the off angle holding player, but that one rifle made the difference on that site clear. And even though Clip Sanity took out a teammate as a result, dub's a dub, wins a win, and they end up grabbing that pink slip.
Yeah, we take those. We take those, and so will New Threat, who score 11-6. They're looking quite confident here, but now it's a forced buyout. Not much utility. L1. A lot of damage from that flame. Could be worse, however. Sending out some flashes. It gives Lenko Much time needed to force themselves up onto Catwalk, get that position earned, and get a kill in the process. However, Dig won't be such an easy hold as they thought. The players are making their way up into Ruins to try and clear this out in a different way. Oh! Gank found out Fatality hiding out in Evo. And this will be the bomb planted potentially, and there it goes.
Yep, bomb's going to go down here. You still have the lurk. Coming in from Hyena, from behind, you can already see Useless Trash is cognizant of that. They throw the smoke down to cover that angle. And now they're going to go back in over towards box. Oh, they actually don't see the CTs pushing in through that hallway. Shots go down, and they pick up the kill. Gank's looking for the lurk from behind. Can't get it. And the flank goes down. Now it's Kenz who finds the turret as well. One-on-one. I'm Useless Trash trying to run away, but they can. Belenko comes out on top, chases them down, and catches their prey just in time to defuse the bomb as well.
And there it is, new threat. It was stacked against them in that point. The positioning coming from Dry Peak, it really looked like they were going to come out on top. They had the flank over on the players from Alley. They had a secondary angle that wasn't being checked out by Trash, but it still ended up working out for new threat. They are finding serious dominance here on Ancient, really flipping the script from what we saw on Dust.
Well, this is their map pick, so I'm happy that they really do feel confident on this map. Makes sense that they'd want to go here. And considering it's a newer map in the pool, having that advantage is certainly nice.
Clip Sanity opening things up against Kenz will be traded out by Trash, and Gank punishing those players down on mid. We do have someone following up, and Belenko jumping up top of mid from Sniper's Nest. And with the help of Fatality, they've cut down Dry Peak to ribbons. I was going to say to one, but then it was none after that final kill from So Dream.
Fatality just doing a crazy amount of damage over in Dig and Connector. Taking out 2 bodies at least, shutting off that rotation potential back over towards B site. And at that point, you could see the T's like, oh, we're going to try to go for A, and they're in a scramble that resulted in their deaths. New threat, 13-6 now. They're looking great and looking to try to force this to a map 3, and I wouldn't be surprised if that happens.
No, certainly not. Not much utility at the hands of Dry Peak, but, well, take a look at L1 all the way over by Hall there. Creeping up, hoping to cause a little bit of mayhem, a little bit of mischief here on A site. You know, if it doesn't work out too well for the players on B, having that information that A site is clear could be crucial, but they're just going to decide, nope, I'm going to run away to help my friends. They've already gotten an opening pick on Eclipse Sanity. However, Fatality in the back corner finds 2 before being traded out by Trash. Now Hyena's there to take their place and will spot out Trash, putting the bomb down. So now there is no real security here for the players of Dry Peak on A or B site. If they can, if they want, they could pick up the bomb and try and make a run for it over to the other side of the map, but I don't think that's going to be a profitable move here. However, L1 finding 1, and now a second from Gank. They can just plant at this point. The site has been secured. So Dream is dreaming of coming through and getting the kill, but L1 with the flank from the back alley is going to put that one to rest. 7-13, finally Dry Peak find themselves back in this game.
Those smokes, yeah, the pockets between the smokes giving Fatality some leverage there in the back of the site. You can see right there. And then I was a little worried that Dry Peak would put some blinders on. I'm like, all right, we got to get the bomb down. Instead of trying to trade off of each other, they don't do that. They go for the trade in the 2v1. Because that were 2 individual 1v1s that could have happened. Because they were both swinging around towards that back side of the part of the site. Thankfully, Dry Peak doesn't get the better of them. Doesn't go for the force bomb plant, and they get the win.
Hyena and Belenko running it down mid only takes a bit of damage, but L1 severely damaged there. And they're going to have to be careful how they make their next steps. It's going to be running it up through mid. However, great play, a great piece of aggression from Fatality over by Catwalk. Get the bomb down, and now back over to Kent to try and recover. They managed to get it, pick up a new rifle. Now they just have to figure out what to do with the rest of this round.
Yeah, things are really getting reset, and there's really not much opportunity to continue through. Gank does go down. 3 players remaining on the tees, and L1 is at 3 HP. Ken's at 38, so they really got to be able to trade off with Chippy and that's why they're really grouping up as much as they possibly can, try to get a player advantage in any of these situations as they move in towards A. There's only one player hanging out there. It's SoDream, even though the donut position is being held by Hyena. If the site can, go for a full site rotation all the way back to backside towards triple box, it should be an opportunity for the T's to get a little bit of an advantage before the CTs can rotate, but it's not going to happen if SoDream is landing these shots.
Yeah, and it seemed like it was going to be a good round here for Dry Peak. They had the weapons, they had the utility, they had the firepower. However, Deagles and 5-7s can really just get the job done here for New Threat.
We're going to see a replay of that. SoDream in a perfect position, barely showing off any of their body to get hit. Shots down, getting helped out by Belenko, and then finding the second one. A power position there that they can pivot off to get that round win. Now New Threat double in the score, 14-7 over Dry Peak.
Now looking through halls, it's going to be L1. Nobody really holds on to this position. They really take it back by triple. With SoDream, we've seen them last round with the Deagle demonic activities here, but now they have a rifle to work with, but they're keeping the smoke out just for that speed and the utility here. L1 hoping to get a smoke off to prevent that donut peak, but it's gonna miss. But they don't need it anyway because they get the one tap onto Belenko. SoDream responds in kind with the one tap.
That is just such a good position that SoDream continues to hold. Getting caught from behind, does get another one, and then a second. This elbow is a position that SoDream is never gonna give up. Another kill there, and that's 4 in a row for SoDream. Another big round win, and now New Threat on map point, looking to bring this to a map 3.
A map 3 it's looking to be here, Dak. It is a dire situation for Dry Peak right now. Not a lot of utility to work with. In fact, only 4 pieces of utility to work with. Oh, no, actually they just changed it. It was 3, but they got to make something work here, and they got to make it work fast. Multiple players running it down mid. Number 2, I'm Useless Trash, gets burnt to a crisp, and I think, did he actually get hit with a utility? Is that what that thing in the kill feed is? It doesn't matter now. L1 and Gank picking up 2 and make that potentially 3. Hyena, last one alive now, all the way down B, but they have bomb. They have bomb by ramp, and if they can just hold on to this position, wait out the smoke. They're gonna find one, but Gank's gonna fire through the smoke. They know exactly where they're hiding, keeping themselves in this game. It's gonna be Dry Peak with an 8th round.
Yeah, it's a textbook trade right there. Dry Peak coming out on top, holding a couple rifles as a result, but they now have to get 7 rounds in a row here to even have a consideration of OT. It's a long, long way to go, but we have seen Dry Peak do it. They've gotten these long win streaks. Once they start to feel themselves, once they get the rifles in their hands and they play a little more mobile, they feel good about it until they get some shots in from the pistols on the other side of the CTs. They're going to lose at least one and take a little more damage, but they're going to move through and potentially win this round without losing anybody else.
Oh, it's a full-on rush over to A through Donut. SoDream was dreaming of getting another hold by themselves with that Deagle. Not going to happen this time around, and it's all up to Fatality. Potentially going to pick up a rifle if they can make it around through the defenses of Donut, but I'm Useless Trash isn't going to let that one happen.
Taking out the trash right there.
Taken out by Trash.
Taken out by Trash, who was taking out the trash of the other team.
Yeah.
You know? Layers.
Trash
like
on trash crime.
Trash on trash crime. Like onions, they have layers. New Threat, 15-9. And it looks like we might have a bit of a tack pause here. To move in to our next round, 15-9 here. Dry Peak, still a lot more to do. They have 6 rounds now to make it happen.
Definitely a good time, a necessary time for a pause. Just reset, rethink. You know, the money's back in the hands of New Threat, and Dry Peak still has a big mountain to climb. 6 rounds till OT. I know it was only 7 a few moments ago, but it just feels a little bit closer, even with a minor victory. Having another number in your pocket, it could give you the motivation, and that pause maybe put some ice on New Threat. They aren't able to think about what their actions are, but New Threat pushing up is Belenko, and Clip Sanity holding things down. L1 looking for revenge. They find it, actually. Pick up 2, especially with that nade flying over, takes out Malenko, useless trash, hanging out in house, finds him, and now this might be a push over to A site, and in fact will be going through Temple. We have SoDream looking over to the Temple with the FAMAS. They get one down. That's going to be the bomb. Hoping for a second. With the crossfire, the angles from Donut are going to be good. L1 back in Donut. And Dry Peak into the double digits.
Almost scary there with SoDream sitting in that pivot position on the back site, but so exposed, not completely hiding at triple box, left them essentially open to shots on both angles. They were trying to juggle too much, and there's not much you can do without some cover to work with. So could have been scary for Dry Peak, but they do come out on top, and they're slowly whittling down this lead from New Threat. They might be able to do so and continue to do so thanks to New Threat now saving.
Chippy already spotting out that mid rush. When they're on save, when they're on eco, it is the common tactic out from New Threat to just run it down mid with the pistols, hope for something as they're making their way out from split. And doesn't work out this time. Oh, L1 with another one. Jumping on the fatality from Cat. And if they decide to keep that aggression, you can see that Hyena swinging around Donut might work to cross on over, but this is going to be a play making its way toward B site. Only one player in the back alley. That's going to be Clip Sanity on the Deagle.
This is still doable. I mean, you can absolutely get this work done with the Deagle. Holding this angle, but there's really no backup. The backup's coming from the other side. You can even see Hyenas completely lurking over towards A where there's nobody. Here comes the push, and it looks like, yeah, not going to be able to get anything done there as Clip Sanity, who tries and whiffs and fails. So now it is SoDream who's heading in over from Dig. You have, of course, the lurk all the way in from Hyena from Spawn.
No, no, no! SoDream gets knifed, and it's all up to Hyena now. And when you're not the last one who's killed with a knife, it's a little bit demoralizing to see that in the kill feed of your teammate.
Yeah, there's a serial killer on the loose, and now it's just Hyena who finds himself completely alone in the wilderness here. As the hunt is on for the tease, they're looking around, and actually they're not going to get too overzealous, not too greedy, because even if they do have this round win, it's still a very precarious situation for them. They still don't want to have to rebuy if possible. So holding on to anything they can, even if it meant they could hunt down the last player, is worth it. I mean, Hyena has nothing to really lose. Obviously going to have to rebuy regardless of how that round went. And now, Dry Peak within 4 rounds. It was really looking dire. They've almost half that lead. New Threat still on map point, but haven't been able to confirm it.
That is right. I mean, the possibility of OT is getting closer and closer by the second, by the minute.
I love that. I love hearing the random yelling after quite a long time on the site or in the venue. 15-11. Dry Peak feeling a lot more comfortable on the T side where they can set the pace, they can be aggressive, and try to force New Threat to make a move.
We're seeing Ken's back on the op. This has been a long time coming. Wondering if this will be a big moment, a big time. We haven't seen the op really on this map become a star playing.
It's hard to use on this map for sure.
It is.
And even when a lot of these pushes come into B site, the most you can do with the op is maybe hold an angle from alley. But even then, whether you're holding from alley to back alley, you can easily get smoked out. And there we go. Malenko going down. That's first blood here for the T side as Dry Peak clawing their way back. And look at these far back spawn holds, anticipating the lurk here from the CTs. I mean, you can see Gank and L1 are all the way in the back end spawn, refusing to move here.
This is not a fast and loose play. Actually, they're setting up for the smokes. Mid's going to be completely cut off. No vision will be granted. Fatality is going to have to back off. I'm just realizing now there's 2 ops on the side of New Threat here. What are they looking to do? Hyena and SoDream on opposite sides of the map. One op goes down. I think this may prove to be a good move. Oh, Trash looking away at the worst possible moment. Now, Sanity hanging out through the flash will survive for just a few moments before being taken down in a trade. Fatality hanging in the back alley. They're going to find 1 and 2. It's all up to Ken's with the op. He picks up 1 and does have time to get the bomb down. This round isn't over just yet. 1 player moving up. It's actually 2 ops. 2 ops holding it down, and Hyena from the other side takes him down and lets us head to map 3. New threat. Aren't out of the fight just yet.
No, definitely not. Ken's almost making it happen there, but getting caught reloading there on the off. The timing not in their favor. We're going to a map 3. We wanted to see it. We got to see it, and now both teams evenly matched, trying to stay alive here, losers. And even though it looked like Dry Peak might be able to bring it back, they set themselves back like so far on that lead. Like it was just one map round that needed to be won by New Threat. It was going to happen eventually, it seemed. And it did finally, just in time before Dry Peak was able to bring things back. But it's not over just yet because we have a map 3 on the way.
That's right, and it will be a good time for Dry Peak to pick themselves back up if that is the case. I mean, the fact that they were able to come back and even get into the double digits, even get within distance, within the kill distance of an overtime, only 4 rounds. I mean, it does seem like a lot in retrospect when you're looking at a team that's at map point. It was still seemed doable out here for Dry Peak, and, you know, this is anybody's game. This is anybody's win here at Fragadelphia, and we'll check out map 3 and see who's going to take it all in this series right after this break.
Gamers, I know you're out there, and I know you want to take your games to the next level. Now, I have a solution for you. Now, it's a little out there, but how about you consider Mike and Ike's original fruit flavors?
Mike and Ike's?
The delicious, fruity, chewy candy that'll help you. It'll literally help you rank up in game.
But it only comes in one mix, right?
That's where you're wrong, because not only does it come in original fruits, it comes in the mega mix.
The mega mix?
The mega mix. And you know why we don't have that? Because we already ate it all. We
Yeah.
already ate it all.
Yeah.
We're powered up, and you can take your game to the next level by powering up with some Mike and Ike's. How about you do that?
I'm not going to ruin the set this time. We're going to wait until after we're done.
Yes,
So we
to
can
sweep
make
up.
sure that Upmind and Evil Cat can clean that up. You know.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, we got the Mike and Ike's power up. Of course, thanks so much to Mike and Ike's for allowing us to game at our best. And as we do so, we got to continue to game because we have one more game in this series coming up. It is Map 3 between Dry Peak and New Threat. And there's a lot on the line. Not only these fruity chews, a lot of money, a lot of points on the line, and look at that. That's a gamer right there, if I've ever seen one.
You're going to have to keep talking.
No, you committed. No, you gotta, you sowed it. Now you laying it. Here we go. We're
Big
jumping
moves
into
by
those
Hyena
replays.
there, but also game pretty solid. In holding, was it ruins, finding multiple, and that was a spray through the wall right there. That was a big one.
Was it? Was it a spray through? I can hear the chews coming through.
Ken's, this was my favorite play of the whole weekend. Oh my god. 4 deagle kills out from Ken's. I was hoping for it. I was hoping for the ace. But regardless, you know, it was a great show.
Don't choke on those Mike and Ike's, man. You gotta make sure you're leveling up. Yes, a lot of really solid plays. You can see though how New Threat started to run away from it. Run away with it. Right there. A lot of just solid gunplay, right? Like we were looking at like, okay, what's the information game going to be played? The utility game going to be played. A lot of the time it just came down to those individual gunfights, checking corners, not checking corners. And on a map like that where there's so many harsh 90 degrees, a lot of solid 50-50s, you got to worry about off angles on the sights that are really volatile. It came down to that kind of awareness, and in that map, New Threat came out on top.
Yes, well, let's talk about this next map, a map that I've told you I've been waiting for, a map that many at home have been waiting for. Map 3, the decider. Of course, it's the chicken coop. It's Inferno here at Fragadelphia. Finally, deck. We're making our way home.
Making our way downtown.
Killing chickens, winning games.
Having a good time. Da-na-na-na-na. Yeah, I think it has to happen. We have to have Inferno at least once here at Fragadelphia, and it's a map that I also love watching as well. So absolutely excited to see how this goes through. It is the decider. Neither team should have much of an advantage. And honestly, I'm not even sure we've seen Inferno yet. We haven't. I'm not sure if we've seen it otherwise. So this will be a nice, fresh start for all of us.
Yeah, and a great way to kick out this final map of the first series. You know, I'm excited to see it because there's so much on the line here. I'm not going to say that the first map of a series isn't as important, but when you're on the final one, there's so much pressure on both teams to win. A map 2, one team already has a round in their pocket, and they have a little bit more confidence. Map 3, both of them are risking it all here, or risking elimination. Win or lose, that's what matters here, and it all comes down to Inferno.
Yep, it is that double elimination style. It comes down to this one map, and honestly, I really don't know which way it's going to go because both of these teams look good on either map, but Dry Peak was bringing things back against New Threat. If they just had like a little bit more room to work with, like they were on map point for so long. Like I said, eventually those things are start to crumble. Like the domino is going to start to fall. They had maybe a couple rounds of room to work with. We might have even seen that OT. So both teams are capable of not only dominating the map and setting a strong lead, but coming back as well. Especially Dry Peak, they had that ability to come back, that comeback factor, to still stay in the game despite being down at one point, 14-7, 15-7. So many rounds to come back. They made it a very close run, but they couldn't entirely do it. So now, map 3, I think both teams have potential to not only set the lead, but come back. And obviously they would need to, because if you don't, you're out.
Yeah, and if there's going to be any comeback factor, hopefully it's activated soon, because over on Ancient, it was too little too late, because they were putting in the work, they were getting those round wins, but when you have no wiggle room, when it's on map 1, maybe if it was 13-7 or 14-7, then it would have been completely possible for them to make their way back. But now, You can't let either team get to 15. If you let that happen, don't even really consider a chance of that comeback, because these are both strong squads here, and they're not going to allow anyone to threaten their run for the championship.
Definitely not. This map, a little bigger, a little more, let's say overall a little more open, some longer sight lines. You're not going to be able to get a little bit more done with your AWP and with your rifles, especially on the sights. You're looking down mid. Obviously, you're expecting a ton of utility to come out in areas like Banana. So that's going to test different skills from these teams. You might not be able to run and gun as much, but you'll still be able to cut off a lot of the map with these smokes. It's going to come down to making sure, all right, there are no pockets in our smokes when we're pushing, making sure the corners are checked, making sure that these long sight lines are taken care of. That's going to be the deciding factors here in this map.
Well, I'm wondering if they're going to bring out a similar strategy on the side of New Threat. When they're low on cash, they just run it down mid and hope that somebody takes the fall. And in most cases, it worked out for them, and they were able to convert low money rounds into success. And if they can continue that success, you know, and climb themselves out of the holes of low money, then this could be New Threat's map.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams have really shown that they can excel on save rounds, on eco rounds. And we saw it yesterday, all gas, no break. Some of their strongest rounds actually came off completely, you know, full pistol lineups and an eco. And then, of course, we saw Yenny Cherry yesterday, who had those solid half buys. And we're looking really strong there. And I think they came out on top on their half buys more often than not, which you don't see very often. So this is a situation now where teams absolutely have to be able to push the envelope regardless of what round they're on. And we're seeing from both of these teams really solid deagle play. So even when you're just on pistols, you're not out of the game.
Yeah, no. Finding victory in the face of adversity.
There's a T in there.
And I knew something was wrong. I was thinking of adversary.
Yes.
But no. Well, coming against your adversaries in the face of adversity is what it's going to take when you're facing off against these squads, because you have to be able to win in dire situations on top of rounds where you have the advantage. Disadvantage and advantages have to be in line with your squad if you want to make it all the way to the end.
Absolutely. And it looks like we should be getting ready to jump into Inferno pretty soon here. I'm excited to get into this one. Both of these teams are in the lower bracket, and it looks like it is about that time. We are jumping into the map. Inferno, it is the deciding factor here between these two teams. One is moving on, one is going home. It's New Threat versus Dry Peak, map 3 here on Inferno.
Let's get it done, and it's going to be a big rush up through mid, and multiple players are waiting by the arches. Actually, all of them are going to be on the left side spinning the knife. It's going to be knife time.
Yes.
I forgot we were on the knife round.
They're running up. I can't believe they're going so aggressive. They have knives out. What is happening? New Threat comes out on top. Thank you so much for showing us that, because at least one knife round per day. That's, as far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty happy about that.
As far as I'm concerned, I got baited.
You did get.
I got baited.
You did get baited a little bit there. Shout out to my man Jabailey. We got an actual round now, I think.
That could be right. That could be true. But it doesn't seem to be.
No, it was one of those jokes. You know, that's what I was going for. It was one of those funny jokes, funny ha-has. But you didn't pick it up. It's all right, bro. It happens. It happens. This is going to be an actual round, hopefully, coming up. But it's going to be a pause first, so I lied. I'm sorry.
So is the joke still on me? Am I? At the end of the day, I still look like a buffoon in all of this.
You look like one of those losers.
Any losers? Any
losers
in the chat? Any fans of los? You know, spelled the same way as loser, pronounced loser. But when you're a loser, you're never a loser. So think about that.
Just had to explain the joke there, didn't you?
I did, because not many people are familiar with.
No,
with the gang.
You're getting them. You're getting them figured out here. You're introducing them to a new lifestyle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The loser life.
The loser life. Yes. It looks like we should be able to get back into the map here soon. Got still a little bit of a pause happening here, and really, obviously, neither of these. I mean, the teams know each other by now. The knife round's not going to tell them anything, of course, but maybe it'll show them who's got the real guts. You know, the real charisma. Because that's what it comes down to, the knife round. That's the most important round, as everybody knows.
Yeah.
That decides the series.
That's actually one of the rules here at Fragadelphia.
Yeah, you're right.
I think it's section 8.
You know they actually gentlemen to not do knife rounds. Normally it would be all knife rounds, but like, let's actually play the game. Yeah, you know.
And what a mistake that was, I
yeah,
think.
you hate to see it. Hate to see it.
We got Hyena hanging out up on mid, backing up, expecting a little bit of pressure from Apartments, but there is none at this point. A big-time default here, super slow play. The bomb's even all the way back in around spawn, but nothing to see here at this point. Gank and Ken's slowly creeping their way up. Gank with a lot of utility. Ken's just there as a body with some Kevlar. But no one's going to be there to meet them once they turn around by car. Sandbag going to be empty too. Finally, they've decided to make their ascent on over to B sites. 2 players waiting there. Malenko on coffins. Just waiting for an opportunity to shoot at somebody's heads. Smoke gonna stop him from having any vision. Jumps on top of it, puts in some damage, but it's gonna be Fatality picking up 2. L1 goes in there for the trade. Now they have control of the fountain, but they're going for a fast plan. Not gonna check every corner, not gonna force them out from construction. Hiding in dark will be 2 players, but now we do still have, before they even got onto the site, it's Ganks. Clips Sanity on that boost. Finds the head of L1, and I'm Useless Trash not holding back just yet until they are taken down.
Bit of a sloppy push there from the T side. They took a lot of time to get on. It was I mean, they didn't know that there were only 2 players on site, so they had a 5-on-2 advantage, but they waited for the utility to come out. Honestly, they just rush it in. I understand why they didn't do that, because, I mean, as far as they know, it could have been a full stack on the site as well. But the amount of time they took to actually push on the site gave the CTs the ability to rotate over, and then all the smokes and utility that came out completely telegraphed the push. And it ended up becoming a scramble as the CTs started to filter in from every other angle. So in that regard, New Threat kind of allowing Dry Peak to get back into that a little bit. Dry Peak with the full stack works out in their favor, and they'll take that edge first.
Nade going out from So Dream does get a little bit of damage on a chippy, but just a little chip, not a big deal.
Just a little bit.
Just a little chip. A little up tap.
A little chip with your dip.
Well, let's hope they don't have too much dip on your chip, because that could end in disaster. So Dream out here with the smoke, expecting to play. There goes the first flash. So Dream doesn't even have a chance to drop down. Gank with the Galil is going on a tear. Site has been cleared. Nobody is there to go in for the defense. In fact, 2 players all the way over in Apartments.
Yeah, and that was pretty much the kind of push I was expecting from the first round. They didn't wait for the utility to come out too quickly, and by the time it did come out, they were on the site and they covered those off angles in case that there were some players waiting around over, you know, in tombs. So in that regard, it was a great timing there with the utility. The T's got out there without losing a single body, and even though, you know, the gun lineups weren't completely even, the CTs still could have held a little bit, but it was just a huge player advantage on B. Great utility play, and now they are completely situated on Banana to stop this retake and deny it. Fatality, though, and Clip Sanity will take a few bodies down before they go down. So New Threat gets away with that round, but they do lose a few bodies and have to rebuy as a result.
Yeah, it just seemed that they got away with the crime, but the law caught up with them in the very last moment. Unfortunately, it's still a loss there for Dry Peak. They do hold on to a few rifles, but not much to get here on the 3rd round.
They fought the law, and the law won.
Well, after the crime was already committed.
Yes.
So.
Yes. As they say.
It's you know, you'll take the victories where you can.
A little bit more of a default here for the T side as they're going to establish themselves away from Banana as opposed to the first 2 rounds. And they're going to be running into some resistance here. Some CTs hanging out. It's a 3-2 split against the 4-1 from the Ts, who have now decided to relinquish a little bit of that and potentially swing back in towards Banana, making a 3-2 split of their own. A Banana split. Right? Right? Yeah, right, yeah.
that would be the case. That's what it feels like here.
Please laugh. Please clap.
Oh my god! A flying Mac-10 from Trash, and he's actually walked underneath Malenko. Malenko with the 5-7 just trying to chase him, but Trash doesn't give a hoot. They get all the way around and maintain that control. Who would have thought they would have even had it? Such a wild play that panned out successfully.
Oh, damage from that FAMAS. Gonna fall back here. 4-on-3 situation. Almost everyone in the server is chunked down a little bit. A good solid amount. As everyone split up and spread out. Bunch of bodies down, but the CTs have completely fallen back and trying to hold over towards A.
Yeah, finally they recovered that bomb to bring it up through through mid, making their way around Boiler. It's going to be one player. Fatality. Comes one of his next victims here for New Threat, hanging out in the sights. Clip Sanity with the M4. And Dry Peak working with their squad. Actually, L1 takes down one of their own players here. And that is, that's not what you want to do when you're—
feels bad, man, right there.
It feels bad. Sag, I would even go as far as to say.
We're gonna see a replay of that right here. Clip Sanity.
Oh
on
yeah,
top
oh
of the
you can
site.
see it.
Yeah, getting shot in the back by your own teammate. Not fun, but that's one of the the key points of that A site is how much of a frenzy it can be on the site itself because of those small little pockets you can hold in. That's been a classic on this map for so long, and it comes through here. Again, another 3-2 split from the CTs, covering their bases here. The two players on B site have been able to hold this relatively well, but the Molly didn't help things out as Banana's cut off for the moment. L1 gonna join the fray, make it a 3-on-2 potentially, but you can see the slow rotation from Hyena in case they need a little bit of backup.
Finally going to recover that bomb. They make their commitment to B site, but they will be met with some defenses. Actually, the commitment isn't there. We still have bomb down mid by the tunnel. It's actually, with that Molly, it will decide their move is going toward A.
Yeah, this is going to be now a 4-2 situation on A. So many members of the CTs are already hanging out on B, and they're going to try to push this because the more time is spent, the more opportunity for the rotation. And in fact, they can see that there's only so little pressure in Banana that kind of gives away to the CTs that, okay, there's a potential push over towards A because we got very little firepower back coming out through us from Banana. It was just Gang who was hanging out there, and now, slowly but surely, here come the T's up onto the site.
Chip wins that fight against Clip with the 1 dig, and now they're descending. It's only one player still up in apartments. Fatality with the MP9 isn't able to get much damage in there, but now the flank coming from Arches. It's Belenko. Fatality stays alive, picks up a rifle, or picks up a better gun out in Boiler. Now the pressure's on. They're being swarmed upon. Here is the pincer maneuver. The collapse is here. One goes down from Ken's the blind fire with the 1D. Ken's again with an eagle, holding on to their lives. The MP9 swing, but Ken's gets it done for now, but can't keep it alive. Picking up the diffuser because you don't want to be a loser. And they should be able to walk out of this round cleanly. Third round here for Dry Peak.
Solid retake. Not entirely solid. It came down to just that 1v1 in the end. But overall, I think it was a solid start from New Threat, right? Like, they were able to show that like they put pressure on B and kind of made it seem that there were more players in Banana than there might be expected, and that resulted in a slower rotation over towards A from Dry Peak. But still, Dry Peak, their retake is good enough. And at this point, that's all you need.
Even if it is going to be costly, you know, you got to get the job done, and it still forces New Threat down to one of those 4 spies, a Tech 9, sometimes referred to as the Tech Nizzle.
Oh, really?
By some schools of thought.
By some losers?
You know, that's yet to be determined on the focus group. But it's looking like a B tick here. Big stack and the utilities coming out, but they can send out the Molly to prevent anyone from really going onto site proper. We'll just stall it out. No players being spotted really through mid. As we can see, Clip Sanity might be making the flank here, and that will be committed as the rest of this squad falls down. New Threat gone in the blink of an eye.
Great job by Hyena and Clip Sanity to take initiative and push through mid and push through apartments. That gave the CTs more than enough information to know that the stack was coming through towards B site. New Threat was not ready for that return firepower, and everyone on Dry Peak knew where to look, knew where to anticipate that push, and as a result, get a very strong hold there thanks to that information gained by Hyena and Clip Sanity.
Now there's money back in their bank, or at least weapons in their hands. Sending out a bit of a feint to the players on Banana, using some utility, but it is a bit of aggression, not something we've seen so much from the players on B site, and they're realizing there's nobody up in Banana. They have to be going toward A, and A they will go, but Hyena in Library with the op is doing some work, putting down some firepower and sending some fire itself with an Ensign. They won't be able to get that plant, at least not where they'd like to. Oh, and Hyena with a wallbang headshot. That's going to be huge. Hyena now back outside of the arches, looking for a peek from Pit. We're not going to get it just yet, but we do have a flanker. Take a look at number 2 on your map. It's So Dream up in apartments. They haven't been expecting this L1 there in Graveyard. If he could get the angle on that player on the stairs, it could be it. Yes, he's been spotted, but no! L1 keeps them in. L1 secures this round with a clutch spray transfer.
Such a good positioning there by L1, able to cover both angles there, from apartments as well as from arches, without really giving away too much of their position. And even at that low ground, there's still a great way to hold cover there for L1. So that is a pivot position that was so clutch as they move into this next round. And the A site has been very volatile for both of these teams.
Yeah, it could go either way over on the A site, and it's a bit of a wild card jump, just like any wild card map. But it could go either way over on the A side. But this time, Belenko, with the help from So Dream's flash, they open things up, taking down Gank as they were looking to make their way up Banana. They won't find themselves there for much longer. Actually, still holding on to the idea that B is a possibility. We still have Kens hanging out there, but will rejoin their squad, pushing up through mid as they seek to take on A.
Dry Peak not reading yet that banana push was only by 1 player. They did get the kill, but there's still 2 CTs on B site waiting for more pressure that's not coming their way. Now it's a 4-on-3 situation on A site. You can see Hyena waiting, doesn't get the kill, and now here comes the push.
Double flash coming out, L1 now rounding the corner, clips Sanity though with a nice wall bang. Won't be able to keep up that pressure as they're flashed up. I'm Trash takes down the Pit player, and this site has been cleared out for now, but reinforcements are coming. The cavalry is on its way. It's the up out of Hyena. It doesn't make any connections, but throwing a smoke up and running through, or throwing a flash and running through the smoke, attempting to become a hero there. Doesn't work out. I'm Trash falls along with their buddy Chippy. And that's going to be round 5 here for Dry Peak.
Another nice retake for Dry Peak, using those smokes to their advantage, sneaking in 2 players back through arches, which really opened up the site, especially after they lost that player in Pit, which we've seen for New Threat has been a really solid position holding the site. If you don't have that player, you might think it might be all over with, but the push through arches was super critical in getting that retake.
Without a doubt, and we're now back onto a little bit of a half buy here for New Threats. Something we've seen, they're still viable in this position. When they commit to upgraded pistols or even a MAC-10, cousin of the Mac-Nizzle being or the Tech Nizzle being the Mac-Tizzle, as is sometimes known. But
Evolution's wild.
Let's get the semantics out of the way and get into this round as Kens. We've known their prowess on the Deagle, spraying through the smoke, but you have to have a sight on your target if you want to make magic there, Kens. And they don't have it quite just yet. The smoke there going to cut them off, but there are 2 players taking a forward position here on B. It's Belenko finding one, but that's all they're going to get. And in exchange, it will be a new site here for New Threat.
I'm not entirely mad about that because Dry Peak has historically, at least through this map, has been holding B site on the site itself. So that was the first time they actually pushed up towards sandbags to try and hold that close angle. But of course, holding that aggressive angle against multiple players, it's really hard to get more than 1 kill, even with great spray transfer. So it kind of bites Dry Peak in the butt at the end. But now it's a 3-on-3, maybe a 4-on-3 with time against them.
Down goes L1, and they realize the flank is here under the pressure of the flash. Ganks goes down, and that is quite a retake.
And Dry Peak is so good at getting these retakes and taking a majority of the angles, right? Like, you're not seeing them funnel in just through one angle and stacking 3 players, like through Banana, or from that, rotation from arches. Like, they had all 3 angles possibly covered on that retake. Really solid play by Dry Peak. They're feeling a lot more comfortable on this map. They've established a 4-round lead for themselves at the moment, and they're looking good money-wise. Actually, no, they're not looking that great money-wise. Neither team really is. They're continuing to buy. I mean, honestly, I think both teams realize how much is on the line here, that they're trying to stay at full power as often as they can.
I'm not looking that Hyena has 5 Gs right now and didn't buy a diffuser. Because it was actually quite close to exploding that bomb last round, but enough of that. Ken's picking up 2 and chopping up a little bit of Clip sanity there. Trash goes down, but on the other side of the map, it's going to be Gank picking up Fatality, and only one player per site. It's 3v2, and Hyena hanging out by Arches, by Church, waiting for someone to come through. Picks up Ken's, but it will force them back. The bomb is going to be able to be put down unless the peek is there. No, it's just a smoke. The no-scope isn't good. The bomb is down. It's time for another retake from Dry Peak.
Hyena trying to get something done from Coffins. Can't do so. It's still a 2-on-2, and Gank is actually pretty low here. They have to back up, and they can't get there in time. Now it's just Chippy by themselves against this retake again from Dry Peak. Hyena and Clip Sanity, the two players have been working really well together, but they can't trade off each other because of this smoke. Now it's Chippy. Can they find Hyena on the other side? But the bomb is ticking, and there might not even be enough time to defuse it after this gunfight. There it comes, and can Hyena get there in time?
I don't know. I'm not sure, but it's coming down to the wire. And they get it! Dry Peak continues their lead here. That was literally down to the wire.
That was so close. Hyena had to win that gunfight as quick as possible. There was no trade potential there because of the smoke cutoff. But still, from Coffin, Hyena gets damage done, wins the 1v1, gets the defuse. That's clutch right there, and that's a 7-2 lead for Dry Peak.
And you know why Hyena got that round defusal? Because they had a kit. I guess they picked it up from their teammates, but it shows how important that is to buy it next time. And now the very aggressive play is coming out from New Threat, putting Hyena almost a death store, just 7 HP left, but that is the risky run. If you miss a shot from the op, it is all but a death sentence. And now they have felt a little bit of aggression on mid. They're going to bring it back over onto B and have a little bit of utility, spark some fear in the hearts of those players.
I really love, I was about to say, I really love how Dry Peak is still very confident in leaving only 2 players on B site. But Gank gets the better of that first player. It's going to be some more shots down from SoDream. But it's still, once again, a 1-player situation on B site against 3 because Clip Sanity's all the way over on A. And I don't even think at this point they might potentially want to just give this up, and it looks like they will. SoDream's going to back up and get out of dodge, hold on to this rifle, rejoin up with Clip Sanity, avoid the hunt if possible, give up the round, but save the rifles.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. Holding on to that AWP is crucial because you need an AWP if you want to maintain control down mid, or even if you want to send it onto Banana to be a threat, you know, forcing that enemy squad to bring out the utility if they really want to have an impact on a round. And L1 going in for a hunt. Won't find anything, though.
New Threat, their first round win in quite a long time. I think it might have been like 5 rounds in a row, potentially. Dry Peak giving up their first in quite a while. But they really haven't changed their strat at all. They're still leaving 2 on B site, playing a pretty solid, slow-paced game, letting New Threat pick the site they want to take and then going for the retake. But Dry Peak can't do that if they're losing bodies early. That's what happened in that previous round, and they had no retake potential on B.
Oh, okay, there goes SoDream. Open things up with the AWP down mid. Dropping trash. Relieving a little bit of the pressure here for our B players. Bomb is still over by Spawn. They're actually going to double back. They don't want to make a commitment just yet. They have to get that utility right. Fatality hanging up on these crates, just waiting for the push. We've seen so much damage being brought out by these MP9s in this series.
And look how things have slowed down here. These smokes have really stopped the pace of this map right now, the pace of this round. Here we go. There comes the execution, trying to get these lineups. Gank is going to throw out a little more utility here before they go for the push, and there it comes. 4 on 3 onto the site, and you can see Hyenas trying to cycle through, but will they be able to get towards Coffin in time to try to put some pressure on? No, because L1 and Chippy get kills immediately, and then they find Hyena, so that split from the CTs ends up biting them. And now once again, Clip and SoDream have to rush back over to A and save just like the previous round.
Chippy just did a smoke-to-smoke spray transfer right there, picking up 2 blind kills. That's crazy.
That's family right there.
It's been a long day
until I see you again.
And then right when the bomb explodes, oh. Oh yeah, that was the big mid pick by SoDream earlier in the round, and SoDream definitely looking to hold on to that op for continuing through, and they're still a little bit hurt with this economy. They do keep their own weapons, that being SoDream and Clipsanity, but their comrades don't have much to work with.
Definitely not. Now, New Threat keeping things close. This is what we'd come to expect from these two teams who have been able to come back on each other, able to force a map 3, not willing to give up anything. Because once you give a team an inch, they're going to take a mile. And that's what New Threat's looking to do here.
Yeah, well, let's see if that mile can go the distance. These Travelers looking to take advantage of their opponents. Finally, a bit of an aggressive window apartment play. Belenko taking a lot of damage from the nade. They're stuck behind sandbags, but they're not done yet. Clipsanity, the first one to take somebody out on the side of A with the apartments play. Belenko with the 5-7 corner check. Dropping gank, and now it's just up to L1 to hold on to their lives. They do bring down Hyena. They are all alone and don't have that bomb control, so it's going to be a death run.
I really love the conditioning here from Dry Peak because they're pretty much essentially telling New Threat almost every round that we're going to hold the site, we're going to hold the site. And then when they choose to, they play aggressive on Banana and take those close angles to kind of catch the T's off guard. It's still not super clean. It's still 2-1, and the action's still at Banana, but it's all up to L1, who has a full rifle and full health against two players who are already down below half.
Oh, that was just a piece of damage through that wall with the op. Takes him down a little bit, but going around the corner, it's L1. He finds the shot onto Clipsanity. Now with the bomb recovered, they can just run on over to A and get that confirmed plant. A bag has been fumbled.
Yeah, that's an understatement right there. I mean, you got to be able to trade off on each other, especially if you're at half health. You got to be able to be in a position.
He doesn't even know. He didn't even know the bomb was recovered.
Oh, that's so much time killed. Now they have to just sprint all the way over to A site. You can see L1 back in that power position in pit. They've been playing here often on this map, so I would have to think that SoDream is aware of that and would be checking that as soon as possible.
There's a lot of angles to check here, but SoDream, he brings it back. That was a good call out, looking right toward pit, and he wins it out. Finally, Dry Peak taking it back, taking the momentum away from New Threat, and this will be a time where they could actually have money to support the rest of their squad rather than just two hero rifles.
Yeah, that was such a good call there. Once you know like the specific player that's alive, and you can think, okay, where have they been? Where have they been? SoDream knew exactly where to look for L1 and found their target. So that's a 4-round lead here as we're getting close to the end of this first half. Dry Peak is still establishing themselves with this lead, but it's not out of the woods just yet. New Threat is still close behind.
And then now Belenko making a very aggressive play down Banana. Two players actually has support in the form of SoDream. Two players who've been making quite a bit of a name for themselves here within this series. Gank waiting for an aggressive player, but nobody from CT Apartments is looking to make a move on that side in terms of aggression.
Dry Peak again with these aggressive holds here on Banana. They get caught out. Both players going down, and that's really because New Threat, they themselves weren't playing aggressive. They fell back, and I guess Dry Peak was not expecting that whatsoever. So once again, Hyena kind of by themselves outside B site, but a great play there by Dry Peak. They immediately molly over towards Church and Coffin because that's where Hyena's been playing almost every single time on these retakes. And so Hyena falling back immediately. It's a 4-on-3, but I think they're going to decide, all right, we're going to hold on to this. There's no point in really forcing this from the CTs. They don't have any establishment on the site whatsoever, and I don't think they know where L1 is, but I think it's the really deciding factor. And you got to know where that guy is for sure.
Unfortunate for Clipsanity there. This is going to be a another attempted save round, or at least it was an attempted save round here for a Clip. Hyena and Fatality going to walk out with an AWP and an M4. Just right when they felt a little bit of control, it's slipped away from them once again.
Yeah, it's not over until it is over. And Dry Peak knows that better than anyone else, because it's been super close calls throughout this entire series, as does New Threat as well. As we move in to the end of this first half here, it's really up to New Threat to keep things as close as possible. They could come out of this half with only being down a single round. you know? So, like, that would be such a great game.
Definitely a possibility, but Drypeak looking to ensure they get to double digits this half. It's quite an aggressive play, but you know what they've been doing a lot is sending out one player to get a bit of an idea and information. But wait a minute, Belenko just barely getting outside of that Flames reach on that dark boost. And I guess a lack of reaction here is going to bring New Threat to rethink their actions and pull out, essentially, from Banana.
Yeah, New Threat trying to pull the CTs over and then potentially go for that A push, but I think that might have been a bit of a bait because they've now gone back over to Banana. There's still, once again, only 2 players on site with Hyena all the way in that pocket position, and then likely going to head over towards Church and Coffin. Instead deciding not to. Still going to hold that off angle on the other side of this smoke here, but it's a 5-player push, and here it comes.
It's a second Molly over into Dark, but that boost is just too good. They're running through the Molly. Ken still gets the pickup, but they're going to take a lot of damage on the way. Ken picks up another one. Hyena with the up back in construction. They're going to have to slip away and try and wait for the rest of their team, being only Fatality, who's on the other side of the map, and Gank, right when that smoke dissipates, has the shot on Hyena, and it's going to be another save here for Fatality and for Drypeak. New score looking to be 8-6, 1 round away from
New Threat is really starting to pick apart this CT side, right? Like, they've really brought things back. Drypeak had such a substantial lead in the beginning of this first half, and now you can see the conditioning, the baiting coming out from New Threat. They're forcing a lot of this utility out from Drypeak before the pushes even happen, and then they have control. They have all forces in any direction. They can decide which way they want to go if they need to. But these pushes are really dissecting the CTs. They know where the angles are being held. And that's the thing, too, is that Drypeak really hasn't been changing up where they're sending their players. Hyena's going to the same place every single time. They know where to throw the Molly to cut them off. So New Threat, identifying that Drypeak's really not changing things up too much on their CT side. As a result, they can set the pace.
And one more round is all that is left here in the first half, and New Threat still very strong. The momentum is all theirs. Hyena's just working with a scout at this point. It's going to be quite difficult for them to continuously hold down on mid, but looking away at the worst time. It's going to be So Dream, but even though there was a threat in the apartments, it's going to be Gank over from the other balcony, who's a real threat. Hyena now stuck in that arch or area down mid, as this full-on assault to A site is working out perfectly here for New Threat.
Uh-oh, Belenko pushing in towards apartments. Doesn't want to knock on the door and let anyone know. Breaking in through the window, falls back. 4 Ts on the site. And that bomb has gone down. Smokes are going to cut off both Clipsanity and Fatality from their arches position here. That's going to waste a lot of time. And Belenko, who's going to try and get some leverage here, has such little health that they're not going to be able to survive for too long, and they go down immediately. There's another kill. 1 player remaining, and New Threat says no. They make it 8-7. They get those last 3 round wins in the first half, and they have made it essentially an even game going into the second half.
Yeah, just look at that different round results. And it really has been New Threat's game in the latter half of the first half. I guess the second quarter, yes.
Second quarter,
in the second quarter, New Threat has really showed up, earning themselves a great deal of rounds, giving Drypeak only 1 in recent memory.
Well, this is where now Drypeak gets to show their stuff, right? Like, they've been pretty solid on the T side on all of these maps throughout this series. So now that they can play finally on offense, we might see a different look.
Very well may be. We have Gank hanging out on Banana, waiting for anybody to show their pretty little face. Notices 1, but doesn't realize that there are a little more waiting for him. So Dream looking to push up. Sees the jumping CT, but not much is going to come out of this one.
Yeah, really just scouting for information here, trying to figure out how many players are really on B site. Can we afford to push over half our team here and not lose them all? And I believe they saw just the runaway there from Gank. They don't know, though, that I'm Useless Trash is sitting on the site. But considering that they played 2 players on B on their CT, I would assume that they think the same thing. And they think that's the case because they're running over towards A, but they're getting pulverized as a result. So many shots getting put down. L1 making it look easy. How about mouse one for this guy? Because just pinpoint precision with that USP. Some more shots come down. Clip Sanity trying to trade out for a second one. Only gets one. Gank cleans it up. New Threat ties it up. It's 8-8.
And this is what we would have expected. I mean, New Threat, they are playing like a new team going into this this latter side of this map. It's especially beneficial considering they're going onto the CT. When they already have this momentum, it's going to be a much more easy defense for this squad because Dry Peak at this point, you know, it was the first round, just a little bit of poking in the defenses. There wasn't a big threat coming from them. It didn't feel pressured, and oh my god, Kenz and Gank just running it down onto Banana, decimating the squad. We got just one Deagle left and a Glock and a Dream here for Dry Peak.
Yeah, Dry Peak gonna really get caught like a rat in a bucket there, right? And you're heating it up on top of someone, right? There's a huge molly behind them. Yeah, you know what I was talking about. You know the reference again back in there. They had nowhere to go, right? You push up Banana, they had the molly behind them. You really have a funnel now towards B site, and there's a ton of ammunition, I guess, ammo heading your way, a bunch of bullets to take you out. And this is really completely, obviously has stopped any kind of potential here from the T's. It's a 5-on-2 situation. They have just pistols. See if they can do any economic damage to the CTs here, but New Threat is completely spread out. And the two players on B site should be able to trade off of each other if need be.
Might be able to secure one, even two, but I highly doubt that this is going to be a round win here for Dry Peak unless they could really utilize those weapons that they pick up if they even get those first two picks. We have Kenz hanging out on the boost. It's the MP9. Gets it done. Doesn't even need help from their teammate. New Threat still on that momentum, 9-8. Finally taking that lead after that pistol round equalizer. They're adding another one to the repertoire. Finally, more rifles on hand.
You can see that again. Look, there's nowhere for them to go. The T's had to commit through Banana, otherwise they're going to walk through the fire and the flames. They could not carry on. And now New Threat, their first lead in quite a long time.
You know, this is an expert level of difficulty here for this squad for Dry Peak, and it's not looking easy. They were having quite a hard time at it.
That they were. Molly coming out. Two players in the CTs going to put some pressure on through that smoke just to deny any kind of potential face checking as they go to the bend of the Banana. But instead, the CT's going to fall back here. Looks like they're going to start to call out a potential switch over, but the Molly actually telegraphs a little bit of a bait there. Looks like the CTs might have started to rotate towards A, but there's still continued pressure going towards B, so they're not going to give up that position just yet. Still 3 CTs on A site, and you can see now Clip moving in towards apartments, might be able to get some leverage behind them.
Trash hanging out by the sandbags. I don't know if they're going to check it. They don't. No trigger discipline needed because they're going to be able to pick up 2. Try and get the quick swap to the AK. Not going to get done, but Clip Sanity on the other side of the map. Hoping to get a little bit of work done. They do manage to pick up 1 before being traded out. Now it's all up to Fatality, but they aren't going to get anything there. Finally, Dry Peak comes on back.
Did not entirely expect that to go their way, but I am useless trash. Certainly not in that round. Gets 2 from Sandbag. The corner's not checked. You absolutely have to be checking your corners this late in the game, Los.
Yeah, maybe getting a little confident, a little comfortable, expecting some advanced positions rather than a little bit of simple corners at this point. Because you know, the strategies have been different throughout this matchup. Now Gank just firing down onto Banana with Trash, and they're cleaning them up.
This is looking pretty dire for the T sides as they found themselves between both factions of the CTs. Going up through mid and looks the wrong direction as Fatality checks left, should have checked right. And even then, another pickup there. Dry Peak with another round in a row. 11-8, New Threat. They're bringing things back, but now Dry Peak starting to run away.
Nice little op action here on Hyena. Excited to see how that one works out. Oh, let's get the reaction here. Up.
There
Just
we
little
go.
fist bumps.
Casual
Okay,
fist
yeah.
bumps. But that's the thing, you know, hey, look. From what I know, you don't want to pop off until it's over. You know, that energy you need to stay alive in this, you can't spend it on popping off with your teammates. It's meant for in-game. Wait until you get the dub. So I respect that.
Okay. It's a nice plays by Belenko and SoDream. Chippy might be pulling up on an enemy right now. Actually, it's going to be the wrong room to check. We do have SoDream hanging out in apartments in the window room, but actually Chippy gets around him, circumvents the offense. SoDream not going to let that run last for too long. All down to Ken's here, who probably going to offer that save.
That's what happens when you run through apartments, you run into your landlord without your rent paid right there. You're going to get clapped immediately. And that's going to be a quick run down through apartments. 4-on-1 on the site. We've seen retakes happen, but they came from Dry Peak. Now Dry Peak with the bomb down, with the player advantage, they're not going to let this one go. And look, another push through apartments, jump peeking there to try and get some info. Now they know exactly where that last player is. It's Ken's who's going to be looking to see if they can get any exit frags here. And they do. They find Hyena, who misses that initial push, that initial whiff. Initial shot is an initial whiff. And some more shots go down. New threat does get the cleanup.
Yeah, Clip Sanity, after that little run through apartment by Ken's, is saying you'll get your rent when you fix this dang door.
I got a leak. You got to worry about that. And there's a little bit of a leak here for the CTs as they give up a round, making it just 2-round difference now. 11-9, map 3. The margin of error is slowly but surely getting smaller and smaller here, Los. The mistakes now are going to cost even more than they ever have.
Mac 10 in the hands of Belenko, spots one. Gets a little bit of damage on the gank. Now they're going to make a commitment. The jump shot. It was a little bit of an anime duel right there. They were just jumping to try and see what was happening. And gank is going to falter on that one. Belenko now pushes up by Sandbags. The Molly's going to be re-upped. And I don't know if Useless Trash understands that Belenko's there. I don't think they have the information. It's going to be a quick peek out by this player. He's looking in the wrong direction, but the flick could be there. There is backup on the side of Chippy. However, the trigger display could be here. No, he finds one, and he finds a second. Belenko goes huge from the corner. Another check you need to make if you want to win these rounds.
Having two players not check that corner at once is so hard to watch there. You got to be able to check that. And how many times have we seen that corner not checked on Banana? I mean, that has to be like the third or fourth time now. Maybe even this half. So someone has to pick up that adaptation at some point. L1 will get a little bit of a kill there as they make their way through apartments to stay alive and hold on to this rifle. But they're at 23 HP, so a hunt could be effective if they go for it as the bomb ticks away on B site. But really the only person in position to do that would be SoDream, who's coming in over towards Arches. Shots come through, and SoDream does find that final kill on the hunt. Now it's 11-10. I'm smelling OT, man. I think it might happen.
It is well within the realm of possibilities here because these teams are neck and neck. They're neck and neck. They're not giving up. They won't relent. A new threat is still trying to close that gap every single moment, every time they get out into this round. And we have an all play out here by Hyena. If anyone's going to try and peek that, well, I think we can
So
guess
aggressive.
what the result would be.
Oh man, CT's running all the way up. I'm Useless Trash again, holding even more aggressive push past Car here. And even towards Logs. I mean, this is a super deep, and that smoke is giving the coverage to do so. Another smoke comes down so they can translate over to the other side of Banana. Things have slowed down completely, and I like how the T's, they're just waiting out the utility, right? They're not going to try and force anything, wait until the smoke's clear, and then try to re-engage.
No sense in putting yourself in harm's way by pointlessly dashing through a smoke. It's not necessary, especially when the rounds are so close. Even though one squad is working with just Deagles and MP9s, you can't risk it.
Don't want to risk it to get the biscuit. There's time and place for that. Still
Exactly.
two CTs sitting on Banana here, so it's really all up to the T's to really kind of make a decision here and try to go, because the CTs are completely split out. You still have this kind of 2-2 maneuver here with one Wanderer But that aggressive hold is so clutch. They do get another kill to trade, and now with that, it might be a 2-1 push. This could completely open up B site, but instead, you're going to put some pressure there and then start to move over towards A. They get a kill, 4-on-2 situation. Potential flank, though, coming in from Gang if they can get there in time to even the odds, while both players remaining on the site are going to continue to trade. Gang coming in now to rejoin, but they don't even get there in time. The rest of the CTs hold on. Chippy and Kens are the ones to make it happen on the site to make it 12-10.
No way Kens is allowed to live that long with the Deagle to survive and buy time for Chippy and still manage to pick up some kills with the Deagle. That's insane. I don't know how they're allowed to do that. It was a situation greatly in favor of New Threat at that point, but I guess they just didn't realize there was a second player hiding in that cubby. You know, the aggression was there. They weren't able to spot out that one corner player, and it allowed for a flank onto New Threat. They just had no chance.
And now Dry Peak starting to, or rather New Threat, starting to sweat a little bit here. You see, they really slow things down. They're defaulting more often. They're looking for the initial pick, and then that's their cue to kind of go in here. You can see Dry Peak, they have not changed things up just yet. They are moving in through. They're holding strong. And this is now, within 2 rounds, a 4-on-4 situation. Blanco going to be taking some damage with that AK, falling back, and I believe also taking damage on the molly that was thrown at them on Banana there by Gank.
There goes Gank opening it up against Blanco. There isn't really a strong presence over on the side of B, you know. They more wrapped around to A, 1 by Boiler, 2 by Arches. And if they really want to take this site, they have to remove Kens first. They've got the op in hand. They are a major threat in the hit. But Gank still on the flank, pushed out through Banana, and there's some serious pressure. However, the site has been cleared. It's 2v2, but they don't have the bomb right now. 1 player in apartments, 1 through mid, looking to secure that bomb. However, they won't be able to land it. I'm Useless Trash doesn't figure there'll be 2 players, but it has been revealed there's 1 in apartments. Gank might be able to hold on for his team, and he does!
Tri-P looking so good on CT right now. It almost feels like they're on the T side because they're setting the pace, but I love just the patience they have to wait it out, hold strong on the site, especially through all that utility. And a really solid play on Banana to open that up. Kind of really, you know, all right, the T's were like, all right, we kind of lost that B. We're going to transition towards A, and they ran into a firing squad waiting for them.
Yeah, I think when you don't have anybody checking your backs, checking your behind, you know, they would normally send somebody up to, you know, get a little bit of information on Banana. But if you don't have that information, you don't keep someone to lurk around and watch your back, it's going to end up in a bit of madness, especially with Dry Peak on your flank.
Whew, man, this is coming down to the wire, like you said, man. This is too close, way too close. I'm sure too close for comfort for both of these teams, and that's how it's been. First map was 16-4, second map was 11-16, so over time, we're getting closer and closer here. I wouldn't be surprised, again, if we potentially go to OT, but Dry Peak starting to run away with this. Bunch of utility, bunch of flashes thrown out towards mid. You see Molly's completely covering up towards window room. You have L1 looking for some danger, looking for some drama here, not finding anything in their scope. Instead, once again, a 3-2 split. Both teams have been pretty happy doing this on their CT side, and holding that B side is going to be our friends here, Gank and I'm Useless Trash, who have been not holding this aggressive position like they've been liking to do these past 2 rounds on Banana. Now they're falling all the way back onto the site, and they're not going to be where the action is because it's heading over towards A for the moment. Could be a potential bait because they're not committing. They're not going in. They're not trying to open themselves up to pit or arches, and they might wait out this smoke to do so. It looks like they're finally going to commit.
They're taking their time. We have Kens being spotted in the library, sending up the flash, looking to pick up 1, finds 1. The other player will jump away to safety. Blanco isn't out of this one just yet, though. They have to recommit and re-engage, but actually, they don't have to do anything because they're rotating over back to B. But 1 player stands in their way of getting that, and that will be Useless Trash. However, backup is on the way. Kens with the rotation. is here to help. Or gank, actually.
Yeah, gank might be first contact now. They've rotated over, and D going to be pushing in towards the smoke, been willing to do that. Oh, I believe a frag game out and did a bunch of damage, legging both players there. And now, completely stacked is Banana. Here comes the full strike team. Commander Zavala would be disappointed because they're both getting melted as they enter. But now it's a 2-on-2 situation. Utility's been popped. There comes a flash, and that might have just hit Hyena at the last second now. And then coming from construction, a huge cleanup. I'm Useless Trash makes it happen. 14-9, and now Dry Peak 14-10. And now it is closer and closer. Dry Peak getting closer and closer to that finale. They're not done just yet.
The fate was sealed once they decided to commit through that molly.
Yep.
That extra damage made it so much easier for Trash to lay them down with the spray. And, you know, just any off-angle bullets through the smoke would have been enough to put them in the dirt. And now just 2 more rounds away from Dry Peak to make a win. Another.
Wow.
I would have expected a little more from the nade, but the instinct is so much more deadly as we have more damage coming out. I'm Useless Trash. Another kill here. Only one player had the guts or the mistake to rush through that smoke and try and get onto site. It was stacked with 3 players, and now they're going to try and go for a re-engage back on a B.
What a great CT spread here. Look at that. They're completely spread out for all possibilities. 2 on B, 1 Wanderer, another on A. And they should be able to rotate for a potential 4 on 3 if they need to. I mean, So Dream is super low. It might end up being a quick 3 on 3. And right now, Ken's in that pivot position where they could translate to either site. But again, it's going to come down to gank. It's going to come down to I'm Useless Trash, hold the site.
Gank gets the first one, but he's traded out by Clipsanity. Useless Trash backs off into construction to wait for the teammate support. Spamming through the smoke. It's Ken's, doesn't get anything. Actually, through those windows, Trash just put a little bit of damage on, but it won't connect much more. Hyena actually takes a good amount of damage. Clipsanity pulling up the MAC-10 and gets dropped as they have the over-aggression. It's unnecessary. Now Malenko, the last one alive, to try and defend this bomb, but it won't get done. Now we are on series point here for Dry Peak.
New threat. That is so surprising. They completely overcommit over towards construction. Even walking almost into church there with 2 players instead of just sitting on the site, holding angles, using what utility they had left. Instead, they send half of their members on the site to start hunting and looking for kills, maybe to try and set up an angle from construction or from church. But in doing so, they lose those 2 buys. They open up the site for the retake, and Dry Peak, you got to take those. We take those. They're so happy for that opportunity to take advantage of that. And now, I mean, you could hear it from them. And now they're 1 round away from advancing this tournament and taking out New Threat.
Just a little bit of a pause that we're having. Time to recollect your thoughts. Think about your actions very carefully here now, because you are just 1 small mistake away from being knocked out of this tournament, because 1 small mistake is all it's going to take. Clipsanity now here with the off. They have to maintain some level of control down mid. Taking a look. Won't be challenged. No, not yet.
Molly's going to be cutting off Banana now. Once again, usual suspects hanging out at B site. The T's are refusing to move. They're looking for a pick first, and they're not going to find it. And in fact, Hyena is cut off by the rest of their team from the smoke, and the Molly's pinching them in that position. They can't even pass through logs here. Hyena just has to hang out and wait it out. Firestorm's now gone. It's going to be 5 players coalescing over towards mid now, towards apartments, but the CTs refuse to budge.
No, and they don't need to. They are just comfortable holding their angles. Chippy waiting for anybody to think about moving through. Boiler, Ken's with the molly. Backing up, giving a little bit of space, but they have that zoner if they need it. There it goes. There is 1 player. It was Fatality who falls. It was a good use of that. Now converting it into a smoke, making sure nobody can utilize this balcony. Sending out a molly of their own by Boiler. Doesn't make a connection. And that's going to be converted into a smoke thanks to L1. Multiple players hanging out in apartments, 3 to be exact. 1 from Boiler. The flash is out. 1 player is out from Boiler. It's Clipsanity. He goes down. L1 takes out a second one and looking for another.
Wow.
Chippy picks it up through from the other side, and now it's all up to So Dream, jumping out and jumping into the pit of defeat. They will be knocked out of this event. It's going to be Dry Peak who moves forward.
2-1 series victory for Dry Peak, and wow, such great execution on CT. L1 in particular, that last line of defense. So smart. awareness to when they need to push on those smokes. Smokes were covering completely apartments, so they can push up to the next smoke on their right. They face check it, they get the killer, or they get the kill on the jump peeker, and then they fall back. They open up that vacuum, and everyone gets sucked in that last line of defense. L1 making it happen. Huge plays there by Dry Peak, looking so solid towards those last rounds. They didn't change up their game plan. They didn't get frazzled. They didn't get razzle-dazzled. They stuck to their guns, and it shows on the scoreboard.
You know, sometimes when you get hit with the razzle-dazzle, it could mess up your play style. But no, the mental here, the fortitude of this squad, Dry Peak, has shown and proven that they are going to move forward through the event. And even after going to map 3, I would say that New Threat is a formidable threat, something to take seriously. But Dry Peak gonna win it all, especially after you know, somehow surviving wild rounds like we saw Clipsanity do earlier.
Yeah, this is very much a back and forth map for much of it, right? Until towards the very end there. I do not know how that connected from SoDream, that's for sure. But yeah, some really solid plays from both teams. Dry Peak establishing themselves in the first half. New Threat bringing it back, looking great in the second quarter, right? But then once Dry Peak was on CT, that 2-3 push there. But even then, like towards the end, New Threat were almost their own worst enemy, getting a little too greedy, getting a little too overzealous, going and putting themselves out of position, overextending, looking for kills, and as a result, that they paid the ultimate price.
Yeah, we can look back to that construction push that was unnecessary. We can look back to when they rushed through that molly. Unnecessary. It was enough for them to just fall down. Great stuff by Malenko there. I was a big fan of that jump shot into each other.
Whew. Yeah, they absolutely have to be happy about that. So many hero plays in this map, in this series. I'm useless Trash. I mean, Trash was honestly the king of B-site. And such good conditioning too, knowing when to play aggressively, knowing when not to play aggressively, when to fall back, when to even take, like, you know, the car position or move all the way through banana. That was unexpected by the T's a lot of the time.
Yeah, it was great setups by the CTs, well, on the side of Dry Peak. When they were working on CT, they were able to even look through the potential baits that were coming out from New Threat. They weren't shaken. They could read right through it, and they maintained good posture in their positioning and their distribution of players across the map.
Well, speaking of distribution, we only have 3 teams, I believe, left in the bracket here, and maybe even a little less than that, maybe a little more. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty, right? We're getting down to the last few teams here. I believe we're still going to see more from Dry Peak as they continue through. They're still alive, but we know that In Control is still waiting in the wings to see who's going to make it back to Grand Finals. We still have some more action coming your way, so don't go anywhere. Fragadelphia, it's more action, more esports, and it's coming your way on the other side of this break.
Other side, Hex has the angle, yes.
Down 2. He's going to find himself a third pistol now. Alpha Jasper.
Let's go! Can I get a high?
Yeah, good timing. This is the first shot that will connect the second. However,
The Molotov they will have to bring. The Swisher goes on through. They're playing against Sanders. First, get a ball!
And welcome back to Fragadelphia here at the block. Local host 401. We have brought up one map or one series, and we're about to continue and follow the stories of two different squads that may seem a little familiar to you. We have seen them on stream quite a bit. But before we jump into that, we have to talk about Comcast, NBC Universal, and its military initiatives becoming one of the best partners and employers for military veterans. Through its military engagements initiatives, the company creates unique experiences for military employees, customers, and communities. In 2021, it was named the #1 veteran employer and ranked as a top 10 military-friendly company. Of course. Thank you, Comcast, and thank you to our veterans out here. But also want to thank the teams for coming out. And I want to thank you, Dak, for joining me here on the desk. In case you forgot, my name is Los. He's Dak, and we're tearing it up here at Fragadelphia vocally, not actually in the servers.
Not yet, anyway. Maybe we'll run that 10-man later. But there's still more gaming to get to. There's still more of the bracket to get to. We have our two teams ready to go very soon. Dry Peak versus Yenicherry. Two teams we've already seen today and yesterday. Yenicherry defeating All Gas No Breaks in a banger of a set. And then, of course, we just saw Dry Peak taking it in a very close 3-map series to advance farther in this lower bracket.
Two teams that have made their way through 3-map series. You know, they end up winning it in the final 2 and prove that they have what it takes. They got the medal to continue throughout this event. So we've seen these two teams compete already. We know what they can do. And one theme that goes throughout when it comes to these squads is their ability to come back and maintain their composure.
Absolutely. It's a bit of both, too, because it's like we've seen teams able to adapt really well, play on the fly. But we also saw, like, Dry Peak, for example, on the CT side, they actually didn't really change their game plan too much, right? Like, they were continuing to play their game. They didn't get razzled. They didn't get dazzled. They didn't get shook. They kept playing the game they knew how to play. They kept doing the same split, and it was working out. It wasn't one of those things where they kept trying the same thing and expecting different results. They knew the result they were going to get, and they weren't trying to play a different game. They weren't going to get have the pace set by the other team, and as a result, they came out on top. Not by much, but a win's a win.
It certainly was a close game out there for Dry Peak. And if we're talking about close games, Yenny Cherry also had close encounters of the third kind, that being all gas, no brakes. They're a different breed, but they've gone extinct here at Fragadelphia, unfortunately. But the game must go on, and Yenny Cherry versus Dry Peak, both of these squads have quite interesting picks. We've been through different maps, and I want to go back to laughing in the face of adversity. I remembered how to say it this time. Adversity. It was all gas, no brakes. In the series prior, had gone, I believe, 16 to potentially sub-3. A sub-3 scoreline on the enemy, and Yenny Cherry picked Nuke, laughing and smirking in the face of a squad that had done so well on the map of the previous series. And guess who ended up winning? It was Yenny Cherry.
Yeah, especially over a team we were expecting to go farther in the bracket, all gas, no brakes. Yenny Cherry really pulled out all the stops. They were the ones that were setting the pace. They were playing aggressive when they needed to. And yeah, going to Nuke against a team that had just routed another team 16-1 on it, that could be risky on paper, but it goes to show how strong a lot of these teams are on that map in general. Interesting enough, we haven't seen it yet today. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it in this series, but I expect this to go to distance. Both of these teams have that comeback potential, really strong entry fraggers. I mean, solid comeback mechanics as well. You have teams that have players, have like L1, for example, on Dry Peak, right? Like that last line of defense we were talking about. A player that really strong in that pit area on Inferno, which was the decisive factor, the X factor on that map in Map 3. So I'm looking for those star players, those hero players, because at the end of the day, when you have a team firing all cylinders, it comes down to those crazy clutches, those comeback mechanics, the players who can win the gunfights that matter the most. And especially when you're this deep into the bracket, you got to rely on those star players to get you further.
And it's the ability to have those star players become under pressure. We've seen multiple times in the last series where New Threat attempted to bait out some players from A and take him over to B, use Banana as a sort of bait, draw out the enemy, but Dry Peak, they held fast and they didn't give into any trickery coming from their opponents. And, you have to work a little harder if you're going to try and bait out Dry Peak, and the same thing goes out here for Yenny Cherry. You're going to have to work real hard to get the advantage over your opponents and make your way further throughout the bracket into the losers finals.
And one thing I'll say about these teams as well is economically they've been really sound on all accounts. Really haven't seen them kind of putting themselves behind by force buying over and over again. And really didn't see too many half buys either. Like the timing was really like overall really strong for both teams. They knew when to eco, they knew when to full buy, and you never really saw a team kind of getting set back because they had no money. And even then, these players are so good on like the pistol rounds, right? Like with the Deagles, like they can make things happen regardless of what's in their arsenal, and that's what makes them so scary because you think, oh, I have the advantage, I got rifles. That's not necessarily the case every time.
Yeah, like I said much earlier, if you can find success while you have the advantage, while you have the stronger tools, great, awesome. But if you could also bring it back and find success, find those kills, the frags, even if it doesn't lead to an eventual victory, just do the damage that needs to be done when you are at a disadvantage, that's what's going to separate you from the rest of the pack. That's what's going to continue your squad and bring you through and potentially into the NSG Winter Champs.
And you're seeing these players, these familiar faces we just saw Dry Peak playing in the previous series. Again, this is what we love to see when we get to see a team win and then we get to follow their journey through. When we continue to see that, or will Yenny Cherry end it now? We saw Yenny Cherry playing yesterday. Very strong play from them. Even when everything was on the table, they didn't back down. They didn't falter. And honestly, they played even better than we expected coming in against All Gas No Brakes, who looked so dominant. They were the dominant player. or the dominant team, the dominant players. But not only that, they won like with style. Like there were so many awesome plays from the team. Really, like overall, a lot of highlights, I would say, coming from that team as well.
And here we have our map picks up and running. Vertigo going to be the first map over by Dry Peak. And what do you know, Dak? It's Nuke from Yenny Cherry. And to decide it all, we're heading back to the finale map of Inferno.
Yeah, after their performance yesterday, not at all surprised that they're going for Nuke. It was probably their strongest map of the tournament so far. Vertigo, we saw first last time. That was a map that All Gas No Breaks was really strong on. So it seems like a map that teams overall are pretty comfortable with. Inferno, they're going to decide on that for the tiebreaker. As we saw the previous series, no surprise there. So I'm liking this. Nuke has been a map that the teams have no problem going on. And that's the thing, too, is that these teams are focusing more on their strengths and not necessarily trying to exploit the weaknesses outright of other teams. They're like, hey, you might be strong on this map, but we're strong on it, and so we're going to push that advantage.
Exactly. Playing to your own strengths rather than exploiting an enemy. It might be the safest way to go, the best way to go. If you're all confident with the rest of your squad, if you trust each other as a team, playing to what you feel the most confident is going to be the best move. And, well, I think we have to see an improvement coming out of Yenny Cherry when it comes to that Vertigo play. What have they done to improve since yesterday? Or is Dry Peak making this choice based off of what they saw yesterday? Is it their own preference of a pick, or are they doing exactly what we spoke about, but the opposite, exploiting the weakness of their opponent?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking, even at this point, right, like, so much is on the line, you can't afford to lose. I think you play to your strengths, right? Like, yeah, there might be an opportunity to scout out the other team, try to make some adjustments, but at this point, you got to play to your strengths.
Yeah, 100%. Just believe in yourself, believe in your team, and you can't lose. But it turns out we had a little bit of a mix-up. There was a bit of cords interlinked, a little bit of crossed wires here. As
we were wrong.
We were wrong.
We lied to y'all. Sorry about that. Happens.
Our bad from the desk
2,
here.
Inferno, then Mirage. So everything we just said,
out the window.
We didn't say it. We didn't say it. Yeah, I think this is, well, honestly, I mean, I thought the Nuke pick was actually not a bad pick at all, really, from Yenny Cherry. So still, the going to Inferno and then Mirage is going to be a tiebreaker. This was a tiebreaker map we saw yesterday at least once. So I think Dust 2 is going to be, you know, a nice even playing field, even though it is Dry Peak's pick, and even though Inferno is Yenny Cherry's pick. I honestly don't think it necessarily edges out one or the other. These teams are really strong on paper and almost evenly matched, but I'm sure I'll be proven wrong once we get into the server.
You know, that might be the case, but from my understanding, I think it might be a combination of Yenny Cherry being confident on Inferno, also watching Dry Peak in the previous matches. They were waiting, they were prepping for this upcoming series, and they saw what Dry Peak is capable of on this map, and they see how the defenses work. They see how the offense has worked. And now they're potentially looking for a way to counteract that. How is Dry Peak being put on the defensive here? They have to adapt. They have to create new strategies going into map 2.
No, I think you're right. Now that we know the real maps, I think, like, yeah, okay. It's actually not that crazy to think. They definitely scouted out the team. They're watching Dry Peak play. They've been waiting in the wings, ready to go. They see how that map is played out, and they're like, we could take them. We know what they're capable of. But that's also like kind of setting a precedence because Dry Peak is probably aware of that too. I wonder if the back in their head they're thinking, okay, this is what they expect of us based on what we showed. Now we can change it up because we know potentially what they're thinking, right? You got that Okazemi kind of the layering of options there in terms of do they really expect this or are they expecting something different? We're going to go with the information we've given them and try to change it up.
Yeah, well, I mean, sticking to what this squad knows, the first map here is going to be Dust 2, which we'll be loading up into shortly. And I'm excited to see how these two Titans throughout the lower bracket are able to assert themselves and assert dominance with this final series that you and I will be able to enjoy. But there's plenty of action after this one. But, I mean, hey, it's got to be a banger to send us off, right?
Absolutely. It's been quite a weekend. We've had so many awesome players here for the event, and the cream of the crop has risen to the top. Of course, this is an event with $10K on the line, $5,500 for first place, points through the circuit for Fragadelphia. This is just a regional qualifier. There's still a lot more to go. Even these teams here, even if they might not get first place, They're still getting some points. I believe some cash as well. So there's definitely an investment that's been made that's been paid off for them, and it can continue to pay off through the coming months.
I was a big fan of that Macho Man reference there.
Cream of the crop rises to the top.
I'm the cream.
The cream
of the crop. Well, we'll see if that that cream is cherry flavored or I don't even know what dry peak is. It's dust. It's the cream of the crop has turned to dust with a dry peak. As we're gonna head into the game momentarily, ladies and gentlemen, Fragadelphia, let's go.
Let's do it. It is time. Some team is gonna have to do the job, brother, and one team's gonna go over. We'll see which one's gonna get that little bit of shine, and which one's gonna get the heat, the go-away heat, and get sent home. This is a best of 3 starting out with Dust 2, Yenny Cherry, Dry Peak. I hope we get a knife round.
Well, it doesn't look.
No, come on.
I don't know.
Even
it's
if
a big,
the side's
a
already
big
picked.
A big if.
Even if the side's already picked, just for me, come on.
You already got one,
For
Dak.
me.
You already got one.
I did get my one. Yeah, everyone gets one. I got it. Yeah, that's fine. I guess that's my fault. We'll jump into this one. This is going to be an absolute banger, I am sure. We have Dust 2, we have Inferno, we have Mirage, all on the menu. Are we going to be able to dig into all 3 maps? Honestly, I hope so, because even that last set, it's great to go into a map 3, and these teams, when teams are playing when it's so close and there's so much on the line, that's when the best of a player can really come out, and you get to see essentially the best form in that player, I think, or the one that is most necessary at that time. So I'm expecting a lot of awesome hero plays here, some star players to kind of show themselves as an upper echelon fragger or a clutcher or whatever it need be. A lot of playmakers in this server right here, and I can't wait to see what they have to offer.
Without a doubt. Just a little bit of a tech pause here before we jump into
Have to have a tech
this.
pause, man.
It's actually required. It's in the contract.
It's actually part of the game flow.
Mm-hmm.
It's built into the game itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you may think you're in the game, but you're not in the game. You're in the tac pause.
You're in the tac pause. Well, you know what it is because we have the tac pause button right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's right next to the pun button and the start game button.
Mm-hmm.
Tactical pause button. It's really big. It's huge, right behind the Mike and Ike's box.
It's really worn out because of all the times you press it.
It is beaten up for sure. Been mashed on. And these players are ready to mash some keys, mash some mouse inputs here. I mean, they're ready to go. You can see they're adjusting themselves and getting ready, and at the same time, a little bit of relaxation, trying to calm the nerves or just feeling good,
nice
confident.
nail polish out there. You
I
can
love
see
the black nail polish.
That is a
Looking
sign
nice.
of like a real gamer.
Definitely real gaming out there. I wish I had one of those hot hands, by the way. Those are
yeah.
so nice.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Little chilly when you got a bunch of PCs running all at the same time. You got to keep things cool as.
Especially when things are getting hot.
I know, yeah.
When the gaming's getting hot, you got to keep things cool in here. And once again, we're here at the Block 401 local host, and this venue is absolutely amazing. It's been an amazing event full of amazing players and teams. Prizes on the line. There was so much fun and energy here this weekend. It's been awesome to be part of it, but it's still not over. We still have this series. We have 2 more after that. We need to decide a winner tonight, Los, and we're going to.
It's got to happen. It's got to be done, There's been so much action that it has to come to a penultimate conclusion. Climax of the masses, bringing out their best gaming here today and yesterday, this whole weekend of a real struggle.
And this is, again, the endurance test, right? If you're Dry Peak, for example, you have a lot of games you've already played. And if you want to make it all the way to the end, you have even more games to play. So it's an endurance test, not just a skill test. And even for Yenny Cherry as well, even if they might have had a little bit more of a break time coming into this series, overall, this is still the same kind of test. And both of these teams will have 2 more series at least, I believe 2 series, after this if they want to take the tournament. So they have to make sure, okay, we have to play at our best here, but also they can't be running on reserves in grand finals, right? Because remember, In Control's waiting. Because we're talking about how okay, you get to scout out your team a little bit. In Control's scouting all of these teams. They get to watch all of this. They get to prepare exactly for what they need to do for either of these teams, for any of these teams. So that's something you got to keep in the back of your mind. Do you expend everything to win? Obviously you got to make sure you win no matter the cost, but you got to still have something left in the tank for the later series of the tournament.
That is a big difficult call that you have to make coming through this lower bracket. You know all eyes are on you, especially from the team that you are set out to beat. I mean, all eyes were on Dry Peak before they even got into this match. So they have to continue to bring up new moves, or at least cycle their moves in an effective manner that it's not easily read. Or just come up with something new. Be crazy. Be adaptive. Adapt, improvise, overcome. I believe the great Bear Grylls once said when he was talking about how to make it in a CS major.
Bears, Grills, Battlestar Galactica. Boom.
I understand the reference now. I understand the reference.
Okay,
this reference was made yesterday, and I didn't get it.
You got
Extreme disappointment.
You missed my Destiny reference earlier, too. Do you know that Commander Zavala strike team?
No.
My Titan. You even said Titan earlier, and I was like, oh, I play Titan in Destiny. Oh, okay.
Well, you thought I got it. You thought I got it, so that might be good.
Well, I hit my quota. I told you I'd get it in this weekend.
Okay.
I'll have to get in another one. So we got some utility coming out, and there's the scramble. Flash is coming out. Coco holding in through Car. Not going to survive for very long, and it is just a blood splatter after blood splatter. The kill fest is coming through. And with a 2-on-2 situation, this push is going to come to a halt.
Yeah, Chippy hanging out by the box. It's Kaki and Brashy. Last two players over in tunnels. They're looking to make a retake. The bomb's going to go down, guaranteeing an extra payday for these players. Gank does manage to take down the first one, but Brashy's there for the pickup. Chippy hanging out on the right side. Brashy's checking those corners, looking to the right, and they get the tap.
Brashy, that's a player you definitely remember from yesterday, a player that had no problem face-checking smokes, making clutch plays. It's great to see at 5 HP, Brashy doing the same on this first round.
Yeah, that was a ballsy take coming out from Dry Peak to just rush on out there, but even more guts were displayed by Brashy, winning that duel with such low HP to start off with.
I'm so happy to see these players back in the server. I mean, I'm looking back to yesterday. Kaki doing a lot of work on that op. Geditor, Gertz, really solid entry fraggers at times. Dry Peak as well, we're seeing them back in here. It's great to see. And it looks like we have a long, amazingly aggressive push here by Brashy all the way down towards Garage. And you can see even Kaki backing up to try and get this cross angle here for the entry from the tees.
Oh, and there's Brashy in the pit, finds one and swings out. Kaki there for the support, but Gank gonna pick up both of them. One more player, it's Geditor hanging out by the car with the MP9, smoking themselves off to preserve their safety. Buy some time, jumping on, facing away from the flash. It's gonna be a good move, but send out the Incin to keep off and dissuade any sort of push. Gank's taking their time though, they have to.
Molly comes out, Gank's still in the pit here. And this is really just whoever gets the first pick, and there comes through Gank opening things up, but they have to worry about this lurk coming through from Gertz.
I mean, if you're not looking down A long, you gotta have someone on your flank. It's gonna be Chippy taking down Gertz. And now the last one alive, it's Geditor with the MP9, is able to tap him down, might be able to find a second, and he does!
You can't see my face, but it's shocked. That was awesome. And Geditor, such a phenomenal play through that round. First starting off with that car position, they were holding that car position the whole time. They throw the smoke down. Instead of using that to get across the street, he uses it to reveal the position of the players holding in pits, so he knew there were players still there. Then to have the sack to sit there and then take the long-range fight with the submachine gun, I mean, that right there, that's for the real. You put that on the fridge right there. You print it out and you put it on the front.
Mom, get the camera, because you aren't going to want to miss this one. Now a big rush down Cat. Going to ignore that instant. The flash is up, and Geditor backing up with the FAMAS. Might walk up into the flames. They save themselves from damage, but Kaki is the first one to fall. Gank and crew, they've taken control of the site. Yenny Cherry backing off. They have only positions in CT. Gonna be a hard retake.
L1 on Cat. Not going to be able to find too much. Is going to look potentially behind the lurk here, but turns their back away. And Geditor is going to clean that up. Brashy also getting on the board here. Chippy going to return fire. 3-on-2 situation here. Situated towards Car, and now Lower Streets getting lowered and open as Chippy finds two. 2-on-2, 2-on-1, and now they're going down. The numbers are getting whittled. It's a 1-on-1 situation.
Oh, so close. But actually, they walk away with it. There's no time to defuse, and finally, Dry Peak, they win that round. It costed them everything, but they do get on the board.
And that was a scramble and a half right there. Honestly, could have gone either way, but in that situation, it's not a 5-on-5, it's a 6-on-5, right? Like, you have time on your side once you have the bomb down. Eventually, it became a 2-on-2, it becomes a 3-on-2 in that situation, right? So you have to kind of keep that in mind as you're trying to jiggle these corners, right? You gotta confirm those kills quickly because the bomb's taken down.
Smokes down, no forward pressure here for long in. L1 just running out like a madman with the MAC-10, finds one, but will be taken down by Khaki. He's hanging out on top of site. We'll have the support of Brashy jumping onto those boxes. Khaki continues that reign of terror through the smoke. And a few shots from Brashy are going to get a little bit of damage in, but nothing too substantial. And despite the fact that their numbers have dwindled to 3, Dry Peak manages to take control of the site. They're going for a boost, and Khaki gets another one. Chippy goes down and looking for another. Wow. It's Khaki again. Is Khaki going to come through with the ace? They do!
Khaki owning that map right there. Entire one-man army with a little help from his friends, but mostly done on their own. Just absolutely extinguishing the other team. Look at this, Khaki putting shots in through the smoke here. Amazing awareness to check that corner first before swinging out onto the site, and then on the crouch still confirms the kill. You love to see it.
Great performance and just awesome utilization and positioning of that player. Khaki has really done serious work here for Yenny Cherry. Yenny Cherry up 3-1. We're looking at another minuscule buy coming out of Dry Peak.
And even though they ended up winning that, I was surprised how Gettitor flew away out of car position when they were willing to hold that with the MP9, right? Like, they were just sitting there in that car position despite the push, and that time they ran away from the push and got shot in the back. Still saved there in the end, and Yenny Cherry does come out on top. Slight pause, and then we're going to jump right back into it. Yenny Cherry with a slight lead up 3-1. Dry Peak not at a full buy here, and looking to try and do a little bit of economic damage here to Yenny Cherry, who would likely have to save if they lose this next round.
A little bit of a default play. No one looking to maintain some control on mid-site. However, lower tons is going to be the way to go. Oh, Khaki keeping that pressure here on A. To be able to make their way through, but flames out. Double doors have been denied. And CT will remain safe, but the move's going to be through Cat to smoke. Brashy on the other side. But if he walks through, he's going to be faced with a world of hurt. Once this dissipates, he's going to be under a firing squad. If he can transfer it into 2, he only picks up 1. Useless trash there for the trade, and now they're going to begin their assault onto A site. Might be a flash to try and blind them as they round the corner, but they will remain safe. There is one player looking to round this A long position. However, they don't have the angle at this point.
Yeah, that's going to be a full retake here. They're going to reestablish themselves on Cat. And then Yenny Cherry will have Khaki coming in through A long, putting pressure, but no, gets caught out immediately. I'm Useless Trash, finds him first, and now they're going to immediately push up to try and go for a potential pinch themselves. Up on Cat, there comes the flash catwalk push coming through, and Gettitor trying to put some entry frags in, but can't find Hater. Shots coming through all the way from Street, and Gettitor does finally find Khaki. One player alive remaining on the area. It's L1, and now here comes the flank from behind. It's not enough. I'm Useless Trash gets one, but can't get the rest done. And the defuse will be there just in time to make it 4-1.
It was just a clean, well, I'm not going to say clean. It was just a well-executed retake. Definitely a round Yenny Cherry needed to hold on to. They are finally going to be able to get Khaki back onto that off. That's a player we know is prominent with that piece of hardware. Has gotten plenty of crucial frags throughout their time here at Fragadelphia, so I'm excited to see how they continue this punishment going into Dust.
Hardest task here is to try and get that off of Khaki, but with just Tech 9s here, mostly Deagles, I mean, it's going to be a huge ask to do so. You see they're completely spread out, looking just for a couple cheesy picks if potentially possible. Brashy hanging out, looking over Cat into the lower tunnel. Potentially for anyone to peek out towards mid, it might be Gank who does that first. And Brashy will get sights on him and puts those shots down and picks him up. L1 also going down as well. It's a 5-on-3 situation. Things are starting to get hairy as they push in towards B. The smoke is going to push them back out in the area of mid, and that's going to be right in towards double doors, which is mollied off. Catwalk is also mollied off, and the CTs are now spread out through spawn to figure out where the rest of the Ts are going, and they are going to head towards Catwalk.
Getter waiting on the car for these players to flood on out. Finds two, looking to make it, and a third. However, Ken, even though it isn't a deagle, manages to put some damage out with the pistol. But this is just another Yenny Cherry round. It's what we expected.
Yeah, absolutely. And that car position, so pivotal here for the Yenny Cherry CT side. They're getting so much done by having that angle down lower streets, down A long, and potentially for the retake. Because you can see a lot of the time Gettitor is playing that lower streets position and then rotates over towards car when need be. And that's such a great angle to help support the rest of your team as they filter in back towards the site.
Gettitor swinging out on the far side of the smoke, disperses all of his bullets and runs down, even pulling out the USB. Doesn't realize there's another player yet within that smoke, and Ken's is going to be the one to get it done. Off now in control of this player. If anyone is hoping to swing out from the CT position, that would be an ill-advised move, but multiple players coming through CT spawn, just holding it down. Not sure where their counterparts may be.
Ken's completely cutting off A long here. A little bit of a jump peek, it looked like, by Coco. Doesn't seem to get much done there, but might have been enough information gained to back all the way up. With this 3-on-2 against an AWP, this is going to be a big ask here, but they do have rifles to play that long-range fight if need be, and just through the smoke, L1's going to take a head down. And now they're going to push up, throwing that bomb out, looking like they're going to try and get some shots out to see where that last player is, but Gertz does not take the bacon and instead fire through the smoke, has to fall back. The Molly's putting some pressure on them, and L1 now going to get right above. Here comes a frag grenade, not going to find anything. Actually, no, it does. Hits Chippy directly. That's huge. Makes a 2-on-1 situation, but look at this cross angle. It's be so hard to push up onto the site.
It would only work out if they're... Okay, no, it won't work out.
Yeah, well, you know. I said the frag didn't hit anything, and it actually did. Happened.
Well, I mean, I was about to say, it'll only work out if he does this, but I didn't even get a chance to finish it, so I was like, well, you didn't do what I was going to say, so it didn't work out.
Gotta keep us in mind when they're making these plays happen. Come on.
Yeah, think about us.
Making us look bad.
That's the last thing you want to
position there, yeah. Gettitor cannot find anything. It's Kenz and Chippy who get the better of him. And now the full A-long push, at least 4 members here. Leave the bomb behind, just try to spray down, using that smoke as cover to get the cross angle, or at least get someone into pit, and it will be I'm Useless Trash who puts out that position. But look how far the CTs up are in tunnels, right? So they know B's cleared and likely no push is coming from there, and they're about to find out that mid is completely open, which means now they can use that information to route out the remaining players at A-long.
And there's the start of it. Ken's picking up 1 long-range kill, but Gettitor sending it right back with the damage. Another Brashy up on the site, hoping to get something going with that deagle. Doesn't make any connections, jumping up with the little gank. Sending out some shots, but not making any connections until finally we do have Brashy fall to the ground. Coco and Gertz, last ones, they are severely damaged and caught in a pinch position. They're going to back off.
Yeah, with just pistols here around that, they're going to try to conserve their lives if they can. But that's pretty much as they could have expected here. To get the 1 kill on Kenz is really not that bad, considering they didn't buy it all. So I would say that's a slight victory here, a small win in a larger war. But the bomb is going to explode without any more pressure coming through. The CTs are trying to avoid the hunt by completely splitting up and going to the complete opposite side of the map here. So with that said, 4 members of the T is alive. They'll get things a little bit closer going into the next round.
Yeah, with that hardware in hand, we're going to give Ken back that up. It should be a good scenario here. But Coco, looking to find some revenge. Going up with the glass cannon up. Only just light armor, no Kevlar. Having a attempt to regain control in the sniper duel. Actually, make that 2 ops. Khaki on the prowl, on that sniper hunt as well. Let's see if either of these players can find success in the face of Kenz, who's been deadly. Khaki looking down towards lower tons on that boost. One wrong mistake. That could be the end of any sort of lurk, but Ken's already putting in that work on A long. Gonna take out one of the ops already.
Yeah, peeking through doors and taking out the only player in A long here. They don't have enough information to know that that's the only player here because they haven't committed up through mid. And they can't do that really if they did because Kaki's waiting right there with the op. So if the second someone peeks their head out, it's going to get taken clean off. And we're about to see that happen potentially, but there's two players about to push. Might be able to get the better of him. Waiting, there's the flash, has to fall back. The shot looked like it could have still landed, but just off the mark, and they're going to use that molly to push back those two catwalk players. Brash is going to join the upper, but now that they know that those catwalk players are backed up and they already have control of A long, this is the opportunity for Tease to start to push an advantage over towards A, but they're hesitant to do that because they still don't know where Gertz and Geditor are.
Gonna be a molly right into the corner by Chippy, clearing out anyone with any cheeky angles, as we've seen have been to the detriment of either squad in the previous series. So have to ensure that no one is making their way through. Kaki gonna get taken down by L1 the second they bring off Gank. And in a matter of moments, heads in L1. Last one's alive. Both players, however, have control of the A site. Op in hand, looking down Cat. Both players actually looking down Cat. That's where they expect the main opposition to come from, in a high position on top of some boxes.
Oh, from lower streets, Geditor finding an angle he's been working on, but there goes Ken's, puts one down, but Brashy will come out on top after that one op kill. You do not have enough time to recover against the rifle. The defuse will come through easily here with just enough time to spare. Even if they have the defuse kit for Kurtz, Brashy's the one that's going to get it done with style. It is a 6-3 lead here for Yenicherry, and I got to point out, I love how Yenicherry, even though they got mollied out, they got flashed out at Catwalk, they didn't completely give it up. They then moved back into that position and shut that down, forcing the site push to happen elsewhere, which set up Geditor to get a kill from lower streets.
Yeah, and it's also quite crucial that them winning that round, they're able to recover two ops and bring them back to Coco and Kaki. They could both maintain long-range pressure. Uh-oh, Kaki getting a little bit close for comfort here. Wow. And that is going to be a grave mistake. A little aggression has gone a long way here for Dry Peak. New op in hand and a little bit of long-range pressure. Just get it her hanging around the corner from CT. Does have backup in the form of Coco, so that's an op you got to worry about, but he's going to jump up on top, get into sight, gets the shot onto Ken's. There goes your own op. Now, they have to put this to work in long-range pressure at no scope, maybe a second, but it won't be. However, this attack is starting to fall apart. Brash coming in for the flank. Just puts too much pressure here on Dry Peak.
Yenicherry's utility there was just fantastic. Both Chippy and Gank got flashed as they tried to enter and immediately got pulverized. Coco fell back. That's the flash right there that hits both of them. And that sets up the blindness as they try to, they have no idea where to look. And then Coco making it look clean and simple. And that's all you need to do right there after some awesome flashbang play.
Yeah, looking into a attack pause here. You got to reset and reassess your mental. It started off nicely when I believe Kaki went way too close, got way too close and gave up the op, forcing them to just think for a second, wait a minute, we have to have a tighter control on our site. And it did work out eventually by stalling out the players, getting some long-range shots out of Coco, and things did end up eventually going to Yenicherry's way. We're getting an inside look.
Whoa, his neck.
At Yenicherry. An inside look.
He looks very stressed.
I mean.
We got a tech pause here as we are inspecting this fellow. The wrinkles. I mean, that's understandable, right? Pretty stressed out characters, I would say.
Yeah, I would imagine you're putting your lives on the line every single day.
For esports.
Yeah, for esports.
Putting your life on the line for esports. That's
we do that.
You set that hairline a little bit back here, right? The farther you go into a tournament, the farther back your hairline goes. Just how it is. You got to make sacrifices.
Yeah.
And
Instead, you don't put your whole body into gaming.
Hey, sometimes you have to. That's the difference between the good and the greats, right? The toll that's taken on your body as a gamer.
If you're just a husk of a person at the end of your sports career, you really did
You're doing something right.
You really made it.
All right, so we have Gank, who's going to wait out this molly a little bit. Kaki looking down the same, similar cat angle that they've been taking mostly. They've usually looked through down tunnels, but that smoke's covering it, so they're going to wait that out for just a moment. On the other side of that smoke are 4 members of the T's here. It's Dry Peak looking to try to sneak in potentially up towards Catwalk, and they're going to, but Kaki is ready and waiting. Shot whiffs, and they have to fall back. A lot of pressure going through, but it's Brash who gets on the board first, pushing through. Kaki gets put down by the Tech 9, and now A-Long's completely opened up here by Genitor, who's going to push up onto the site. Molly comes out. Catwalk is getting crazy, but again, the lower streets position here has been popping off every single time for Yenny Cherry. They have such good angles here, and Genitor is now swinging in wide, almost towards the Molly. Coco gets those shots in for 2, almost for 3, and gets the 3rd. And can they get more? A 4th one their way, and Coco cleaning things up and will be able to get the defuse.
This is such a strong team effort coming out from Yenny Cherry. All of these players are making their headlines, their names show up in the kill feed, and all of them are working together to ensure victory every single time. A well-balanced squad is exactly what you need to make your move throughout this event.
A well-oiled machine for sure, and Yenny Cherry now establishing a 5-round lead. And this is some just great information gathering, you know, like the angles being held here by Yenny Cherry. They're really figuring out where the T pushes are coming. They're so good at utilizing that lower streets position and rotating onto site for these retakes. Overall, looking so strong as a squad.
Yep, and there's the face again, the face of victory. At least up until this point, at least for this half so far.
Looks like we have another pause here. Might be another tech pause potentially, so we're going to get to the inside of this guy's skull.
Thank you to our observers.
I say this is real production right here. That's for sure. This is behind the scenes.
Yeah, BTS.
Behind the skull.
Behind the skull.
Yeah.
All right,
I'll
allow it. I'll allow it.
You can use that. Put that in your back pocket. Save that for later. Gotcha. No problem. 8-3 score line here for Yenny Cherry. You're gonna see that replay here, and this is, I mean, this is not unfamiliar whatsoever. Coco in that situation getting 4 kills, lining things up in that lower streets advantage. You would think having the high ground would be the play, but they've been able to just pivot off of that position so often. That lower streets car area has just been all Yenny Cherry all day, and it's been integral to holding off these site push, which, by the way, I mean, I feel like we've barely gotten any action towards B, right? It's been all A all day long. I wonder if Dry Peak may want to change things up.
I think it was just the pistol round.
Yeah,
started
I think so,
off.
yeah.
There's got to be a change in the pace. There's got to be a change over here. If they can maintain control of A long, I think it would be a pivotal move. However, watch out. Useless Trash hanging out by the car. Brashy, you're going to get a little aggressive. You got to be on the lookout, because you're not the only person holding this angle. Whoever's going to move first. Oh, he still looks. Brashy wins with a flick.
Wow, Brashy looking second, but gets the kill first. Then you can see Ken's getting on the board there, opening things up on A site. That car is now completely taken out, but Coco is hanging out below Catwalk at spawn, now moving over towards B. Again, likely a retake situation here because they do have Brashy on Catwalk as well, so they can hit from multiple angles here, except from A long, and that's the problem because they have Ken still sitting in that long range area. If they have a little bit of utility, they might be able to cut that angle off, but it's going to be hard with that op still in play on the retake.
Sight taking control. The bomb will go down. Multiple players from Cat. 3, in fact. And Singular Gertz out of CT. It's going to be an absolute brawl. We need to maintain Ken's op position. That's going to be the key. If they can stop anyone from coming down from CT, but actually L1 going to get it done. Swapping over to the op. It's all up to Coco. Whoever's going to win this duel would win the round. Coco, however, deciding, no, we're going to save this up, but you can't, because Chippy, with a long return, a long flank, an A-long flank that also happened to be long, ended up stopping that safe, removing the op from the hands of that player, and just put him in a little bit of an advantage. Still, a long way to go to end up with an equalizer here. Was that, in fact, a kill?
Wow.
Was that a kill?
That was what a flick, honestly. That is an indescribable position there. And then we have a half-life from Yenny Cherry and L1.
Oh, no.
That is 3 kills in a row. Gank also not going to be outdone there. Gets on the board, and now it's just Coco with the scout by themselves. Moving to prayer. We've heard that before. We're going to say it again. 10-7. Looking to try and get on the board once more, but just a little bit of damage they can do. Doesn't see the player hanging out at spawn and somehow gets away.
What?
And then turns and takes him out. Another shot. Not going to find targets. Gank, the only one to go down so far, but they are being whittled away by this scout. Ken's also hitting the ground. Another shot almost barely whiffing. Coco in the driver's seat until it finally breaks down. I'm Useless Trash gets the final kill there to make it 5 rounds for Dry Peak.
They allowed way too much damage to come out of that player.
Yeah.
It seemed like we were being trolled for a little bit with how long they were walking around with the scope up, but let's take a look back at L1 getting an easy triple here against Yenny Cherry. Huge. Absolutely decimated those players trying to get a forward push onto Lung.
And look at that spray transfer too, right? Like that was just really well held. And the T's are now going to give a chance at B site. But because they've kind of conditioned Yenny Cherry to, expect a lot of at least 3 or 4 players and a lot of utility use at A long, because that hasn't come out yet, the CTs make a perfect read here and they 5-stacked on B site. And look how hesitant Dry Peak are now to push that, because they know now from L1 pushing up A long that there's pretty much no one there unless they're holding lower streets. So they have to know that the CTs are all based on B site, and that looks like that's why they're playing so hesitantly right now.
Interesting timing for them to decide to stack up over onto B. The one time that they even considered pushing through that area. However, with that information gained, it's that forward checkout from L1. They realize, guys, just head on over. Oh, wow. L1 all the way from car spotted that player. Get it there. Going to be taken out quite easily. And that rotation, it's going to be good. In fact, this whole time, did L1 have the bomb? Oh, no, they must have thrown it up to him.
Yeah, as much as they really can't do too much from B, that's essentially how you go downwards. You go around, right? Like, they do get Kens, but it's a lot harder to stack on A with a pistol, just a lot longer ranges you have to take. You're not going to be able to win those fights against rifles, whereas on B site, there are less angles to take to potentially ward them off, but you have a lot of areas to hide with the pistol and hold closer angles. So the B site stack makes sense in that regard, and Dry Peak do take the round, only losing 1 body. Uh-oh.
Oh, Coco with 2 on the off, finding 2 players on suicide, looking for another one and finds it. Last 2 players, just Chippy and I'm Trash rushing out onto B. They have no other idea, no other strategy, but they're just going to send it down. Gertz holding it down. It's all up to Trash, but I mean, just sending the rest to 1v4. That's a wrap.
Yep, once Yenny Cherry is able to buy back out, they get right back into this, and they finish off the half strong with that last round win here. And look again, looked like L1 might be able to get that, but Coco breaking some ankles a little bit there with the crouch and pops in, and then another shot. Coco just nasty with that sniper.
Without a doubt, 2 formidable players. Normally we would look to Kaki as the sniper on this squad, but Coco actually making a name for themselves here on Dust 2. And it's 9-6 right now, going into the second half. Advantage Yenny Cherry. Let's see if they can keep that momentum and keep that strength and push us all the way to a map point potentially. It's only going to take 6 more rounds to go, but anything can happen. They could just run it right through.
Anything can literally happen here, like literally anything. Yes. And you can see Getiter is now going to rejoin the team a little bit towards mid. It looks like they might go for a push right through double doors, and they do after that flash comes out, but it looks like immediately Gertz was put down, so as they push in, they're going to have to hold off 2 angles at once. They use the smoke to cut off the spawn angle so they can push up towards B, and now it's a 3-on-2 as they go in, and L1, no way! That is ridiculous. 4 in a row, cleans them up, and quickly ends that round.
L1, that's a player who's known to lock down sites. They are good at I mean, that's kind of reminiscent of the players flooding out of apartments back on Inferno.
Yep.
Players flooding out of window, and the composure was kept. Dry Peak holding on thanks to L1 once again. L once again. There we go. Had to do it.
And already Gertz going down pretty early in this round, so not the best start here for Yenicherry. They're still going to commit towards Catwalk, but they have the smoke giving them a little bit of cover to jump down to double doors. There's no one waiting for them as well, but they got to worry about the lower streets position. They don't check it, and Gertz gets one. Kenz gets on the board, and now they're just trading off. Another upper mid kill as well. And now it's a, ooh, Coco at least going to take one down with them before they go away. And now they're going to try to run, get out of dodge, avoid the hunt here as the CT is continuing to jockey for position that is not going to be pressured over at CT. I think they've finally gotten that clue, and they're going to push up and try to look for that one remaining player here. There's still a lot of time on the clock, so absolutely could happen, and it looks like they're going to start to spread out to look for this remaining player.
Might be a wraparound to recover a stronger piece of hardware. Maybe even get a second player and, you know, just confuse them a little bit as to where Coco is situated. And I think if they go all the way down to... What is that noise?
Someone must be playing with their gun, I think.
Yep, I think so. Stop messing around. We got a game here,
serious, okay? This is serious business. Coco is going to peek out just a little bit and gives up their kneecap there as a result. And then Dry Peak will push up and confirm. It is now a one-round differential between these two teams on map 1. It's really as close as it could possibly get, aside from it being an outright tie, but neither of these teams really want to be giving up much at all. This is a map that is looking evenly matched between two teams that are evenly matched on a map that really at this point could go either way.
Yeah, that is the way we see it when we're looking at teams who have made it so far throughout this event, but not much can be seen by Kenz after that flash from Gertz, and it's starting to be a stronger, aggressive attack out on A long. All 4 remaining players have been situated outside of those doors, but we do have one player in that deadly position by the car. It's Gank. If anyone decides to make their way up this street, they're going to have to face off with that horrible corner.
4-on-4 situation with Gertz in the pit here, so Gertz will be able to keep Gank locked in that car position if they continue to hold this angle. And I'm Useless Trash is going to back up a little bit, but could contest that pit position and does so. Peeks back out, gets the kill, and opens things up for Gank to get out of there. But Gank's going to hold that position until they realize the push is now coming in potentially towards B. Instead, the T's are going to now look through lower tunnels, and that's a good choice because the Molly would have cut them off from B. But here comes that one player on Useless Trash at double doors with the angle on the rifle, not noticing that they're going up to Catwalk. Oh, has an idea, but doesn't actually catch the image of them walking away. So now they're going to be able to push up onto its A site, but here comes the shots from Gank down A long.
Oh, but he's got to know. I'm Useless Trash following them over into Cad, cutting down one and decimating the health of another. Getiter so low, it's going to take one more bullet to drop him. If they have this team play precise, if they can work off each other and get those angles, it's all but over.
Great cross there. Once there was no CT or no T player sitting in car, holding those 2 angles from Cat and down A long is the perfect setup you need because they essentially pinched those last 2 players on the site itself. There was nowhere for them to go. The only cover they have is actually on the crates, on the site itself. It's very little room to work with, and you can't cover yourself from Catwalk if you're trying to avoid that long-range shot down A long on the site itself. And they also couldn't transition over into the cubby looking over Catwalk, so without a lower streets position, they're kind of up a river without a paddle.
Caught in a most likely unwinnable situation, and that positioning out from, I believe, Dry Peak, or no, Yenicherry worked out well.
9-9. Look at that. This is really what it comes down to, right? 2 teams that do not want to give up. You see Yenicherry here not going to go for a forced buy in any you know, means of the definition, right? Like they're going to make it work with what little they have here and try to take a couple of rifles out of the hands of Dry Peak on this eco. And look at this long A push here, all the way up from L1. The Molly will be greeting them. Gantz is helping them out, but on B site, Ken's taking shots to the dome, stays alive before finally Coco routes him out. 3-on-1 situation on the B site, and I'm Useless Trash going to push in through doors. Can't find Pay Dirt, and now they're going to be helped out with the support here, coming through from L1, who's going to peek in through wall. Instead, looking out through the smoke to put some shots in, not finding anyone on the other side of that either. And here come now the push from through tunnel, all the way down the hallway. It's going to be Gank and L1 are going to be pushing up here while Chippy gets on the site, puts shots down. I'm using Smash, joins the fray, and now they're hitting from all angles. It's a 2-on-1, might be a 2-on-1 to 1-on-1, but no, L1 helping out. They're able to trade off each other, but the trade is not even necessary as they take out that remaining player and get the defuse.
They lost too much before they could get the bomb down. Having 3 players to defend against, I believe, 4, especially when you're on a little less weaponry. It was a force round there, pulling out the MAC-10s and the Tech-9s, but still a good effort out of Yenicherry, getting the bomb down and securing some frags of their own. But when you're looking at Dry Peak, the pinch was all around. They were surrounded, and Yenicherry, another case of bad positioning, or at least superior positioning from Dry Peak. But let's see if L1 can continue with a good position. Here's the peak. Take a little bit of information there. No damage yet. Getiter, though, really hurting. Yeah,
Getiter running through that molly, knowing that they're gonna get caught out here by L1, who pushes up, and thankfully Getiter does that. Does put themselves down to 28, but didn't lose their life. They likely would have had they hung out here and fought off L1. So you can see instead Coco is waiting in the wings potentially at the hatchback. Meanwhile, mid-positioning is being taken here by Brashy, who's pushed up towards the doors. So that's going to get smoked. 2 players on B side, another 2 on A long. And you can see still L1 holding off this first A1 push if it does come, but Coco refuses to move.
Some players making their way up catwalk. Yeah, Coco holding steadfast. Even if they do manage to get onto the site and take control, the bomb is far away. They will use a little bit of a jump boost to, or a running boost to send a player to check out Cat. Smokes out. The instant is good too. It's going to put in some damage onto Kaki, a lot of damage onto Kaki, and it's going to let Chippy just fire through the smoke, taking out 2.
And now here comes Getiter pushing up through Cat. Has Chippy still waiting on the site. Those flashes are just out of range there, and so is the molly, so Chippy's going to be able to hold their ground. Here comes the push into CT. It's held off somewhat there by Gank, but they're only able to get 1 kill. They're going to be able to force the 2v1 onto site, and here comes Ken holding, waiting, gets 2. The monster under the bed comes out and freaks on the T side as they're holding out. 11-9 now. Dry Peak taking the lead and running with it.
That was up to 2 separate double kills coming out from the defense. A great instant and eventual smoke from the defenders. I think this came out earlier from Getiter. It was that MP9, a very big play, and it demonstrates the value of that car position. But right now, it was holding opposite positions, just general sight holding and preventing Cat from doing anything.
Mid positioning, kind of held up towards upper mid here by Gertz and Kaki, even though it's smoked out towards doors. They haven't really been able to get too much information. They also do not realize that L1 is pushed all the way up right on the other side of Coco, who is holding that strong. It's going to be a really, really solid push. But again, Coco does not move, refuses to move from this position like they did the previous round. So L1 kind of taking themselves out of the fight a little bit. At the very least, though, they're going to be ready and waiting on this harsh, aggressive angle against 4 players. Can L1 do it here? Okay.
It's the trigger disappointed. Finds almost 3. Still 2 is a great number to get. With that patience, it was rewarded. Gertz and Coco, the position has been revealed and the plan is known. They have to fall back and rotate.
Great positioning there by L1 with that aggressive angle. The fight came to them, and they took it on head on. And now this A long push, here it comes from Coco and Gertz.
Smoke's on site. They don't have any good visuals on the enemy, but Gertz jumped onto site, firing through the smoke. It doesn't make it. It's not cutting it. Ken's finding Coco down by the car. No one can even manage to get onto site. Well, I mean, the body of Gertz got onto site. Such great trigger discipline. Something we've actually seen in the past from Coco on the other side.
Getting crouched on that 3rd kill, which could have been devastating how they landed that. And then the flank from behind to open up the ladder area of A long to pinch at the end of that round. Oh, flash comes out. But yeah, it was looking good the last round. And now shots coming in. And so much aggression here at A long.
Yeah, 3 players looking to meet their opponents over here by A. And the A bomb is going down. Double doors is the last bastion for Gertz, looking to pick up a 1 dig, and they might find it. Oh, a little bit of a flex, sending the knife out. Oh, he almost just styled. They are styling on him. They are, in fact, styling on him, pulling out the knives just to make him sweat.
Pretty sure they jumped on Gertz's head there.
That is what happened.
Literally head stomping him like a Goomba, but still going down as a result. I think we might be able to see that again. Shots going in. Gertz gets the kill, or rather almost gets the kill. But yeah, stomping on the head a little bit. Love to see it.
Missed shot from one of the Kens down mid, or useless trash, rather. A little bit of trades going on in the tunnels. Nothing serious. We do have 3 players actually making their way through a double doors, but no strong commitments there. But actually, here we go. The smoke's out, the utility's here, and running back to the car, that crucial spot is going to be Kens with the op.
Slowly but surely here is Chippy making their way downtown, walking slowly, and on the cross catches Gertz looking and lacking. Falling back now, and you can see Kaki's like, oh, I wish I was there to help you out, my friend. No trade possible. They're going to coalesce back around here and call, and then look for another peek through A long, but our friend Kens is hanging out in car position with that long angle that will certainly stop this push.
Not much utility to work with here. They have a few flashes and maybe a molly to send it out, but it looks like it's a running boost. They do get a leg onto Coco, and now the self-preservation smoke is here. Yeah. Sending out a flash for their compadre is going to be Chippy, but what does it really get done? They're flashing just to make an escape, or at least feign an escape.
Oh, Ken's going to get the better of Gettitor there. And look at this A-long push when stopped before it even starts, though. As Kens tries to make their way out of car position, they got taken down for the count. Coco needs a new hip after that jump and the jump boost, but still going to peak nonetheless. Up against Chippy, who says no. Bomb goes down. Kaki was just an op in a dream, but not able to confirm the kill. It's going to back all the way up. Does not want to lose this op. Instead, they do, and Dry Peak now with a 5-round lead.
Yeah, an unfortunate leg in that final moments of trying to pick up a kill before you go for a save or just make a run for it. Looked back at one point, one final last look at the fray. Ended up being the last look they had that entire round.
5-round lead here for Dry Peak. Another eco round here for Yenicherry. So far, Dry Peak has not lost very much against these eco rounds, right? Like, they've been doing really solid, keeping the guns in their hands. And even if that wasn't the case, look at the money on Dry Peak, right? Chippy's at 5 figures and then some. Even I'm Useless Trash at 5 figures as well, making a great salary here. So really, they can afford to rebuy a few times. Yenicherry is going to force buy, it seems, instead, and completely buy out. They had the loss bonus to work with, so no eco needed. And that means they're going to walk right in and try to do some damage early.
And we have Gank getting aggressive into the tunnels and takes down Gettitor. Coco out looking for revenge. He's going to walk in and spots the barrel of Gank, and Gank is not expecting it. Coco continues that walk out. Might even leave the tunnels. Might even push over into double doors, but they got the bomb. They can't risk anything like that. Up at the top of mid, Skaki hoping to find an angle, but nobody's going to be coming through mid. Brashy doing damage in the lower tunnels, though.
Very devastating play by Brashy. And Kaki, meanwhile, holding up mid. All the way down B site, though, as I'm Useless Trash. Shot comes through, and Brashy wishes they could have that one back. That's going to get the T's into a frenzy a little bit. They're now going to scout around and potentially go towards mid, but that's going to be Kens. Pick it up 1, pick it up 2. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Now Kens is racing back up top mid because Coco might run back into him. Kens does not find him, and Coco might actually be able to get behind Kens here and force a 1v1, but will Coco find out? No, running right around. They're about to meet each other. Who's going to get the better? Coco runs by, Kens tags him, but Coco gets by nonetheless. And now you have this lower street spawn position being held by I'm Useless Trash. The angle is being set up here, and Coco has no utility to cross over with except that one little smoke. It will cover them up. It's not perfect, but it's just enough to get them into the car position. And they're going to continue to move forward once they have the clearance to do so. Instead, opting to hang back a car until finally they're going to push up onto the site here and get around that lower position here, held by I'm Useless Trash, who's pushed up pretty far, but they have to worry about Catwalk. That's being held by Kens.
It's going to be a fake, but it isn't good enough because I'm Useless Trash from behind, sent him with a wall bang, and now we are on map point here on Dust 2.
Dry Peak really running away with this one. Looks like, I believe, 6 rounds in a row at least. Yenny Cherry. They bought out last round, and now they're buying out again. They are at low, low, low money here. They need a stimmy. Right? They're desperate for a stimmy.
Where the stimmy at? Where the loss bonus at? A lot of flame damage, and Kens and Gank lighting up both of the players trying to run through that double door scenario, and a bit of aggression does in fact come to bite I'm Useless Trash in the butt as Coco picks up 2 and negates the real advantage that Dry Peak had through that scenario.
T-side, Yenny Cherry. They find that one player over in CT, but then Chippy makes it 2, runs right in and stops it in their tracks, and now Kaki with the op, but very little HP here. Might be able to get this long-range kill onto Chippy before they turn around, but Kaki has so little to work with and can't really safely jiggle any of these angles. So they're going to use the smokes to cut off those 2 openings on B site and maybe, just maybe, get a kill, maybe get the bomb down for a little extra cash, but they're going to look for the peak first.
Well, the info's there. They know they got to at least be from double doors or windows. Gonna peek out the window, and Kaki's gonna fall. Chippy secures map 1 for Dry Peak.
Just like that, an easy little tap, holding the right angle. And Yenny Cherry, who are looking pretty solid in that beginning part of the map. I mean, they just are losing out to Dry Peak, who rout them 7 rounds in a row, I believe, in that second half.
This is what we've seen before with Yenny Cherry, you know. They start out a little bit slow, showing some good rounds throughout the first map, and then they start to build. They start to climb and gain that momentum throughout the rest of the series, throughout map 2 and 3, if we get there. But that's what we've come to expect from this squad, so I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried about the status of Yenny Cherry at this point. We still have plenty more game, plenty more action to check out after we come back from a quick break. Soon.
2 of Fragadelphia here at the block at 401 local host. I'm Dak, still here with my man Los, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we got some awesome replays to check out from that previous map.
Yeah, let's take a look to see what action just went down in the previous map, but wait, what is this?
Well, honestly, I don't know what's going on here, but I think our replay observer has been taking their game to the next level. Because that looks like some original fruit chews right there.
It looks like I'm being clowned right now. Is what it looks like.
Is that you right there?
Oh, is that not familiar?
I recognize that face. Well, this guy's gaming right here. I'm pretty sure someone in the back has taken their game to the next level.
Wait, is that a reverse? Did they just reverse that?
That's a GIF right there. I'm not gonna lie. I want that in GIF form, and I want it sent to my phone.
Oh, I'm taking it out of my. What is this?
That's what it looks like when you take your game to the next level. You want to know why? Because the fruity, chewy, delicious flavors of Meg and Ike original fruit flavors and the Mega Mix allow you to rank up, power up, and play at the next level when you're gaming. So, I don't know about you, man. I was going to say, you need to power up with Mike and Ike, but after what I just saw, I think you're pretty powered up, my guy. I think you're pretty powered up. Take
a power up yourself, man. Take a power up yourself.
Oh, delicious.
Big shout out to everyone behind the scenes for making that one happen. Really appreciate that.
That's good. There were some actual replays though.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Oh, man, I mean, what's keeping me down right now is not that these Mike and Ike's are full. I'm chewing them hard, man. These are so good. You know what's as delicious as these Mike and Ike's right now?
These plays, I would imagine.
Thank you, these plays. Yes,
plays.
Exactly. These are delicious, fruity, chewy, delicious plays right here. A mega mix of replays, if you will. And you can see how often we saw some power plays from this lower streets position. And even Coco right here. Nice little flick. So much action happening in this corner of the map, right? I feel like we were here all day.
Well, nobody cares about B on this map. I mean, from what we've learned, they have gone there. I want to count it up, probably like 4 times total. 4 times total there has been a play on B site. Nobody cares about it. I don't. The fans don't, probably. I don't know.
A lot of these long-range battles, catwalk is a very powerful position. You're seeing a lot of flanks coming in through mid. B, not as open. Not as much flank potential, other than like, B hallway towards tunnels. You really don't have like super long ranges to hold. And look at that. Some great shots. I mean, look, Yenny Cherry had a pretty solid lead at one point. It's brought back by Dry Peak.
Yeah, Dry Peak, known to really come back from a deficit, but I don't know how Coco was able to pull that off. There have been such wild plays coming out of Coco, especially when you have the AWP in their hands. They are just unstoppable. Nice little trigger discipline out from L1, almost turns into a 3K, but it's enough. The damage has been done, and a little bit of disrespect to top it off. The Yenny Cherry on top of this first map.
I expected as much from you.
You knew it was coming.
Yeah. You know what? I gotta praise Dry Peak because they were so adaptable and so flexible on A long. They were able to play car, they were able to play back site, or they take those super high aggro positions right at doors, right in pit, right? So as your Yenny Cherry, it's hard to really know what angles to push on A long. It's such a straightaway that has so many openings that you gotta check not just corners, right? But you gotta have the utility to even push half the time. And without that, you're gonna get sniped, you're gonna get caught out from someone playing lower streets, at car. So a lot of those ways, Dry Peak just found the way to keep Yenny Cherry on their toes when they were dealing with A long.
Well, there's plenty of long angles to deal with here, so it's going to be interesting to see if Dry Peak can keep up that pressure, keep up that dominance in long-term engagements, long-range engagements, because you have straight up mid, you have banana peaks, you have T long peaks or T mid peaks to come from anywhere. If you could win those long-range battles, then you will have supremacy and success here on map 2 of Inferno.
Absolutely, absolutely delicious and chewy, right?
Well, I'm just gonna have to grab another.
You're gonna have to, all right?
Yep.
I'm honestly looking at them. I'm like, I could kill this whole box right now. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this Inferno map here. We saw some great plays in the previous series. Dry Peak, in this map, this is the team that we were talking about that was really stalwart, right? Like, they didn't necessarily change off their game plan unless they felt comfortable in doing that, you know? They consistently had players in their positions over and over again, and L1 is a player I'm going to look for in that pit position, absolutely. But things are going to start off with our first round here on Inferno. This is map 2 of this set. We're still here at Fragadelphia. There's points on the line. There's money on the line. There's this map, this series on the line here, and lives are going down at that cost.
Gank opening it up over on Banana. Puts the first one into Kaki's dome. We still have a spread out players making their way through apartments. Chippy hanging out with the balcony, you know, not giving anything up too deep just yet. But it is a experimental position. They don't know whether or not they want to make a commitment through Banana or through apartments, but these signs currently point to Banana.
Yeah, all things pointing up there. 4 players now going to make their way, and this is Dry Peak's bread and butter, you know? They have these 2 players sitting up there. We actually have I'm Useless Trash and Gank set up on the site itself, but actually a bit back towards construction, not holding these harsher angles. I'm Useless Trash in the perfect position to drop that bomb 3 on 2. The smokes are allowing the T's to move in, but here comes the rotation of the CT. Still on site here is Gank, who can't follow through, and now you have I'm Useless Trash trying to hold off the front until support can come in.
And there's site control. The bomb's going to go down. I'm Useless Trash hanging out in construction, waiting for the squad. The rest of them come from CT. A little bit of a eager swing there. They're going to get taken down. However, help has arrived, if not a little too late, forcing one player back in the dark. 1 for a full round rotation outside of construction. Brashy can't keep themselves in the game as L1 takes down 2.
Great clearance there on the site, checking every single corner. And it also helped that one of the Yenny Cherry players flanked through Church, because that's set up a potential to push that one player at the back of site. L1 kicking things off with 2 quick ones. Love to see it, and that set the tone for that game.
Yeah, I mean, we know L1. We understand their holding capabilities. I mean, that was more of a retake, but we understand that this player is a headhunter, always looking for those headshots, and found actually turned out to be 3 at the end of that first round, sending out some incendiaries to block off aggressive pushes that we would expect on a second round force. Huge nade, taking Coco to the brink of death, but they just won't give in to the warm embrace just yet. Ken's backing off, has the smoke in hand, understands there's going to be a big push. Got to swap over to the MP9, and, well, you got to let those bullets fly the second you see the enemies. And they do. Useless Trash there for a big help. Jumping through the smoke. Ken's and Trash doing some serious work.
Smart play there by Dry Peak, knowing that they had the rifle advantage. They played a lot more fluidly. It looked like they were even potentially going to rotate back over to the other site. They don't have to hold on the site itself because they're dealing with pistols, and they stayed in a big group of 3 to do so. And then once the T's came in, they pushed aggressively through the smoke. Ken's face checking it and gets 2 at the end. Very big play to shut down that push.
Now finally with rifles in hands, utility at bay. Oh, it's going to be a big flash on the Trash. Walks in looking in the wrong position and will pay for his life with it. Alive on the other side from mid. Does manage to get that initial pick, but will stay back by Arches. The play has been slowed down. Few players by Banana. 1 looking to creep into apartments. But the aggression hasn't stopped here, but nothing's really being done at this point except a lot of damage being taken last side of Yenny Cherry.
Yeah, Banana is a hookah lounge out here with so much smoke and so much fire being burned. It shuts down things completely. And that has Ken's backing up a little bit. Going to have a swap of position there with Gang. He's going to hold this down as instead the push is going to head over to A site.
Get it her. Briefly tasting those flames, does make it out and swings through from Boiler. Finds their target. One more player, Chippy, hanging out on site. The MP9 finds one, looking for a second, does manage to get it. I don't know if there's enough bullets in that SMG to work out damage, but Chippy still alive. The Molly's coming. The Molly chips him away just to 1 bit of health. 6 HP, but from the balcony. Brashy puts him down. Yenny Cherry gets their first round.
And they're certainly happy about that one. They don't want to let it start running away. You lose that kind of third round, you're likely going to be down 4-0 or 5-0 after that in this meta. So we're going to see how that went down. Chippy on the site, hanging out on the box, falls back to change the angle that the next swinger has to deal with, and then goes back into that right position. I love how they just, the micro positioning right there to change the angles for every individual player that was going to swing. Very smart.
Yeah, being able to swap those players out to have the correct player come in, deal some damage, take a little bit of hits if they need to. But the tag team move is critical there. Looking at a potential tech pause real quick.
Yeah, I think that potential is a reality at the moment. Team's still getting a little situated here. Once again, Dry Peak up 1-0 in the series. There are only a few teams left in the bracket, only a few rounds left in the bracket, and only so much money that you can grab depending on your placement. $5,500 on the line for first place. Qualifying points for these teams to move on through the Fragadelphia circuit at this regional qualifier. Part of the Winter Championships. There's a lot on the line here for these teams, and certainly they do not want to advance unless everything is down pat and ready to go.
Absolutely not, and apologies to the folks at home. Normally we would have forced the tech pause earlier.
That's
in
true.
The game.
Yeah, that's usually what happens at the beginning of the first round, the end of the first round. But we were so powered up by the Myconites that we didn't think about it until now. Now that we've come to our senses a little bit more, calmed down a little bit. Like, okay, now it's time to hit the tech pause button.
Yeah, our bad, folks. Our bad.
Not our bad. Hey, we're in control here. As you know, casters control the pace of the game. So should not be any surprise to anybody here. You can see, looks like this might be a Dry Peak problem, as the Yenny Cherry squad is kind of hanging out without much reaction. So I think there is an issue on the Dry Peak side. Instead, just as this things get kicked off, 2-1. This is really right here where you're on the edge of your seat, because so much on the line. You want to get to that map 3, right? You don't want to let this slip by so early. And this is what we saw yesterday too, right? Where you're behind a little bit, or even earlier today, like where you're behind and you start to bring things back at the end of the map, but because you've already given up so many rounds earlier in the map that your margin of error is so small, you give up the 1 round and it's over, even if you're on a 7-round win streak. So that's what you want to avoid here early. You don't want to be giving up those early rounds. You want to keep things close, so when you maybe start to hit on all cylinders later in the map, there's a smaller gap you have to cross.
Of course, yeah. You don't want to have a mountain to climb, even if you have the ability to climb it. You don't want to put yourself in that situation.
Yeah, you don't want to be up there.
No. You want to be the mountain.
You want to be the mountain.
You want to be the mountain.
Unfortunately, you don't want to be Season 8 of Game of Thrones. You just want to be previous season's mountain.
You know, I'll accept it.
Okay.
I'll accept it because he's like some sort of zombie type deal. I don't fully really.
I don't really know how that character works, to be honest. There's a lot of stuff in that story I don't understand. I'm honestly only 3 books in.
Oh, so you read?
I do, you know, surprisingly enough, I know how to read. Yeah.
I mean, that was one of the tests that we did earlier when you could read the player names. Yeah, I can't do that, so I'm just calling players
You're
random
an audiobook
names.
guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. You look like an audiobook guy.
Yeah, I look like a guy that can't read. That's kind of like what my aesthetic is, illiterate. That's
yes, that's what I think of. No, I don't. I think you're the most literate person I know.
You know, if we were going to rank a top 10 literate people, I think I'm a strong 7.
Strong 7. Hey, man.
Of the most literate people.
That's not, I think that's pretty on the mark. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to, toot my own horn here and say I'm the best reader of all time. But,
okay.
I'm hanging with the greats.
You're up there.
We're bumping elbows.
You're not Shakespeare.
No.
But you're.
Well, I mean, have you ever read his plays? They were absolute nonsense in terms of the
nonsense.
English. Yeah.
It's no explosions.
No.
No one cool like that.
No. Honestly. Like Shakespeare who?
Shakespeare who? Exactly.
I mean, he's not in Fragadelphia, so why should I? Why should I even think about that?
Cool. What happened to Shakespeare too?
Yeah, exactly.
Guess we'll find out at some point. This tech pause continues here. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Remember, it is 2-1 for Dry Peak over Yenny Cherry, and Dry Peak does have the series advantage at the moment. And after this, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's losers finals and grand finals, right? So like this is where right here you have very little left And you got to, like we were talking about earlier, you got to still have gas in the tank, right? You want to have some mic connects, but really though, you want to have that gas in the tank. Stuff like this will wear on you. You know, you got to be able to keep up that mental fortitude, not only to secure the series, get through this pause, secure the series, but still have energy to go through the remaining of the tournament.
Yeah, when you have energy in your body, but it's not being spent throughout the game, you're not really thinking about anything. You don't have a task. You can kind of just be drained in these moments. So if you have something to put your mind to, it's actually being used, stimulated, and you have a reason to actively work at it. However, right now, listening to mindless commentary is starting to melt away.
Yeah, that's the thing, especially after you have like a few intense rounds and you have that like energy and the adrenaline from it. This is really going to ice you down, you know. But this is kind of part of the game, right? You got to be able to deal with moments like these where you kind of get chilled out, you kind of get iced, whether intentionally or not intentionally, right? So if you have the inadvertent icing here, for example, which wasn't intentional, you still have to keep your energy up. You got to be able to keep your mind in the game, which is not necessarily the easiest thing to do, not only for the circumstances, but through the pause, making sure your equipment's good to go. I mean, a lot of that's 50% of the game is your preparation, your mental.
Yeah, I mean, knowing is half the battle, I've heard. I think that's a G.I. Joe.
I don't know.
Is that a G.I. Joe?
I'm not a G.I. Joe guy. That's before my time.
Okay, yeah, I am younger than you, so it's before both of our
I was gonna
times.
say, it's before your time as well. You know it. So what's that say about me? My references are limited, my friend.
Yeah, well, it is what it is, and so is our ability to have a perfect world. You know, we can't have a very extremely smooth line tournament. Sometimes you have to deal with these bumps in the road, that being a tech pause.
You know, it's not just about the destination, it's about the journey as well.
And the pauses that you take, the breaks as well. You know, yeah, those are factored in.
The pauses were just the friends we made along the way.
Yeah. I don't think people are allowed to talk besides us during these breaks, so we're making friends. They're not. They're just sitting around.
Definitely not. Making friends with those hot hands.
Yeah,
Which I'm very envious of. I'm looking at those, I'm like, throw them my way. I wonder if any of them would be able to throw from that stage all the way from here. That would be
there's like a lot in the way.
That's what I'm saying. If they were able to throw one of those from all the way over here, which is like, I mean, what we got, 50 feet away at least.
And that would have to be mainly like they'd have to do like a nice frisbee.
Yeah, they'd have to yeet it
type.
sideways. Yeah, they'd have to. That would be very impressive. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I would actually like that. I would like to see that, but I wouldn't like anyone to do it or attempt it. Because if you throw it in any normal manner, you're definitely hitting one of the monitors here.
Well, I'm going to say if you do it, I didn't tell you, don't blame
yeah,
me. It's all
that
on
is
you.
true.
All
That's
in
true.
your own volition
Check the VOD.
here. So we continue to wait it out. Players getting things done and getting ready to go here. You can see keeping their spirits up. Yenny Cherry just kind of chatting amongst themselves. Two teams here who have really done an awesome job. And honestly, I'm very happy we were able to cast both of these teams across both of these days. You know, like we saw Yenny Cherry yesterday, saw Dry Peak earlier today, and now seeing both of them come together, an amalgamation of two teams that we've really enjoyed casting so far and put on an awesome show for us. And honestly, I could see both of these teams potentially taking on In Control, maybe even beating them.
Yeah, you know, it works out perfectly because we don't have to really learn any new teams, and I don't want to learn new names. But yeah, no, both of these squads have shown and proven that they are quite formidable for the reason that it was normally a back-and-forth matchup in the last round in the first map of Dust 2, but, you know, somebody has to come out on top, somebody has to win, and it ended up being Dry Peak. But it did end up out of a long miniature streak coming out from Dry Peak.
Liking those colored keys right there, by the way. I don't have a cool keyboard like that, but I do have one of those keyboards with a nice wrist rests, which I'm a big fan of. I wonder if anyone would have. I wonder if they had like a Mike and Ike themed keyboard, you know, with the different keys with all the different colors, the fruity, chewy, delicious flavors of the original mix or of Mega Mix.
That would be would be pretty nice.
Mike and Ike, just saying.
A nice mix of people. You know, speaking of a nice mix of people, Coco, their entire family is out here watching the game today, and you know, they're sweating a little bit over that fact. Well, folks at home, to the family of Coco, have no fear. We're going to be getting this game back underway in a little bit. But thank you for coming. Thank you for supporting esports. That's what it's really all about. So a big shout out to the family of Coco, not the player specifically.
Nothing stronger than family.
That's right. It's been a theme here. It's been a theme that family is quite important.
I'm gonna reuse that reference. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? You know?
bring it back.
Bring it back. It's back in style. Yeah. Now this has been great. Of course, regional qualifier here for Fragadelphia. Money on the line, points on the line. Might be seeing these teams down the road. And honestly, it's great to see how long they made it through. And hey, look, there it is.
There's our chicken.
Friend.
Oh, what's up?
Whoa.
It's chicken butt. That's
Throwing
what's
it back.
up.
Sheesh. Look at that chicken. Picking out the ground. There's no seeds there, buddy. Yes, big fan. There's our Fragadelphia chicken. Oh, no, it went gone. And, of course, make sure you recharge with some Mike and Ike's. I'm going to. I know you're going to. Yeah.
Looking like an orange, looking like a cherry.
What's your favorite flavor?
Blue?
There's no blue.
It's in the Mega Mix.
Okay, that's fair. It's out of original fruits. Cherry, lemon, strawberry, lime, orange. Come on, hit me with one.
Probably going to have to jump with the strawberry.
Strawberry. I'm with that. I'm a cherry guy. I also like lime. Big fan.
You know, I think lemon and lime often get a bad rep as candy flavors.
Really?
But I think they're pretty solid, you know?
I like lemon lime. It's better than banana. If you like banana flavors, I'm sorry, get out. If you like banana Laffy Taffy,
get out.
Get out.
Get out.
You know what? You know what I've realized? There's no banana Mike and Ike. Because they have a good head on their shoulders. They know not to include that, so I respect that a lot.
You know,
banana flavor is the worst. And that's the thing, too, is I really like bananas, but like the artificial banana flavor, just not my vibe.
You know, we don't like fakes here.
No, definitely not.
We don't like fakes here at Fragadelphia.
Yeah, it's not called Fakeadelphia.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That is right, Dak.
That's right. Still getting ready here to jump back in, hopefully soon, because those first 3 rounds are pretty hype. I was enjoying them.
I was excited to see how it would continue. You know, we're getting a good look at one of the members of Yenny Cherry, probably the coach. You know, having a coach is a really solid move. You know, it helps you develop as a squad. Someone on the outside.
You know?
You know, and then when you plant the bomb at 7 because time.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Got Father Time on your side here. And it looks like we've got a little bit of a camera angle going, which tells me those cinematics are hinting at me that we're jumping back into this. Dry Peak 2 over Yenny Cherry's 1. And after a little bit of a pause here, we're back into the action here on map 2.
Let's get it. First sending out a smoke. No, switching to a flash. It's going to be L1 with the flash. Swinging out with the Mac, or MP9. Puts in a good amount of damage over onto Kaki, who has evaded into the tunnel.
Smoke should be cutting off mid here. That said, L1 might face check, stick their way into apartments, but welcoming party is right there and waiting. Brashy also gets on the board here. Now a 3-on-5 situation as the CTs are split up down across the board.
Chippy hanging out in the pit. Normally a spot of L1, but, you know, they had to back off and reclaim that position now that their classic L1 is dead. However, Ganks, 88 with the Famous in the corner, finds 2 and reveals that this squad is making their way over to B, and it's Trash. A huge 2-piece swinging out, catching him by surprise. And, you know, no surprise here for Chippy. They're going to take down their man as well.
What a reversal, too. I mean, they were down 3-5 on that situation, and then those 2 quick kills from the FAMAS. Absolutely huge. Not only getting those kills, but buying time for the other rifle to swing back in on the flank. So a 2-for-1 right there, and you can see I'm useless Trash. After those 2 FAMAS kills, swings right in because backs are completely turned to him.
Looking like another potential A-play. You know, it's really hard to see or understand or telegraph what Yenny Cherry is doing. They always send up a player into apartments, so we just don't know what's going on in terms of the Inferno push here, whether it's A or B. And that's what I enjoy, being an unpredictable squad, but Ganko running all the way down into Banana entrance with the MP9, just trying to be an absolute nuisance, which we're finding a very easy time at.
Yeah, Yenny Cherry only on the pistols here. I mean, you have a Zeus for
Uh-oh.
Coco.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Has the taser ready, but gonna come down to some peeks and some picks. Ken's gonna back off, and they're just trying not to lose any more bodies. In fact, Getadir is gonna be picked off down. Banana by I'm Useless Trash, another pickup by them, has one on the board as well as L1. And now in this 5-on-3 situation, a reversal that might not be possible here by Yenny Cherry. Not gonna be able to trade off of each other. They just have pistols. They have a Zeus. Really just comes down to maybe getting one kill here. I'm Useless Trash is holding such a long angle that likely one kill could come from a site if anything else.
Yeah, a potential if Gertz decides to peek. Well, Gertz isn't going to find anything except a swift death. We have our Zeus hero, Coco, up around. And they're the last player here by Boiler. They're going to be spotted out from Arches. And that, unfortunately, a hero piece of weaponry. Oh, there it is. It's no, they wasted it.
And that's why you're, often seeing these teams stack on pistol round, especially on a map like this, because you can't take those long-range battles, and without the ability to trade off each other, you're essentially losing players one by one by one by one. That's why you're seeing these teams often just try to stack and roll the dice and see if they can try and take someone down with them.
Yeah, you just have to rely on your teammates, and effectively trading is the way to go. If you're low on equipment, low on weaponry, firepower, whatever it may be, just use bodies at this point to your advantage. You have people. That's what the Russians did in the World Wars. Just threw bodies at them.
Really? What a history.
And, well, this time it's working. They have the AKs in hand. Brashi and Getadir, the first ones to open it up. Interesting jump here from Useless Trash going into the fray. A little too aggressive, perhaps. Ganks out here with the MP9. Double flash here from the smoke, and they're going to swing out. Oh, so much damage onto Coco, but it's not enough. They're going to have to make a recommitment. They'll actually just keep spraying through the smoke. Flash comes out, and on the flank, Chippy was hoping for something, but no, it's a Yenny Cherry round.
Yeah, Gank trying to be a bit more mobile than necessary. Of course, the spray was just all over the place there. And even though the T side chucked the off angles first, Gank still wasn't able to get the upper hand on anybody. That's going to be a round loss. Dry Peak up 4-2, and they're going to save a little bit to give themselves a little more firepower while still maintaining the lead on the next round.
Double frag down on mid. Doesn't make too much of a difference. Gertz and Kaki hurt a little bit, but Kaki is doing a little more damage than they received earlier. Nice headshot onto L1. Still maintaining position in the underground, but we do have Brashi pushing up on through into apartments. Flash from the teammate, but hey, it is what it is. They still maintain control.
Yenny Cherry playing safe here. They're not entirely convinced that this might be a save round here for Dry Peak. Even if that's the case, they don't want to get deagled out and lose rifles. So they're still playing this pretty safe despite having the advantage both in guns and in players. Here comes the push onto A site. It's still slow but sure, but they're trying to make sure it's done perfectly. And when against two players on the site, these really short angles, a deagle could easily surprise any of the Ts.
And it's just a decision between looking at apartments or looking down from the angle. Brashi making their way around from Boiler if they decide to have this swing. Nobody facing them for now. So it almost feels like a clear sight. Everyone's just out of reach. No, Kaki gonna send out a probing shot. I don't know if they even knew, but Brashi was there to confirm it. Looking behind, they didn't see that Ken was there with 2 1-deags. We've known them to be very strong, a deagle demon. In fact, now there's 2 more players hoping to get this defense. It's Kaki spraying through the smoke. Don't manage to get their target, but it doesn't matter as Getadir is there to clean it up. Yenny Cherry back in action.
But not at all a bad round by Dry Peak. That surprise deagle's exactly what I was talking about. And you're going to see it right here. Ken's 1 shot, 2 shot, and then putting shots down the 3rd player who's going to be forced to rebuy armor. So that's a really solid play there. They don't get the round win, but they did a lot of economical damage.
100%. I mean, that's the best you could do. That's the best you could do if you're defending on an eco round. The main goal if you're attacking, if you're on the T's on an eco, get that bomb planted and do as much damage as you can. Only thing you got on the other flip side is do as much damage as you can.
Pretty much. A lot of the time, that is the name of the game. And that's what makes the Deagle so scary, because it's not a huge investment, but the impact it can have is crazy. So you always have, like, that's a weapon you have to respect all the time. And I do like that Guinea Cherry had that in the back of their head. They're like, okay, we figure out they're on the pistol round, but that doesn't mean that this is a clean take for us. And it wasn't. They lost a bunch right there trying to get in. So I like that Guinea Cherry had that in the back of their head. They had that respect. They got the win, but still, Dry Peak made their presence known and took down a couple people with them.
Sending out some utility down mid now this time. Useless trash. That is a less than excellent move there. Giving up their M4. Running into the barrage of bullets coming out of Yeti Cherry. Holding it down in Banana Coco. The only one to take some damage through that scuffle, but I don't think anyone's got their backs toward mid. Finally, someone's going to take a look around, but they will be good. The shots connect. Khaki onto the dome of L1, and this is still looking a little tough. Now they realize, well, someone was flanking, so we might as well check the position they came from.
Yeah, Gank definitely knows off that death from L1 how many players are hanging out Banana, and that's why the CTs are rotating over, because Gank saw L1 saw so many players at Banana, and Gank likely informing the rest of the team that there are that many players there. So the T side's like, all right, we're gonna run all the way over to A site. They're gonna molly out just in case, right there, over on the side at Cart.
What?
Wait, what happened?
It was just a little bit of a team kill from Brashy onto Coco there.
Might have been a misclick, I would have to think.
I guess, you know, really clearing those corners. Yeah. Nobody is going to be there, not even my teammate.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I mean, the only casualty is going to come from within the own squad. You know, the age-old saying, if anyone's going to kill my teammates, it's going to be me.
That's true. Very, very true. As bodies drop and other things drop as well. We see more bullets flying through apartments. We should be good to go in a 3-on-3 situation. The time is ticking down, and now we get some aggression back from the T's. They can go back into the hunt. The entry to the exit frags are not going to come in immediately, as apartments are still being held, but the corners are not being pushed on. And Dry Peak will survive with 3 players, but in that round they will not take it. Yeti Cherry will be up on 4.
A little bit of silliness coming out there. Gang taking advantage of that one.
Yes, sir.
We like to have fun here. A little bit of tomfoolery.
A little bit of fun. A little memeing, a little trolling, a little gaming. You know what it is? You know what it is at Fragadelphia.
Yeah, some people come out here as a Deagle Demon. I'm more of a memeing demon.
Memeing demon.
Say that 10 times fast.
Honestly, I've never heard that before, so I praise your originality.
Thank you. That's why they brought me here. They're like, wow, Carlos, you say funny, original, dumb things. Come on down to Philly.
Banana going to be held by Gang, and it's Khaki who is releasing that utility as much as they can. And Chippy sees a bunch of action coming their way, finds Coco. Coco wishes they could have that one back. Ken's now sitting down in pit. The fire is raging, but they're holding strong and keeping their positions held. And now is a 4-on-5 situation as things have slowed down at the minute mark. You can see all the way back. Gertz is looking for a potential flank through Banana. It doesn't come through, but there's the molly. It's going to get extinguished. L1's going to back off, has the utility out, gets timinged, and Gettitor loves that. Will take it every single day.
It went from a bad to a okay to a worse situation there for L1. Caught in the molly, the patience there to not run out, to know that your teammate's going to be able to send out that smoke. Very solid until they decided to peek out with the flashbang. Unfortunate, but it is what it is now. Gang running for their lives, and they pulled out the knife for the worst time! No! Khaki picks up that kill, and they've earned sight for free.
Chippy, though, does have this angle that does cut off the sight, but Gettitor actually turned. The timing on that, Gettitor checked the angle as Chippy walked away at literally the exact same moment. And now you can see Brashy going on the hunt here to try and get a pinch, potentially as Chippy moves through Library.
This is just a round of poor timing here, Dak.
That's definitely an understatement. Oh, and Chippy goes for the jump look.
There it is again, jumping onto the barrel. It's another poor timing. Wow.
Yeah.
Unlucky. Unlucky is what the experts would call this one.
That was a cursed timing round for
I know,
sure.
yeah.
All right, here we go. Yenny Cherry, 5-4 advantage. Dry Peak has had the lead. Yenny Cherry has turned things around. And it looks like we're not going to get a full buy here, actually, out of Dry Peak. They are going to put things down and try to spend what they can to hold on to this and not let the lead go away.
The heat is on, but can't get to get out of that one without any burns. L1 sending out the smoke into apartments, but it already has been infested with T's. We have Coco hanging out on Boiler, looking to clear out any exterminators, but at this point, all is quiet here in the neighborhood. L1 chilling on the balcony and expecting. I'm gonna expend a little 3 damage there. That's gonna bite you later, Dak. You know how much a difference that makes.
Still, no one's gone down yet, which is pretty surprising, I would think. No picks whatsoever, and the T side has completely taken over mid. They're gonna use that to push in towards Arches out on A. But look again. Ken's right on top of the site here. Khaki trying to push back out. It's a 3-person push, and they're hesitating here too. They refuse to go even remotely close to Arches. Looks like they might actually be swinging back over towards apartments, but again, that's going to be Chippy hanging in this position and L1 in the pit.
And this isn't a long-range weapon, but we've seen the MP9 do damage at a distance here. Here comes the flash. They're waiting for the flood of enemies. It's going to be Coco, the first one to go down. Chippy from the pit, and L1 for the support. And Dry Peak cuts down Yenny Cherry.
That was such a huge round for Dry Peak. All the money they spent, and they didn't lose a single player. They just had to rebuy a little bit of Kevlar. That's it. That is such a huge play. And Ken's getting one. Chippy getting on the board. L1. That's a clutch play. That's what we come to expect from L1 in those situations.
Yeah, L1 is the pit master. It's well known.
Pit master, yeah.
And but Chippy is the apprentice. And here's a play we've seen before that hasn't worked out too well in the past, with one player running through the smoke in an aggression. Well, it does give Gank the information to shoot in that direction. At least it does cost a player. Trash is being the guinea pig here for this set.
And I think Chippy and L1 have an idea that someone might push through apartments because a smoke landed in mid, which would allow someone to cross over from Banana to apartments. So I think they might be anticipating that. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kens finds our friend Geditor. And then L1 going to start to push out here, putting some pressure on, throws the utility out, runs out with their knife! Even though they're pretty sure they knew that there was someone there, they were right into the scope of Khaki, who puts them down with no issue whatsoever. Even Brashy running away, tries to get out, gets tagged, puts some shots down, is able to get out of dodge.
Oh, if that nade actually hit its mark, that could have been a huge win there for Dry Peak, getting some damage in. Brashy, though, swinging out onto site to clear it out, and it's all up to Chippy to, well, hold on to that rifle.
That's a yes sir right there, and here we go. Apartments being vacated now by the remaining player of Dry Peak, Chippy, who's out on their own. You can see Brashy here looking for a potential push over towards construction. Helped out a little bit here by Coco, but nothing's going to come their way because you can see Chippy is refusing to move, refusing to give up this rifle, and the remaining HP to their name as that bomb is going to tick down. I'm going to go the way of Yenny Cherry.
Yeah, and a great response after they were completely decimated from the earlier round where not a single casualty was felt by the side of Dry Peak. So good time to turn it around from Yenny Cherry. Enjoying the fruits of their labor and a lot of cash, especially with Khaki holding on to that op. But, you know, based on what we've seen, toss that thing over to Coco. What are you doing?
Slang that thing over here.
That's the professional terms for it.
That's a professional version of yeet.
Yeah?
Yes. That's the formal version of yeet, actually. T's moving out. Going to leave the bomb behind as they get mollied out through mid, so that's actually going to separate Geditor from the rest of their squad until Coco's going to make their way back in from the right side of mid. You can see mollied out is apartments just as Brashy is going to push up there a little bit and look for a shot down staircase. Mid push, not going to find pay dirt. 3 members of the CTs on B site in case Gertz wants to get a little frisky. But it looks like the push might be coming after a pick at A, right? Like the teams just want to get a pick and then figure out from there, but instead it's L1 who gets that first blood.
A good bounce from the flash. It does cut off the sight line here for L1 and the AWP, but they're going to have to back off. They still exist. They still have that weapon in hand and are all the while a threat within this, I guess, round, you know. Even though they have slowed down the push, there's just a bit of an air of danger coming out from the apartments, you know. They are just looking to slow it all down and keep them sweating.
Mid control maintained here by Yenny Cherry. They're still trying to gather some information. They really have no idea where the CTs are positioned. I would assume they have to know at least one person's in pit. That's probably the only info they can assume at this point. And then of course you have I'm Useless Trash still on B side. You can see Brashy now going to be pushing back through to Banana as it looks like there's going to be a push to A. They're baiting it with the Molly. They throw the Molly down on B, and then the CTs are starting to rotate. The bait comes through, and now A site's going to get hit by the T's.
Oh, well, that one player, Chippy, realized it was a feint. Now they are on their way back. The rotation, the re-rotation is in effect. We have I'm Useless Trash up through mid from Banana. This is going to be a crucial time. If they could find a position here, well, actually, they're going to find a position in a safer location to save.
It is save time, and considering that L1 has an AWP, I think they want to maintain that as well. Also, look at the money for Dry Peak. It is not fantastic, so they want to hold on to whatever hardware they can. Only 1 player dropped for Yenny Cherry, and overall, a really well-executed bait right there. CTs took the bait perfectly. They only had to expend a little bit of utility to do so. You can see Dry Peak is, in that way, very reactive, right? Like they're not playing the game that we kind of expected, where they're not going to like be thrown off. They had players in a position on the previous series. They wouldn't really move them a lot of the time. Now we're seeing baits like that. You know, not a crazy amount of investment to get that bait done, and yet it was very, very successful.
Yeah, you know, we had spoke before how Dry Peak was able to lead through those baits, but
yeah,
not this time.
Not this time.
Not this time.
That's the thing. As this tournament goes on, you start to maybe second-guess things. You maybe start to think about them differently, and that changes your behavior, changes how you're thinking about these pushes. And I'm certain that they're thinking about how they can change things up here, as now Yenny Cherry's up by 2 rounds. Smoke cutting off mid. You can see them just rotating and continually moving around. But now they're going back to that usual 2-3 split we've seen from them on CT in the previous series, from a lot of these teams as well. Of course, Ken's hanging out right on the balcony for a push that might come their way thanks to Coco.
Nate, just to clear anybody holding that corner, but find nothing. I'm Trash. Figures it out. Gets a nice kill on together, and now they're allowing a teammate to get into a boost. It will be Gank having that upper hand in terms of elevation. Chippy and Kent, they're holding a crossfire at this point. One looking down toward Boiler, but there isn't the push just yet. Kaki looking in the wrong angle. You gotta check into a different spot because Ken's worked it out perfectly. Ken's back in the pit where you first expected, and the crossfire with Chippy is coming through, but Ken's finds one with the up. Ken's finds a second, and now there's 2 more players, or 3, on the run and inspecting his gun, as you normally should in a clutch situation. Ended up costing their lives, and Yenny Cherry finally stopped, at least for the moment.
Yeah, Kaki popping off a little bit there, but like you said, that cross angle coming out from balcony and then on the site itself, they got caught in a crossfire. Stevie Ray Vaughn in it, and at that point, there's really not much you can do. You should be able to see that crossfire here at Ken's with 1 and 2, and then while they're dealing with Ken's, it's Chippy who puts fire down. Kaki got 2 after that, but the damage had already been done.
Speaking of damage, a little bit of flame damage onto I'm Useless Trash there, but they're going to run away reposition themselves back onto site for potentially a full-on B push. We haven't seen this for quite a few rounds. It's normally just bait out some utility and play off a pick toward A is what Yenicherry's been doing for a little while, or at least in memory. Flash going out over the wall, but Trash picks up their first, sending out utility of their own to deny any space onto the site. Multiple players hiding in the dark, and they are waiting for the long rotation of their teammates. Gank stuck in the smoke. Gank might see one on the right, finds one, but will be traded out by Kaki. More help has arrived through construction in a longer rotation. It's gonna be Chippy on a longer angle, but if they can win this fight, which they can't, it would have been good, but Useless Trash finds another off kill. They will be pushed though. They can't hold on to their lives for too long. It's L1. Knows there's one player over there, spends the shot. And that player realizes, well, there's an up, I'm not gonna look, Getiter holding that angle, but now we have to force it from a different position. It's Kenz going from the side. Kenz gets one LI, finishes it up. L1 finishes it up.
And boom, should be able to get the defuse. Takes a little time without that defuse pack, but hey, makes it happen. That was, honestly, I wasn't sure how that was going to go too, because that end flank there took a long time from Kenz, right? Really, really biding their time before entering, and then rejoin this fight. I love this, because Kenz using kind of L1 as a little bit of a bait, and then L1 playing their role there, that last final shot. I mean, that was very close and easily could have whiffed it.
Yeah, it was a such a small difference made there. Kaki missed the first shot. Now L1 re-aggressive, looks back in there, sends the blind shot, but it doesn't make a connection. However, Chippy on the other side is there to provide support and takes down Kaki as they look to make their way up through mid. They won't gain much ground. They have a player in Boiler ready to execute onto this site. They've made their commitment, or they're looking to do so. As we see the bomb creeping up through mid, and it's going to be a split. 2 in apartments, 2 flanking around from arches, but now number 6, that bomb carrier, Gertz, may be the one to swing out here through Boiler. They're expecting rotation, but the timing is off. It's not going to work. Coco does find one. Chippy, however, on the site, on the boxes, gets one of their own. Brashy create a little bit of a flank here. It's Getiter now. Getiter and Coco in 2v1. It's all up to Gank to swing around with the M4. They've got the tools. The talent is there as well. They just need to find a good angle. And on this hay bale, they might indeed have it. They just have to figure out where are these players hiding. There's a bit of a peek. It's going to reveal the position. It's not going to be able to wallbang them, or at least he does. He gets the first one. It's a headshot. And now one more player is on this site. You had to have heard him. He must have. Or maybe no, the information isn't there. If you swing the corner and look up, that's all it's going to take. They might be able to find the crosshairs there, and the shot is good!
Whew. Just in time, too. That's a clincher right there. And it was so hard for the T side to really force that into a 2v1. You can't really just swing out and trade because you end up lining up with your teammate right there. And not only that, Yenicherry almost winning that final round of the half at not a full buy. So the fact that he didn't have a full buy going into that last round of the half and still almost won, it's actually not at all bad by Yenicherry. Fortunately for them, things are going to reset here, but they really did try their darndest. And you can see what I'm talking about here. Oh, this is from earlier, this cross angle. Really awesome stuff. You got to be looking for this. And this is from another highlight in that first half. Saw some great plays in the first half. And that's why this is so close here, Los.
Yeah, and it's a great way to end off that first half here for Dry Peak. So they have that energy to bring them here into this pistol round and potentially continue some success. But of course, look at the scoreline. These are 2 well evenly matched squads, and that's why we're having such a back and forth game. But it's going to be Kenz to open this one up against Gertz. Now they're a descent onto either site. Actually, they're going to use arches as a way of rotating and flanking out the players on B. But if they can actually kill Kaki and Library, this could be done. Giving up on that move, they're going to just decide to move and get Getiter out of that position. Clear out B. There's only one person hiding in dark. They have to flush him out. It's going to be done here by the jumping USB from L1, but the flank is here. It's time for revenge in a bit of a role reversal. The CTs are making their way up through Banana, and one more player. It's going to be Kaki, the last one who can save this round for Yenny Cherry. The bomb is yet planted, and as soon as I say that, it goes down. Now it's a 1v3. There is still time on your side, but you have to be quick regardless, and this is going to be Dry Peak's round instead.
Dry Peak, masters of this pistol round, and that push through arches to get the back push from CT side onto B site, so well done, because they could have absolutely thought of the short term, be like, oh, we're at arches, let's just push A. Let's put pressure on library. They go in and go back through arches all the way to the back side of B site, force a 4v1 that's unexpected by the remaining CT, and then they hold up against the retake, which still could have gone either way. So Dry Peak now establishing a 2-round lead coming into this next, or as we go further into the second half.
Yeah, such a wacky play to get into B via CT.
Yeah, don't see that very often.
And, well, you don't see any defenders, any CT players on B side. All of them are stacked here in mid and arches, and Boiler just waiting for that push. I don't think it's going to come, though, Dak.
I don't think so either. Neither team wants to give up an inch. They're looking essentially just for that first pick, and that should be the cue to hit either site. And you can see Dry Peak does not have the information that there's no one on B site because we have a full A site stack on these pistols for the CTs. Shots come in. No one's crossing over just yet, but you can already see that Gang is completely working through the site. They molly the back left right behind the containers while Ken's is holding this angle, and Gang goes for the off angle. There's another player joining here. And they might be, the CTs might be looking out for Chippy at apartments, but now they've got the idea to push in mid. And look at this cross angle. Through mid, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. It's devastating here for the CTs. And Yenny Cherry wishes they could have that one back. They're going to fall in. They do get that final kill on the Chippy, but at this point the damage has been done. And the T side, Dry Peak, are now looking for a few more kills, but it is a 4-on-2. They've lost one member, otherwise they have full map control.
It must have been a great feeling to realize that your gamble paid off. Nobody is even on the B site. The information you gathered was good with all that utility spent, and it's even better with Chippy able to pick up 3.
This next round is going to be crucial, Los, right? Like, Yenny Cherry, I think, has to win this next round. They don't want to be set back economically. That's what we were talking about, where you might be able to, deal with being down a few rounds early in the game, but now we're getting towards the end. We're in the second half here, and that means you do not have a lot of time to be giving up rounds. And this is Chippy holding outside apartments right at the front door as the push mid comes through. Gets 3 in a row before getting clapped by Brashy. They did their job.
Yeah, caught completely off guard during that rotation. They assumed, well, nobody's here, nobody's attacking.
Yep.
Everybody has to be on the other side. Well, keeping a lurker on an off angle is exactly what you need to do just to get some more information, if not provide extra frags.
No, that's the information game right there, because the CTs, Yenny Cherry, they give up B. They're like, okay, they must be assuming that we're stacked on A, and then you have that one player holding that off angle, and that completely turns the table. That's how you use information given to you by the other team to turn it around against them.
That's that game of information. Information is 50% of what we have going on here, but running out trying to get that off through Banana, it doesn't make any connection, but they will have to relocate back up. Coco over here by Boiler regressing to site proper. It's going to be Ken's going in for the chase. Brashy over there in pit. They might not realize he's there, but the Molly says otherwise. They're going to be sending 2 of them. Ken's going to fall or no. Brashy still putting in the work. Ken's dropping into the pit. Now they have site control, but there are 3 players coming from Library. You've got to get ready because this is going to be a real difficult one to pull this out. And, well, it's not going to be any victory here for Dry Peak as it's a nice clap back here in Yenny Cherry.
That was a critical round for Yenny Cherry to win, as I was saying, and they do get that round win, so they should be able to stay alive a little while longer, not let Dry Peak extend this lead, but also not be in a situation where they likely have to eco anytime soon. If they can get another win here, they should be good economically. They're able to full buy here if they so choose. Actually, no. Gettitor does not have enough. Even after that, they still don't have enough money to full buy. Gettitor instead going to be stocking up on utility, which I think is a good move. But even look at this. Dry Peak can't full buy either.
Yeah, tough economic standing on both sides. No snipe out here from Khaki. Smokes are going to be good gank. Pushing up, you know, just maintaining control here. Ensuring that nobody will be able to flank or get an aggressive push. But once you have that op noticed, most likely won't be a follow-up with SMG or a close rifle.
Absolutely not. Gank refuses to move, waiting for someone to walk into the trap. L1 going to be a bit more mobile and starting to take ground for themselves. And Brashy almost instinctively going to back up here towards pit. Can kind of hear the rumblings outside the site and then given a little bit of notice ahead of time as this push slowly but surely seems to be making its way in. I think that Molly was meant to be going towards arches, unless that was an intentional. I think that might have actually been an intent. I don't know. It's cutting off L1, so I don't think it was intentional. If there was a CT there, that'd been a really nice Molly.
Yeah, it would have been what we would even call Giga Brain if that were the case. However, more smooth at this point. We do have one player down in pit. It's going to be Coco. Hasn't really shown or no, it's going to be Brashy, who's been there before. They've had a lot of damage, a lot of impact in that position. But Chippy, if you could get that deagle out, if you could remove that source of trouble for you, this take might be a little more fruitful. Flashbang not going to be sent out. Brashy going to reposition, and now this is a crossfire we've seen that's worked so well for Dry Peak. Is it going to work out here for Yenny Cherry? It doesn't seem to be so. Some loss of life will occur, but jumping through the arches, it's going to be Kurtz, and that leaves Getiter all alone in a 1v3 with an MP9.
This is where legends are made right here. Will Getiter decide to play? Nope. Looks like they're gonna maybe it looks like they're gonna do a little reading first and actually try to take this from another way. No, they're actually gonna go and pick up the op. That's smart. Yeah.
Read from the past and realized maybe saving's good.
Well, that's what defines legends right there. Nice, smart, simple move there. Not gonna run away immediately. Not gonna go in and try and force it. Instead, they're gonna pick up this nice op and hold on to it for dear life. They're all the way back in construction, but this will be another Dry Peak win here. They'll be up 11-3. Yenny Cherry. This is what we're talking about. Where now Dry Peak can win this war of attrition. They can trade rounds here. If they keep doing that, they're going to win the series. So Yenny Cherry has to change something up here, and they have not a lot of money to do so. And even still, Khaki wants to buy that op, wants to have it in their hands as often as they can. Honestly, at this point, I don't blame them.
Yeah, this tit for tat isn't going to work anymore. You know, Yenny Cherry needs to pick up a lot more rounds, close the gap. Else, Dry Peak will walk away with this one. A MAC-10, a few of them even pushing up into apartments. That's what you want. You want your close-range fighters to have those rapid-fire weapons. And another stack that we've seen in the past, and this time it might actually work out. One player decides to peek in through apartments. It is Coco, but I don't know if they're going to find anything. Chippy and L1 rushing through the apartments, and Gank pushing out on mid. Finds a kill in around Arch Cubby, but Coco, the trigger discipline has been recommended and received before very well, but this time it isn't going to provide dividends like it did earlier. L1 dropping Getiter, and this is another round here for Dry Peak, only 4 rounds away from winning the set.
A little bit of loss bonus to play with here, so it's probably worth it that Khaki did have that op ready to go. Here's Coco from the balcony, and a few of those shots did whiff. They finally find the back of the skull, and then they're put down for the count. It is a 4-round lead for Dry Peak, and they're starting to smell blood in the water.
That is exactly right. This is going to be such a huge round. Yenny has to win this one. If they get thrown into that economic hole, the disparity there will essentially be a death sentence, or at least lead us over to series points.
Really making some noise in apartments. I'm sure the downstairs neighbors love hearing that. Gert's going to throw out some utility. Oh, it gets caught on the ledge. So that smoke is wasted. That sucks. So have to throw out another one. Kaki's going to fall back here. A lot of pressure going in towards A site as 2 members of CT are still over at B. They're smoked out. So they don't know. There's no one really pushing them. But you can still see Gank is now going back over to Banana to see if anyone's face checking that smoke, and nobody is. So now things have slowed down yet again. I'm Useless Trash looking to see if anyone's going to face check that smoke. You see Ken's as well on the rooftop here. We're on top of Shed. Be hanging out a little bit here. And the Molly just out of range of Brashy. Coco on the site as well. They're looking for this crossfire again. But will Ken's get the better of them?
Oh, information gathered. Ken's knows someone's playing behind that box, but I don't know if they've seen Brashy in pit just yet, but that's going to be a good shot out from Brashy. Removes Ken's out from the roof on the other side by Arches. We do have an alt player. It is Khaki waiting for someone to take that angle. Moving into Library, they are adjusting their position. A lot of flashes going down onto Brashy. They have to make a move and remove this player from that struggle position. And now the site has been cleared and looking like Yenny Cherry going for another save.
Yeah, the CTs on B side are so far removed from the action at this point. It would be walking into a car crash at this point to even attempt to push in on A. You can see Library getting mollied out just in case. It's really the only place left that the CTs would be if they would be close at all. Otherwise, the other angles are being held harshly here by L1 and Chippy. They're going to flash it nonetheless just to make sure as they make their way out looking for some exit frags. But they're not going to find it because Gertz is staring at a wall. Maybe a little more entertaining than watching paint dry, but it's certainly better than dying.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it can be better, but death is exciting.
Hey, man, it's the one guarantee in life, right? And right here, Dry Peak, they are feeling it. They are 2 rounds away. Yenny Cherry starting to let it slip through their fingers. The potential for a third map is becoming lower, lower, and lower. Dry Peak knows they have a chance to move into the next round. Now, will they keep their mental set, or will they get greedy?
At this point, you have no reason to get greedy. I mean, victory is almost in your grasp, but I know, serious aggression coming out from CTs at this point. Yenny Cherry has gotten 1 kill, but at the cost of one of their own and health of 2, they're in a bad position if they want to take any more head-on fights, as a lot of aggression makes its way over toward B. Molly's stopped the push, though. Once that runs out, it's time to move. One player hanging out on the boost. They're going to be found quite easily as Gank and Trash clear them out. Geditor coming through from CT. The bomb will go down. Both Geditor and Brashy at death's door. Just a glance from one of their rifles will be all it takes to bring us to 14.
Yenny Cherry deciding they're going to dance with the devil here, and they're going to push through, potentially through construction, maybe deciding not to, and I think that might be the best choice. Looks like indeed Geditor is going to fall back, but to see if there are any exit frags potentially, we're going to have Brashy still hanging out at Sunday Mass here. Looks like they're going to say their Hail Marys and then back off, but are they going to run into Gank? They will. So I'm Useless Trasher goes down, but then Gank, who gets the revenge, trades off. It's a 2-on-1 remaining, and Dry Peak are now 1 round away from advancing here in lower bracket and taking this series 2-0.
Yeah, it is very close. 1 more, and we're at series point, and the money is tight over there for Yenny Cherry. The money is not looking good. They aren't going to be able to bring any more rifles. Just the single one saved from the last round, unless Geditor is feeling a little bit generous here. We'll pass it on over to Khaki. Actually, a little FAMAS action. So they have some more firepower, but if they don't come through, if they don't find success in this round, it may be all but over.
I think so, and you can see Yenny Cherry wants to make sure they have some money to work with in the next round, but otherwise, they're going to try to have a little bit of firepower, not full rifle buys. They have utility, though. That could be the deciding factor. They're not full 4 stocked out per player, but they have enough smokes and flash and some mollies, even a frag grenade there for Khaki to maybe try to flush out a few of these corners as the T start to push up. Here's the boost. Khaki's gonna get up there, but it's Kenz who gets on the board first, and then another. That's a double. A nice 2K there. And they're gonna push up for more. Kenz gets another one. No, it's stolen away from them. And then Chippy gets on the board. This is starting to fall apart here. 3-on-2 as Yenny Cherry have lost B site, and this retake is not looking good potentially.
There's no way you could save at this point. You can't save for match point. Not here, but I think it actually will be. They're going to opt for it because Khaki is just so far away from the action. The rotation can't come through. The distance is too great, and by the time they even make it over to B site, the bomb will be basically about to explode.
That's how it is. And we might get a little bit of a hunt going here. Chippy's walking by. Oh, wow. That was, I did not think that they'd be able to get the better of Brashy there. Nonetheless, the bomb will tick down. Dry Peak, 1 round away. That's all it takes. That's all they need. They've done the work. They've put in the work. They've got it on their resumes. They've got the experience. They've got the time put in. And now they just need 1 more round to move on.
That's all it's going to take, and it shouldn't be easy, though. Rifles back in the hands of Yenny Cherry and Op in the hands of Coco, who has proven to use that weapon with great efficiency. Walking up toward that Molly, taking a bit of damage just to risk the smoke kill. Gettitor, though, will find that aggression out from Trash and puts it to rest. A Molly over onto Gettitor, but will be saved with the smoke. These players are in tough positions, but the aggression here is not being rewarded for Dry Peak. At this point, they're opting to move on over to A.
Not the best start here for Dry Peak, and it continues as Coco finds another one, makes it 5-on-2. They might try to take some more bodies down the T side over at A, but they're going to instead go to Arches. This might actually force a 2-on-2 here, and they can get the better of Gettitor and Gertz. This actually might be doable, but instead they're going to split up. They can't trade off each other, and that's another player going down. It's Gank. It's just Chippy remaining.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate move. I guess if they both committed to move on over to B with that flank, it would have been a little more well received. But if you're losing that bomb down mid, well, you're just going to lose the round in general. Yenny Cherry stays alive with another round.
Yeah, there's no information there really for Dry Peak. It was kind of just an assumption and a guess you could make. And it's understandable too, because if you're clumped up, there's a good chance you might get mowed down by one player. If you spread out, opportunity maybe gather some more information, or at least get some individual picks there and play the 1v1s. Unfortunately, that's not the way it goes for Dry Peak. And here we go. Last round again, potentially, still on map and match point. And Dry Peak going to start pushing out already, putting some pressure on with utility. They're starting to get cut off, though, on B, just like we've seen before.
Yeah, so much utility, so many grenades, breaking down the health of Dry Peak here. I mean, the first one to fall is going to be Gank, often seen running ahead, especially through Banana. It's not going to pay dividends this time. We do have L1 creeping and crawling through the apartments, just causing a little bit of mayhem, but it won't matter as they have their first ascent over onto the site. Simply Gettitor taking down Kent, but L1 is finding some profit here on the other side. He turns around just in time to figure out there's another player, but there it is. L1 loses the duel on Coco, and now it's all up to I'm Useless Trash. A 1v4, and up is all they have in hands. Not to say that's a little bit, but it is to say it's going to be very difficult to take out players who are looking to trade.
And once Gertz sets up this cross angle, it's going to be almost impossible for this op to really get the full set clear. There's the kill. Now they're going to face check, and Gertz smartly falling back. No point to force this. The bomb's going to get planted. A little bit extra cash here. But Dry Peak.
Nope.
Gonna Dry Peak.
It is, it's tough, you know?
Yeah.
They're put into a 1v3 in such a difficult scenario.
Yeah, and now if you're Dry Peak, you're wondering, wow, we really needed to take round 24. Now we're moving on to round 26, and Yenny Cherry has now gotten themselves back into the game.
It certainly isn't over for them yet, but I believe this would be a critical round to win here. I mean, it's almost at the point of breaking the economy of Dry Peak here, but they still have enough money to grab that op for I'm Useless Trash. If they could find something to open up this round, find any sort of advantage here, and they could run with it, and they could end up closing this round. Wow. But no, it's going to be Khaki who has that first strike against that Dry Peak offer.
Firing through. And Ken somehow survives, but by the skin of their teeth at 20 HP, evens things up 4-4 apiece. And they're not going to push this. Dry Peak still looking for another peak here, but they have to be careful because on the other side is Gertz. And Kaki with this cross angle potentially. Oh, Chippy gets it. And now they're trading off 2-1. And now it's a one-on-one situation here. The Titanic is fallen. The ship is sinking. And now Dry Peak has the advantage to possibility to take this. Just the one-on-one. L1 versus Gedder.
But he's rotating. He's got the wrong weapon out. And Gedder walks right into the shot. Or Gedder gets that shot onto L1.
Walks the shot into them.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
right. With a leash.
Yes, absolutely. There's no advantage, just straight up neutral right there. You play the neutral, you play the one-on-one, and Yenicherry staying alive yet again.
Such a lost opportunity for Dry Peak again for them to close out this match. And now they're at death's door for their own economy. No real money to work with after this round if they end up losing it, but to be honest, Yenicherry in a similar position. Their money's kind of tight. However, they just need to consistently win rounds. It doesn't matter what their money is going to be next round if they end up losing.
Look how hesitant everyone is. And you really have to be here. Dry Peak now very low on cash. They'll likely have to save if they lose this round, and that'll definitely afford even more of an opportunity here for Yenicherry, who have 3 members on A. They still have 2 at B, but they're not even sitting on B because you know they want to have that transition if need be. Chippy holding down mid a little bit. You can see Ken's with them as well, and all the way at Banana, it's Gank to see if anyone's going to push out aggressively.
Chippy first one to peek. No real threats coming out from Boiler. Gank now does face off with a molly to block off this path. Both players looking down, expecting something from Banana, but not really committing. Gank tossing out a smoke, maybe, or receives it just to give some information. Let them know, hey, I might be here. The team might be here, and now the team will be here as the rest of this squad rotates on over to Banana.
This could be it. This could be the final stack here for Dry Peak. This could be it. What they need to move on forward. It's a 5-on-3 potentially. Here comes the rotation for the CT. The cross angles from above. SB1. Another goes down. Gank is going to be found. And it's going to be Gertz that goes down. Now is a 4-on-3 situation.
Getting back into the boost. Gedder gets one, but Ken's is going to trade him out. And now Useless Trash run down the clock, actually. They waited too long.
Wow. I did not even. That actually was a shocker right there. I didn't even know that was going to possibly happen. Wow.
Oh.
That was I have to imagine that was a shock to Dry Peak as well.
Yeah.
Because that was a shock to us.
A bit of time mismanagement there. That is not a round you want to lose. And that's not how you want to lose the round.
Wow. Unexpected. Gotta keep her eyes on the clock now. It's going to be coming down to that. I mean, you might get timed out. I didn't realize they were playing Sonic on Final Destination right here. We got timed out, literally.
Some big Smash references out here today, but hopefully, for at least Dry Peak, they can smash this curse of them not being able to win a single round for the past, I want to say, maybe even 4.
Yeah, it all comes down to round 24, right? Dry Peak letting Yenicherry stay in this game, and Yenicherry has not dropped a round since. Molotov's going to come out. That's going to force Gank back a little bit here, while the remaining side of Dry Peak are hanging out in apartments down the hallway, overlooking the plane there. And now here comes the push outside of balcony.
Oh, it's going to be Bashi and Kaki. Both of them finding their respective shots, being able to survive. Coco as well. Throw him into the mix because all of these players are finding great angles and positions. There's no chance for Dry Peak to take this side.
And look at how the morale has come down here for Dry Peak. I mean, they're really not reacting much at all, while Yenicherry have clawed their way back here. They've been on the brink for several rounds, and now all of a sudden it's 15-13. A chance for OT, but we've been here before where a team has been on the crux of getting the final map round. They've been sitting at 15. It's still doable.
It's going to be a Tech 9 play here for Dry Peak. See if these pistols are going to be what they need to actually find success. A little bit of fire, a little bit of smoke over onto Banana. Now they have to make their push or just decide to let them sweat a little bit. Sandbags being cleared along with Carr. They have to commit here. They put all of their players up. It's going to be a missed up shot. Uh-oh, Kaki loses it. L1 coming in with the first shot, but now Gertz over in the side will find another kill, but the rush is too much. They're unable to follow through, and now 3 players have fallen to these Tech 9s. Only 2 more players. Brashy and Coco are here to try and get the retake. The bomb has been planted. The Tech 9s are too deadly. Brashy and Coco, do they have what it takes to actually earn this retake? The M4 is in the hands of Chippy. They even manage to find it, but one goes down. Brashy turns this into a 1v1 with Kenz. Kenz doesn't have a rifle, but Kenz doesn't need it because Kenz gets the swing on the perfect time. The utility was out, and Dry Peak saves themselves and ends this.
Whew. That was way too close for comfort. And at the end of the day, you see them come out on top. Yenny Cherry bringing it back, but Dry Peak in the end, in a round that could have gone either way, they stay alive. They win the map just in time without a full buy, and they take it 16-13.
They had to bring it back to the basics. It was the Tech 9 that was the key to victory. You know, they were struggling when they had the advantage, but I was telling you, Dak, we were both talking about it. When you could come back in the face of adversity, when you don't have the tools, that's where championship plays are made, and that is exactly what Dry Peak brought to us.
And we're going to see more championship level plays coming your way because Fragadelphia is not done just yet. We're still going to see more awesome action as we continue to whittle down to the final teams here. Don't go anywhere because more Fragadelphia is coming your way on the other side of this break.